Suspense. For you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, we present one of America's top spine tinglers. A radio rebroadcast of a program dedicated to the mysterious, the unusual, and sometimes the supernatural. A program of suspense.
The producer of Suspense asks you to almost believe that the following is true. Very well. Standing beside me, surrounded by two guards, is a man who in a few short hours is to be put to death in the electric chair. His last request to the warden was that he be allowed to speak on this program and reveal what he calls some startling information. The warden naturally turned to us, and we at once complied, anxious at all times to do anything, however strange, that will hold our listeners in suspense. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking correctly?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast will never be completed. I'm going to tell you a story. This story involves a number of famous and influential people here as well as abroad. These people have received warning from me, and I am sure all of them are making it a point to listen to me now. I shall not name these great, these rich, these influential gentlemen until my story is over. They will recognize the story, they will remember me, they will take the necessary steps for my reprieve. I shall expect a full pardon and safe conduct to a neutral country. These are my terms. I shall expect word of this to be brought to this studio during this broadcast. But as I have warned you, this broadcast will never be finished. You will never hear those names. It is certain my price will be paid. I am presently under sentence of death for my activities in the matter of refueling German submarines in the Caribbean. My full confession has been reproduced in the popular press. You have read it and you know the details. It is the least ingenious of my exploits and my first failure. So much for it. The story I shall tell you tonight occurred many years ago, but concerns, as I have said, many now living. It will interest you, I hope. I know it will interest them. Very well, then. On the 3rd of June, 1925, in Liverpool, a man who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratel asked to see Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Railway. He was a small man, this Caratel, middle-aged, darkened, with a stoop so pronounced that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique, who from his swarthy complexion was probably either a Spaniard or a South American. It turned out later that his name was Gomez. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand, fastened to his wrist by a strap, a small leather dispatch case. No importance was attached to this fact at the time, but later events endowed it with much significance. Monsieur Caratel was shown to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside.
How do you do, monsieur? My name is Louis Caratel.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I have just arrived from Central America this afternoon. It is extremely urgent that I reach Paris without a moment's delay.
Paris, eh? It's too bad. Just missed the London Express.
I am not interested in the London Express. Could you provide me with a special train?
Yes, I think that could be arranged. Oh, it's quite an expensive proposition.
Money is of a small importance, monsieur. Time is everything. If you can arrange a special for me in a hurry, you may make your own terms.
Very well. Mr. Hood, will you step over here a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Bland.
Mr. Hood, here's our traffic manager, Mr. Caratel.
Mr. Caratel.
Hood, I want you to arrange a special for him. He's going to Paris. How's the line? Can you fix him up in a hurry?
Why, yes, I believe so, Mr. Bland. The line is clear through Manchester, and engine 247 at the Rochdale is on the tracks now. It could be ready, say, in 15 minutes.
Good. Who's available for the trip?
Engineer Smith, sir. And I can put James Macpherson on as conductor.
Well, there you are, Mr. Caratel. Simple as that. Attend to everything right away, will you, Hood?
Yes, sir.
These men, Monsieur Smith and,
Macpherson?
Macpherson, are they trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Of course. Macpherson's been with the company for years, and I'm sure Smith, although new, is an expert engineer.
Bien. Thank you, monsieur. I am deeply indebted. You have been most considerate.
At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train with Carlton and Gomez steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line at that time was clear and there should have been no stoppage between Manchester. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation was caused among the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a wire from Manchester to say that the special had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed at once to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities. We elicited the following reply.
To James Bland, Superintendent, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52. Well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens.
The wire was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester.
No sign of special as advised by you.
And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering.
Presume some mistake is proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, timed to follow it, has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester.
The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect. Although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and his traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at St. Helens.
Special passed here 5 o'clock. Collins Green.
Special passed here 5:06. Earlstown.
Special passed here 5:10. Newton.
Special passed here 5:20. Kenyon Junction. No special train is passed here. Barton Morse.
Hood, this is unique in my 30 years of experience.
I can't understand it, Mr. Bland. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss.
And yet there's no siding between the two stations. Special must have run off the rails, jumped the track.
But how could the 450 Parliamentary pass over the same line without seeing it?
There's no alternative, Hood. Absolutely must be so. Possibly the local may have observed something which may throw sunlight on the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined intently as far as Barton Moss.
The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes.
No news of missing special. Driver and guard of local train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester.
This is lunacy, Hood. Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing's preposterous. An engine, a tender, car, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. It's impossible.
A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. Mr. Bland, at the end of this period, offered his resignation. It was accepted. The affair remained unsolved. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and a solution remained as far off as ever. Then a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. McPherson of a letter from her husband, James McPherson, who had been conductor of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5, 1925, was posted from Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa, and came to hand upon the July 14th.
My dear wife, I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring you here. Things are very difficult with me at present, and I'm not very happy, finding it so hard to give you up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James McPherson.
For a time, it was confidently anticipated that the letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole incident. As directed, Mrs. McPherson sailed to Portuguese East Africa. She stayed in Mozambique for some time, but heard nothing from the missing man. Finally, she returned to Liverpool, and so the matter stood. And has continued to stand right up to the present moment. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during those 18 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Carlton and his companion, Mr. Gomez. And McPherson, the conductor, Smith, the engineer, the fireman named Slater. And now, after all this time, I shall clear up the entire affair. And unless I hear from those so highly respectable gentlemen who were my employers and who are completely implicated in the crime, unless I hear from them before I'm finished, their names will be revealed on this broadcast. Take final warning, gentlemen. You know I mean what I say. If you are smart, you are at this moment arranging my reprieve. I must remind you, time is short. You have just 6 minutes. Now, for the interest of my other listeners, I shall resume the story of the lost special. In a word, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1925, perhaps you recall it, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known except by such confidential agents as myself. At stake were the honor and careers of many of the chief men of Europe and the United States. A secret committee was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the committee who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. They can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. You think I could forget your names, gentlemen? You pillars of the community, great, rich, respected, honorable men. Do you remember that day in May 1925? The fashionable country club, remember? And the golf game that was played there that spring morning? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the strangest golf game ever played in the history of this world.
Oh, rat. Look at that drive. I've been playing badly all morning.
You topped it, Senator. Perhaps you're a little nervous.
I beg your pardon?
May I join your game?
Well, I'm not sure
Not
that we
sure
should...
of what? Of me? I promise you, gentlemen, you can be very sure of me. I'm the man you're supposed to meet. The distinguished congressman here can vouch for me.
Yeah, he's the one, all right.
Yes.
This is Delerniak. Mr. Delerniak, may I present...
My name is not really Delerniak, gentlemen, but I am sure that bothers you no less than it does me. Besides, there is no need for introductions. I know everyone present by sight and by reputation. My drive, I believe. Thank you. Not so good. 200 and, about 50 yards. I hope I'm not going to continue in this way.
You're sure we can talk safely here, Frank? How do we know
Please
that...
set your mind at ease. We shan't be overheard in the middle of a golf course. There is no convenient hiding place here for dictaphones, even in the rough, where I notice you're playing the greater part of your game, Senator. You must be nervous this morning.
I know, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, it's not the superlative course you are accustomed to on your own enormous California estate, sir, but it's going to have to serve our particular purpose. Oh, by the way, let me compliment you on the way you've had your syndicate of newspapers handle the recent strike situation and the editorial which appeared under your own signature this morning. Yes, well calculated to stir up trouble with the labor.
Let's get on with our business.
Yes, Mr. Delerniak...
At your service, sir. And may I suggest we continue our game? I know the absence of caddies is an inconvenience.
Mr. Delerniak,
Certainly.
in June, a month from now in Paris, there will be a most important trial.
Ah, yes.
During its progress...
Pardon me, are you referring to the Sarinsky Trial?
Yes, you know about it then?
Well, certain interesting details. I know something of it. It's my business, after all, to keep myself informed about these matters. It is not for nothing that I am known as the most...
Let me
efficient of all
continue,
agents
please.
provocateurs.
This trial, I'm
Yes.
speaking in the utmost confidence, you understand. This trial could, if certain evidence were introduced, could have a very serious effect upon the prestige and standing of some most important men.
I'm sure
In
of
fact, it could even...
You're shivering, Senator. You find it cold out here?
No. Get on with it, Frank. Get to the point. For heaven's sake, please.
The evidence which one man could bring to the trial could ruin these men. Without it, the trial will collapse for want of facts. But if this one man arrives in Paris,
Quite evidently, you do not wish him to arrive in Paris.
No.
Gentlemen, you have come to the man. This sounds indeed like the sort of thing which no one in the world can manage with such skill and success as myself. I must admit, however, that my services come rather high.
Well,
It's only natural, since there is only
the
one.
money makes no difference. We have
Relieved
formed
to
a
hear
group,
it.
a committee, and we have the command of an unlimited amount of money. Absolutely
Good.
unlimited, you
We will
hear.
name people and places now. Who is the gentleman whose appearance in Paris would cause such regrettable embarrassment?
his name is Caratal, Louis Caratal. He knows everything. He has papers, documents, all
I
the
understand.
evidence.
Where is this Monsieur Caratel at
Well,
present?
he's sailing from somewhere in Central America within the next few
America.
days. That much we know.
Good. Central America. I have an excellent man down there in Central America. This Caratel, you know anything about him, his personal habits?
No, very little. He's a small man, dark. He has a bodyguard, a great big bruiser named Lopez
Let me
Gomez
see,
or
from
something
Central
like that.
America, that would be the Americano Tropicano.
Oh, but those are
and
my
their,
ships. You
Trips all commence at Liverpool, I believe. That's where the ships dock, and our famous trial is to begin in 3 weeks. That would mean that Monsieur Caratel would go directly to London, and I imagine that once there he would be heavily guarded, since it can be no surprise to him that you gentlemen are not without connections in the British capital.
That's good, clean
See,
thinking.
this is not so simple as some of my other exploits. A simple assassination.
Huh?
There's your ball, sir. You're playing a Dunlop 38, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yes, to be sure, yes.
Quite. As I said, a simple assassination, the usual clumsy job, will not do here. The documents might, after all, be found. The bodyguard might survive somehow, and then we have accomplished nothing, not so?
Yes,
Are you going to play?
yes, of course.
Topped it again, I'm afraid. Shall we proceed? I already have 3 plans in my head, gentlemen. I have a plan for nailing him at the Central American port from which he embarks. I have a plan for his disposal aboard the ship. But in each of these cases, I, Delerniac, will be unable to be present, so there is the chance of failure. I will think of a 3rd plan, gentlemen. I shall sail immediately to Liverpool. On my way there, sitting on the deck in the May sunshine, I shall conceive my 3rd plan. It must be something special. Something very special. There I am. Is this your famous water hazard? Well, I think a number 7 iron will do it. And thus I undertook to bring about the complete destruction of Monsieur Caratel, his bodyguard companion, Gomez, and his documents. Plan 1 was already out the window, as I found out the next day.
Delerniac, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia. Baby Lou, unable to sleep last few nights, have sent him to visit Aunt Henriette. Will rejoin him on 21st. Love, Jenny.
This telegram from Matagalpa conveyed to me the information that Caratel, possibly sensing danger, had moved from his hotel and gone to stay with friends until his ship sailed. So it was impossible to carry out the idea of the fire in the hotel. His ship leaving on the 21st was the Henriette. On my 4th day at sea, I heard from her.
Delernac, Baron Carrier. Ship-to-ship communication from Henriette, Tropicana line. Presented Grace your box of chocolates. Louise has given up candy for Lent. Grace still wants us all together for 29th birthday party. Will be really special. Ralph.
This meant that poison had been given to Gomez, the bodyguard, in an effort to get him at least out of the way. He had been unable to succumb to it. He'd thrown off the effects, and it is evidenced by the report that we would all be together on the 29th. Now, Caratel had refused to eat the food containing the poison. So much for Plan 2, which was not worthy of me anyway, since there was always the possibility of the bodies being found in the ocean. The man Gomez was carrying the documents in a dispatch case strapped to his wrist, and I must tell you something now. I was glad, mind you, that we had failed so far, for the plan I had conceived on the night I arrived in Liverpool was so magnificent. so absolutely unprecedented in the annals of crime that I owed it to myself, to my employers, and to history to carry it through. The inspiration came from the words in the code telegram which indicated that Carlton would arrive in London and hire a special train there to convey him from Liverpool. My British agent, Mr. Moore, and I contrived to buy over several officials of the railway. Now, here begins the story. First, the division head, who helped us employ James McPherson, whom we contrived to be the conductor of any special train we designated. Then further, at a sum that would make them independent for life, we bought over an engine driver named Oswald Smith and the fireman John Slater. These men, we arranged with the division head, would be assigned to whatever special train was hired by Carlton. On the afternoon of June 3rd, as I was sitting in my room at the inn at Barton Moss, the call I had been awaiting came through. It was McPherson reporting.
Hello, Mr. Delanyac. We shall be leaving in a few minutes. He's hired the special.
Good.
Smith will be engine driver and Slater fireman. And of course, I'll be in charge.
What about Moore? Will he be aboard?
Afraid not, sir. He gave them quite a story about having to reach his sick wife and all. But Caratal would have none of it. You said, though, sir, that it didn't matter.
It does not matter. What time will you pass Kenyon Junction?
Let me see, sir. If we leave the next few minutes, we should be there at 5:10.
5:10.
It's a 49-minute run, sir.
45 minutes. I can make it, but delay all you can before you start.
Yes, sir. I guess it's all up to you from now on. Best of luck, sir. Oh, here they come, sir. Goodbye.
And now I went to work. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The side track, just before Barton Moss, leading to the abandoned Heartsease mine, had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected when the mine had been worked out some years before. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready well before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small sideline so easily that the jolting of the switch points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the two travelers. So, now I have our special train upon the small line which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned mine. You will ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line. I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there. And now I will tell you what I saw. The moment the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith slowed down the engine, and then having turned it on full speed ahead, he and McPherson, with Slater, the fireman, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travelers, but the train was running at top speed before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. What a catch must have come to their breath as it flashed upon them that it was not Manchester that was awaiting them, but death. The train was now running at frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rotten, rusty line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound on the corroded surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratal was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other, Gomez, roared like a bull, but was drowned out by the incredible noise of the train. He saw me standing on the bank, and when he realized he couldn't be heard, he beckoned to me like a madman, tearing at his wrist and hurling the dispatch box out of the window in my direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence that they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if it could have been done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now so much beyond our control as it was theirs. He ceased his howling and gesturing when the train rattled around the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. They were struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues, who had joined me there, thought it actually would jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. It leaped into the air and seemed to hang suspended for a moment. The funnel flew off into the air, and then the van, the car, and the engine were all smashed up into one jumble, which choked the mouth of the Great Britain. Something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of iron, coal fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions crumbled together and crashed into the mine. Perfect. The deep, muddy water standing in the bottom of the pit 200 feet below responded to the intense heat of the engine boilers. It hissed loudly and blew great bubbles of black mire into the air. At the same time, the walls of the pit, loosened by the impact of the train as it struck the opposite side, gave way, and a mighty avalanche of rock and dirt thundered down upon the wreckage of the train as it settled with a low, hissing sigh, and was covered forever by the mud and mire. The vapor hanging in the air shredded off into thin, small wisps, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plan so successfully, it remained only to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English agent to Manchester, and Macpherson to East Africa. Word in passing about Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and tell her to meet him in Mozambique. And naturally, we took steps to ensure that this meeting would never come about. I have sometimes thought it would be a kindness to write to Mrs. Macpherson and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. But of the lost special, let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag, I took one or two little papers as a souvenir of that occasion. I had no wish to read the information obtained by these papers, but it is now, it's less than a minute before my broadcast is over. And I have received no word. It is the final hour. I see at the other end of the studio the engineer waving his hands at me that my time is almost up. Well, I gave you warning. You had your chance, gentlemen. Very well. Now I reveal your names. And the first name I reveal is that of Charles Orson. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying murder. I want you to hear these names quickly. I know you will avenge me. The names are...
Delania, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hey, Bill, play something quick, will you? Theme, curtain music, anything. And so closes the Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
This rebroadcast of Suspense was produced in the United States of America.
The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
Look outside, dear. Look. Imagine no snow at all when we went to bed, and now look at it. Oh, isn't it lovely?
Oh, yeah, just lovely. I got to get out there and shovel the driveway before I get the car out.
Come on, now get up. I made a surprise for you for breakfast. Those rolled egg pancakes you like with brown sugar inside.
Oh, hey.
You said you were tired of the same old things for breakfast, so I made a New Year's resolution to be a better wife and fix you some special things once in a while. Here's your bathrobe, dear.
Oh, thanks. Now, look, Donnie, have I ever complained that you weren't a good wife?
Well, no, dear.
Come here. Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
Give me a kiss. That's very nice. Here, let's try that again.
Well, darling, the pancakes will be cold, dear.
Heck with the pancakes.
Here, I fixed the pancakes specially.
Okay, boy. You complain I'm not romantic, and then when I am.
Well.
All right, look, darling, I'll shave and dress and I'll be down in exactly 7 minutes. Now, where's the toothpaste?
Well, hurry, because Betsy isn't awake yet, and I thought we could discuss a few things. There's the toothpaste. Such as some New Year's resolutions.
Yeah, you know what happens to New Year's resolutions.
Well, now that Betsy is 6.5 years old and understands so much, we should be much more careful not to quarrel in front of her.
Quarrel? Who quarrels? Big sakes. You get along better than any other couple I know. Look at the Buckleys. Look at the Watsons.
Oh, I know. They're terrible. Yeah. I know we're not like that. Let's just say that some of our disagreements or discussions ought not to be in front of Betsy, you know, so she doesn't get a feeling of insecurity, you know.
Yep. I guess you're right.
In front of her, we should always be, you know, sweet and loving to each other.
Yeah. Well, honey, I'm never really mad at you. You know that, even when we disagree. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. But I thought if there were some things about each other that annoyed the other person, we ought to discuss them intelligently when we're alone. And the other person should accept it in the spirit it's given.
Yeah, I guess so. I need some more shaving cream.
For example, there are probably dozens of little things I do, you know, that annoy you.
Oh, I don't know about that, darling. You're just about perfect as far as... Where's my razor?
Oh, well, you are too, dear. But I have made sort of a list.
Where the heck is... What do you mean, list?
Here's your razor, dear, right here.
What do you mean, list?
Resolutions for us, dear. Now, we'll discuss it at breakfast. Now, hurry down, sweetheart. And I'm going to try and always be on time when we go places.
Well, that's good resolution, darling. By the way, these pancakes are marvelous. Go on.
Well, I won't interrupt your stories when you tell them in front of people.
Fine, thank you, darling.
Even when you have the facts wrong.
Fine. What do you mean?
And in the future, I resolve not to get annoyed with you when you strew the newspapers all over the floor, or when you use my comb and get hair oil on it, or when you leave the bath towel in a wet lump on the floor, or when you finally decide after weeks to repair something just when I get dinner on the table, or when you
wait a minute. Your list of resolutions sounds more like a list of grievances about me.
Oh, dear, not really. It's your home. You earn the living, and you should be comfortable, you know.
Boy, I certainly sound like a delightful person to live with.
Well, you are. I only mention these things because if there's anything I do that annoys you, I'll try to change it.
Oh, well, yeah. I can't think of anything.
Now, I know there are things I do, you know.
No. Well, Don, look, come to think of it, there is. I just... No, never mind. It's not important.
Well, what is it?
No, Don, look, you'll just get mad.
Oh, why should I get mad? That's why we're doing this, you know.
Well, there. Now, look, it's nothing, darling, really, but you do have this little habit of saying, you know. You tack it on at the end of every sentence.
Oh. What do you mean?
Well, I think we ought to do this, you know, and that's what I told her, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh. Well, thank you. I didn't even know that I did it. I guess we do get into careless speech patterns. Like you say, yep, an awful lot. And you know what I mean? You say that all the time, dear. You don't mind my telling you?
Well, no, not at all, darling. I'm glad that I do. Well, I'll have to watch it. You know what I mean?
Is there anything else I do that annoys you?
Well, now, look, darling, I know it is silly, but I wish you wouldn't finish my crossword puzzle.
I didn't finish. Oh, there. Oh, there's Betsy. Now, come on down, dear. We'll talk about this more tonight, huh?
Yeah, you are right, darling. We really should be very careful in front of Betsy not to have even the slightest disagreement or raise our voices.
Yes.
Now, honey, anything like that can upset a child's emotional security. It's true.
Well, good morning, Betsy girl. You still sleepy, sweetie?
You come here. Come on, here. How's Daddy's girl? Huh?
Fine, Daddy.
Mommy made pancakes today.
I don't want any.
I thought you loved pancakes, dear.
I just want raisin toast.
Oh, well, all right, dear.
All right. For Pete's sake, why do you give in to her like that? She should eat what we're having, what's on the table. This business of always ordering her meals as though she's at the Waldorf Astoria and you just jump to get it.
She hardly eats anything. I'm so glad to get anything
She should
down
eat
her.
what is on the table. When I was her age, by golly...
Dear, I know you're right, Daddy, but...
well.
You see, Mommy made the pancakes for Daddy, Betsy. So even if you wanted one, you'd have to ask if you could have one of his. And I don't know whether he'd give you one.
Yes, he would, wouldn't you, Daddy?
Maybe if you ask him real nicely.
May I have one of your pancakes, Daddy?
Oh, yes, dear, of course.
But go in the other room, get a clean apron. The syrup is sticky, and I don't want you to get it all over you, dear.
For Pete's sake, I certainly don't agree that is the right way to handle it.
It is the only thing that works. Say no, and they want it. I'd rather be wrong than have her die of starvation.
Oh, if she's hungry, she'll eat. That is the key to the whole situation. And another thing is...
We were not going to argue in front of her, and we have got to present a united, happy front. And if you recall, last night for dinner, she had 2 string beans, which I certainly do not... Oh, there's our girl in her pretty new apron.
Well.
She's... Oh, the key. Your car keys.
What?
Oh, you just said the word key, and I suddenly remembered I went out to the garage last night to see if you left the hammer out there, and when I locked the garage doors, I dropped the keys, and I couldn't find them. So I thought, well, we'll get them this morning, you know, when it's light.
Okay. All right, you suddenly fly off and get so upset over things, and we'll find them. There's just... my car keys.
Yes?
For Pete's sake, they're under 4 feet of snow.
I know, that's what
Why did you take my car keys?
I lost mine.
Oh, not again.
I've said many times we ought to have more than 2 sets of car keys.
2 sets? We ought to have 52 sets. At least once a week you lose your keys. Now I gotta shovel the front, walk the driveway, then look in the snow for the darn keys before I can even get the car out. Oh, where's my other overshoe?
Daddy said darn.
You eat your breakfast. Why didn't you look for the keys last night?
I couldn't find the flashlight. There's your overshoe. And you were taking a bath when I came in. I didn't think you'd want to get dressed and go out and look for them. And I didn't know it was going to snow.
I got an early appointment at the office, and you lose the keys, you lose the flashlight. If you would put things back after you get through
with it. The flashlight is down on your workbench, Daddy. You had it yesterday.
You eat your breakfast.
I love you, Mommy.
Thank you, dear. Daddy loves me, too. He's just joking. He's not really mad, are you, Daddy?
No. Daddy just loves to shovel snow and look for our car keys underneath it and...
Let's make kind of a game out of it, Daddy, shall we? Betsy can help shovel. Would you like that, dear?
Yes. I want to shovel, too. And, Daddy, who finds the car keys first wins a prize. What would it be?
Let's see.
A lollipop.
A lollipop.
Yes.
That's fine. And I've got one right over here, too, I think, in the door. Now, let's hurry and get our things on, shall we?
Wait for us, Daddy, so we start even.
Look, Daddy's in a hurry. He's got to
You
get...
and Mommy always said when people play games, they should start even.
Yeah, that is true, Daddy. We have always said that, you know.
Look, All right, okay. We'll step on it then.
I think Daddy just wants to win the lollipop, don't you, Betsy?
Yeah. Boy, mine blew heaven, and baby makes 3. I don't know. Where do you think you dropped them?
I told you I was standing right there, and the keys just flew out of my hand.
Did you find it?
No, dear, not yet. If you do find the keys, why don't you kind of toss them back in the snow over near Betsy, so she's the one who finds them,
Listen, if I find the car keys, I'm not going to toss them back in the snow, I'll tell
I
you
just
that.
thought, she likes to win, dear, and she's little.
Now, look,
than
everybody can't win. She's got to learn to be a good sport about things. Oh, look at the time. I am so late.
Well, I'm sorry, dear.
Never-
I'll keep shoveling. Find them?
No.
No use, dear. We'll have to wait until the snow melts.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. Here they are. Yeah, I got them.
Oh, you
Oh, boy.
Wonderful. Daddy found the keys, Betsy.
Oh, well, look, I'm sorry. I was cross. You get excited, and I was late.
Dear.
What? These are not my car keys.
But they must be, dear. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, that's right, of course, I know. I remember looking for your car keys, and I couldn't find them. And then I remembered this bunch of house keys, which also has a garage key.
Then where in Sam Hill are my car keys?
Well, I don't know. I suppose they're in your pocket. Why don't you look, dear?
Did Daddy find the keys?
Well, yes, he found the ones that were lost, dear, so he wins.
Here they are, right in my coat
Dear,
pocket.
you should have looked.
You mean Daddy gets the lollipop?
Yes, Daddy won. Here's the lollipop, Daddy. But take it.
I don't want any lollipop. Oh, golly, all the time I spend sifting that snow and looking...
No, Daddy found the key, so he wins the lollipop.
No!
Oh, let her have it.
Let her have it. You're the one who just said she had to learn to be a good sport.
Oh, I don't know. Look, I've got to get the car...
Shovel and shovel and shovel!
We all shoveled. That was the game.
I don't care. It isn't fair. Daddy had a bigger shovel!
Daddy won the lollipop.
Oh, look,
Now just march right in the house and go up to your room. Go on.
No,
March
I
right.
hate you! I'm not going to live with you anymore!
All right, you pack your suitcase. We don't want anybody living with us who isn't a good sport. Oh, now, why are you just standing there? Don't the garage doors open?
She hates us.
Oh, all children say that when they don't get their own way.
This may be one of her most vivid memories when she grows up, that her father took a lollipop away from her.
Oh, go to work. I'm going in to see if she took off her overshoes before she traipsed upstairs.
Where's the car?
The what?
The car! Where's the car?
You took it to Bailey's garage Saturday to have it checked. Didn't you pick it up?
No. I forgot. How dumb can you get?
Well, anyhow, honey, we got the driveway shoveled.
Oh, poor Betsy. I don't think she's got a chance of growing up to be normal with two parents like us. Well, come on. I got to go and call a taxi. It's so late now that I... Look, you call a taxi, will you, honey? I'll just run upstairs and then see if...
And see if what?
Well, just see if Betsy's all right, and say goodbye. You know what I mean.
I do indeed, and don't you dare give her that lollipop.
Oh, certainly not. I wouldn't think of such a thing.
Oh, I'll bet. Now, don't give in. That's the whole point of it. Oh, fathers, what's the use? Your taxi's here, dear.
Yes. I'm coming.
Did you give her that lollipop?
No, I did not.
And tell her not to tell Mommy?
No, I did not. I know better than that, for Pete's sakes. I was very nice, but I gave her a little lecture on being a good sport, and she listened, and she understood, and we parted very good friends.
So she doesn't hate you.
Oh, well, I wasn't worried about that, really.
Oh,
where's my hat?
The hat's right there. Well, I'm glad we've taught her a lesson.
Yeah, well, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, I'll pick you up about 6 o'clock. I'm taking you both out to dinner tonight, so dress up.
Taking us out to dinner? How come?
Well, if she likes to dress up in her party dress, and, well, they give free lollipops to the kids at the Red Barn Inn.
Well, how did she swing the deal? Whenever I suggest eting out...
Goodbye, darling, bye.
I'm going to stop worrying about my daughter and take a few lessons from her.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye.
The Couple Next Door is written by Peg Lynch and stars Peg Lynch and Ellen Bunce, with Madeline Pierce as Betsy, and is produced by Walter Hart.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon with Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play gave the language a new word for an old dream. The word is Shangri-La, the name of the beautiful far country in James Hilton's novel, Lost Horizon. And the dream is man's eternal vision of a land completely civilized, peaceful, and free. High in the rugged mountains of Tibet lies Shangri-La, a world apart from war and rumors of war. Whole centuries ahead of its time. But even the best of all possible worlds must have people, and people will always be human. That's what makes Mr. Hilton's magnificent adventure tale a fine human drama, and the story of a very human love, too. If you saw Lost Horizon on the screen, you wouldn't picture anyone else but Ronald Colman in the starring role, and neither could we. I still have the many fine letters you wrote about his performance here last year in Libel. And I believe this play will inspire you even more. With Ronald Colman, you'll hear Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver as two of the people that are part of the strange story of Shangri-La. And Lux Soap, by the way, will be perfectly at home with Mr. Hilton's globe-trotting play tonight. Right next to the distant mountains where our story takes place is Turkestan, a wild, forbidding, sparsely inhabited country. Just the other night, Mrs. DeMille and I were reading a book written by an adventurous gentleman who'd traveled straight across Turkestan on horseback. Far up in the Himalaya mountains, his party stopped for the night at a native home, and following the custom of the country, he gave a present to the three ladies of the household. He gave them each one cake of Lux toilet soap. Much to his astonishment, each of the women put the soap in a small bag and hung it around her neck. In that lost horizon of the hills, Lux toilet soap was much too precious to be used. It was to be treasured like some work of art. Remember that the next time you get a new cake down from the shelf. And I know you'll remember Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama, Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen, and Dennis Green as Mallinson. The curtain rises on the first act. Far out on the Pacific, the steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something something...
There, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Sievkin.
Sievkin, the pianist?
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you, yes. Superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So? Then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me. a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing? This friend of Chopin's. Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Seaking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chungking by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chungking, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you? Hmm?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chungking.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskul. I was the consul there, up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskul, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskul with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskul at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh, what's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
Well, I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I'll swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least. What? You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
No, I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
Do you suppose we're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours, we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly, the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast, much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the four of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs, and I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Ah, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter? Well, look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La. Shangri-La.
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here, along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
Which doesn't seem to me any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway?
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair and in it a robed figure. An elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
No, they do. Nishi. I am from the Lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnard, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident. Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey...
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could easily...
It is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friends.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Bon hoi, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Caracal.
Ah, I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? And what's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
No, they don't, Nishi.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, you can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk-blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep and aesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act Two of Lost Horizon.
What a beautiful bride.
Lucky men getting a girl like that.
And how I'm lucky, marrying anyone as lovely as you. Darling, I
always want to look lovely for you, dear.
Ah, there's a bride who can count on happiness ahead. A clever young bride, typical of women everywhere who win romance and keep it by caring for their own natural loveliness. They know that complexion beauty must be cherished if skin is to stay appealingly soft and smooth. That's why they take a tip from the world's most beautiful women, Hollywood's famous stars. Know how they care for their million-dollar complexions? Hollywood's beauty care? Why, daily active lather facials with gentle white Lux toilet soap. Screen stars say this beauty facial is as simple as 1, 2, 3. They just smooth the creamy, rich Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently to dry with a soft towel. That's all. But you'll find that Lux soap's active lather has removed every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics, has left skin feeling smooth, looking flower fresh. Don't let another day go by without trying this gentle beauty care. See how the rich lather of this smooth white soap caresses your skin, how beautifully fresh it makes you look and feel. Here's a tip for brides, for women everywhere who want their beauty care really to work. Begin now to use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama and Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen. At the rail of the ocean liner, Conway continues his story. The strange tale of a journey to a strange place, the lamasery of Shangri-La.
From the stormy cliffs of Caracal to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. How long we would have to stay, we didn't know. But I can't pretend that I was worried or even annoyed. For here in this lovely place, I enjoyed a strange sensation, a pleasant mingling of physical ease and mental alertness. It seemed to me, of all sensations, the most truly civilized. At dinner, our first night there, I noticed that the food was cooked and served in Chinese fashion.
You will excuse me if I do not have my dinner with you. My diet is very restricted. I'm obliged to take care of myself.
Not at all. Of course.
If there is anything you wish, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm sure we can supply it.
You seem to be a fortunate community here, and very hospitable to strangers. I don't imagine, though, that you receive them often.
Seldom indeed. It is not a traveled part of the world.
Yes, to put it mildly. As we came up, I thought it the most isolated spot I had ever set eyes on. And yet...
Yes?
And yet you run this place as though it were a first-rate European hotel. Isn't that what you mean, Conway?
Or an American hotel, for that matter. You even have bathtubs.
Yes. We are less barbarian than you expected.
Will you tell us about the monastery, please?
It will give me the greatest pleasure, madam, so far as I am able. What exactly do you wish to know?
First of all, how many are there of you here, and what nationality do you belong to?
Those of us in full lamahood number 50. As for our racial origins, there are representatives of a great many nations, though it is perhaps natural that Tibetans and Chinese make up the majority.
I see. It's really a native monastery, then. Is your head lama a Tibetan?
No.
A Chinese?
No, madam.
Well, I'm sure he can't be English. Oh, do you have any English here?
Several.
Dear me, that seems very remarkable. And now, tell me what you all believe in.
That's rather a big question, Miss Brinklow.
Of course, I believe in the true religion. But I'm broad-minded enough to admit that other people, foreigners, I mean, are quite often sincere in their views.
If I were to put it into very few words, I should say that our prevalent belief is in moderation. We believe in the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. In the valley below, there are several thousand inhabitants living under the control of our order. We rule with moderate strictness, and in return we are satisfied with moderate obedience. And I think I can claim that our people are moderately sober, moderately faithful, and moderately honest.
Well, were those the valley people who arrived with you this morning?
Yes.
Well, they all seem to be excellent guides. Why can't they take us back tomorrow? We'll make it worth their while, of course.
I am sorry, but that is beyond my province. I cannot help you, sir.
You mean you won't?
Malin.
If you refuse to help us, we'll help ourselves. You have maps, I suppose?
Yes, we have many.
Well, then we'll borrow some of them, if you don't mind. How far away is the nearest telegraph line?
I do not know.
Well, where do you send to when you want anything? Anything civilized, I mean. When you had all these modern baths installed, how did they get here? Oh, you won't tell me then. It's part of the mystery, like everything else, I suppose. Conway, I must say, I think you're devilish slack. Why don't you get at the truth? I'm all in for the time being, but tomorrow, mind you, we must get away tomorrow. It's essential.
Mallinson!
Lend me a hand here. Easy, man.
Are you all right, Mallinson?
I feel I don't know.
Tomorrow he will be much better. The air here is difficult for the stranger at first, but one soon becomes acclimatized.
Yes, I expect we're all feeling it somewhat. Barnard, look after Mallinson, will you? And I'm sure you're in need of some rest, too, Miss Brinklow.
Yes, I am. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Come on, Mallinson. Just leave your weight on me. That's the boy.
Shall I call for someone to help you?
We'll manage.
Are you retiring also, Mr. Conway?
I'd like a word with you first, if I may.
Yes?
I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then it was not a chance meeting. You came there deliberately to intercept us. That suggests that you must have known of our arrival beforehand. The interesting question is, how?
You are very clever, but not entirely correct. Therefore, I should counsel you not to worry your friends with these abstract discussions.
No, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
There will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
How long, please?
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it, is that what you mean? Very well. For myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
Good night.
The view from here is quite delightful. Notice how the moonlight shines on Caracal.
It's beautiful. I'd been thinking it was white or silver, but it isn't. It's blue.
Caracal, in the language of our people, means blue moon.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized treasures of art that museums and millionaires alike would have bargained for. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, and tinted ink drawings preserved for more than 1,000 years. And then I discovered the library, lofty and spacious, with a quiet atmosphere more of wisdom than of learning. Here was housed all the great literature of the present and of centuries past, and all the scientific knowledge of the world. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the Lamasery. Presently, I became conscious of the music that seemed to come from an archway behind me. It was a harpsichord, and it had begun so softly that I wasn't even aware of listening. A girl was playing, a girl in Chinese dress. She had the high cheekbones and the eggshell pallor of the Manchu. Her jet black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased, sir?
More than pleased.
Chang said it would be so.
Oh, did Chang send you here?
To play for you.
Well, that's very nice of him. My name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lo Tsen.
Lo Tsen. Do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the Lamasery?
Yes, but as yet I have not attained the full lamahood.
You mean you are a lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I didn't realize. I thought that only men could be lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
But you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Oh, please.
Good morning.
Oh, Chang.
You are pleased with Lo Tsen?
She plays magnificently.
One of our greatest students of music. She has studied for a great many years.
But she couldn't. She's only... Chang, how old is Lo Tsen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Whole weeks, not a word yet about when we're to leave. Has Chang spoken to you, Conway?
Chang has been rather vague on the subject.
Vagueness seems to be his principal stock in trade. But I imagine he'll break down a bit before long.
Well, the prospect of being marooned here doesn't seem to worry you a great deal, Barnard.
Well, frankly, it doesn't. The outside world has certain attractions, of course, but it also has some definite disadvantages.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you. From Conway, I might have expected. You seem positively intrigued by the place, Conway. Or are you intrigued mainly by the little Chinese girl?
I've always been a lover of music. I enjoy her company.
Hardly an excuse, is it?
Oh, I don't know. You don't care for music, do you?
No.
And yet, if you'll forgive my saying so, you seem to enjoy her company, too.
I suppose you think that's rather clever.
No, I merely think she's rather beautiful. And I know that you're only 24.
Well, you're not very old yourself, you know.
It's true.
Speaking of age, I've been sort of puzzled about this fellow Chang. How old would you say he was, Conway?
Chang? Well, that's rather difficult. At a rough guess, I'd say, anywhere from 49 to 149.
Conway, are you awake? Conway.
What is it?
I've got to see you.
Come in.
Listen, I've just found out why our friend Barnard is so willing to stay on here. He dropped his pocketbook tonight and a lot of newspaper clippings fell out.
Well?
The clippings say that he's wanted back in America for embezzlement and fraud.
When Mallinson had gone, I walked out on the terrace and stood looking across the valley of the Blue Moon. Suddenly, I became aware of a figure standing in the bright square of the pavilion.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, is that you, Chang?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Well?
I congratulate you, sir. And I am happy to think that I am, in some measure, responsible for the High Lama's decision.
Decision? High Lama?
It is extraordinary and unprecedented. A fortnight ago, you had not arrived. Tonight, you are to be received by him. You will follow me, please?
As I followed Chang through the Lamasery that night, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a great spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Inside, the atmosphere was dry and tingling warm. The airlessness increased as we passed through the dim halls. And then at last we stopped.
The High Lama will see you alone.
Chang left me silently, and I stood breathing an atmosphere that was sultry and full of dusk. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless, a fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull. And his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway?
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me and have no fear. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival?
Extremely so.
I am glad. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I am very much interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing I would rather hear.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Pekin in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey into the hinterland. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanzhou and Nokono, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death when by accident he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who made haste to display what I have always regarded as our oldest tradition, that of hospitality to strangers. Quickly he recovered his health and began to preach his mission. His name was Father Pero, and he was by birth a Luxembourger. He was something of a scholar, but he was also physically sturdy. For more than half a century he labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Pero was dying at last. He lay in this room where he could see from the window the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. But the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient lama paused, his eyes closed as if the discourse had tired him. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. Father Pero's recovery, he told me, was not in any sense temporary. No, he plunged immediately into a rigorous self-discipline which would have killed another man of that age. It was in 1803 that a wanderer found his way to the Valley of the Blue Moon, an Austrian named Henschel. The great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then that they had a wild and fantastic dream to preserve for all time the transient and perishable beauties of the world, to store them at Shangri-La, and keep them safe against the brutalities and ravages of war, a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Then, when the strong had devoured each other, the Christian ethic might at last be fulfilled, and the meek might inherit the earth. So, with the valley's gold, they purchased art treasures from Europe and Asia. They filled the library with the great literature of all the ages. Then, later on, it was decided to admit travelers and strangers who had lost their way.
Strangers who had lost their way. Strangers might come as freely as they wished, but with one important proviso.
And what was that?
In the years that followed, strangers did come. More than one party of explorers lost in these hills encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, and one that was rarely declined. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Father Pero and Henschel, the lamasery had begun to acquire many of its present characteristics. It was almost completed when Henschel died.
He died?
Yes. It was very sudden. He was killed in the year 1910.
1910?
Just before his death, a Chinese artist had sketched him. There is his picture on the wall behind you.
But this is the portrait of a young man. If he died in the year you said...
He did.
And he came here in 1803?
Yes.
He was killed, you said?
Yes. A traveler shot him.
What was the cause of it?
There had been a quarrel about some porters. Henschel had just told him of the important proviso that governs our reception of guests. Perhaps you are wondering, my dear Conway, what that proviso may be.
I think I can already guess. We are to stay here all of our lives.
And can you guess anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible, and yet, impossible as it may be, I know it's the truth.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Pero.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act 3 of Lost Horizon. And now, here's Sally, all dressed up and looking like $1 million in a very dashing new fall hat. Well, Sally, you certainly are a good picker.
Mr. Ruick, do you really like this hat? I do, but then,
Why,
of course...
Sally, it's a honey.
Well, thank you. I bought it in such a hurry today, but I was sure it was the hat for me the moment I saw it. Well, I guess I'm just one of those people with whom first impressions count most.
Well, I think most women are like that, Sally.
Well, first impressions have always counted most with me. You know, Mr. Ruick, I still remember the first time I tried Lux toilet soap. Oh, years and years ago. That neat sort of quaint American sampler wrapper made a hit with me right away. It was so different and so nice looking. And then when I unwrapped the cake and saw how very pure white and satiny smooth it was, I just knew some way that Lux must be a real beauty soap. The kind of soap a girl wants for her skin.
You were right about that, Sally.
Of course. And then I remember what an impression it made on me when I started to use that beautiful cake of Lux toilet soap. Why, it felt as if I were actually smoothing beauty in. The lather was so creamy, so caressing. Believe me, I was absolutely reveling in luxury.
Yes, Sally, so many women speak of Lux toilet soap as a luxury soap. And yet Lux toilet soap really isn't a luxury as far as price is concerned. It costs only a few cents a cake. And for those few cents, you get a personal toilet soap that's as fine as money can buy. You know, Lux toilet soap is made of only the highest quality ingredients. That's why it's so pure and mild, gentle to precious complexions. Which is why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their priceless complexions. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this fragrant white soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Lost Horizon. Once again, as his friend Rutherford listens intently, Conway takes up the thread of his narrative. Dawn is breaking over the calm Pacific. Conway's voice is low, keyed to the tune of another world, the peaceful world of Shangri-La.
I learned one of the secrets of Shangri-La that night, the secret of prolonged human life. For the High Lama who sat beside me had been born in 1683. He had lived for nearly 2.5 centuries. He confirmed my suspicion that our coming was no accident. There had been no travelers to Shangri-La for 20 years. Many lamas had died. And our pilot had been sent out into the world to bring new life to the lamasery.
Yes, my son, there is death at Shangri-La. There are many of us who live no more than 100 years.
And those who do live more, when do they begin to grow old in appearance?
Cases differ. Some retain their youth for a century or more, but they must never leave the Valley of the Blue Moon.
And if one of your lamas were to leave the valley?
He would die. His years would fall on his shoulders like a great burden, and he would die very soon, an old, old man.
Lotsen.
You have seen the High Lama?
Lotsen, you must help me. When I spoke with him, I understood everything. And now...
And now, you are not sure again. That will pass.
Will it?
You will be happy, as all of us have been.
Lotsen, how did you come here? How long ago?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. We were traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers lost their way in the mountains.
When did this happen?
In 1864. I was 18.
18. Well, then now you...
The missionaries of Shangri-La found us. They brought us here.
Yes, it must have been very difficult for you, your wedding journey.
I had never seen the man I was to marry. It was the custom of our land.
Then, in all these years, you have never known the meaning of love? Lotsen, is there no love at Shangri-La? Is there no room for love at Shangri-La, Lotsen? She did not answer, but I thought I saw a faint flush rising in her ivory cheek, and my heart seemed to leap inside me. And then I was aware that someone had entered the pavilion and was standing watching us. It was Mallinson. In the next few weeks, I was summoned often by the High Lama. I learned to expect his call, and I seemed to sense when it would come. One night, I heard the valley people chanting far below. I thought it strange, for I had not heard it since we arrived. It was midnight when I stood in the presence of the High Lama.
Tell me, my son, have you been happy at Shangri-La?
Quite happy, Father Perrault.
What have you been doing?
Something very unusual. I have been learning new pieces by Chopin.
Ah, then you have met Alphonse Briac.
Oh, yes.
He was a great friend of Chopin. He was with him the night he died, in 1849.
And so he told me. It was fascinating.
My son, I know that you are content here, but I worry about your friends. Will they learn to be content also?
I'm sure that two of them will. Miss Brinklow is going to convert you.
Or we her. Does it matter? What of Mr. Barnard?
Oh, he's found a project, too. He wants to mine your gold.
For himself?
No, for you. He's discovered that you use it to bring supplies from outside.
And he wishes to help us. Splendid. And now, Mallinson.
Ah, he's going to be a problem.
Yes. I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Because, my son, I am going to die.
You are going to? Father Perrault.
Yes. We are all mortal, even here in the Valley of the Blue Moon. But I must feel at rest before I die. That is why I sent for you tonight.
You do me a great honor, Father.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I have waited for you, my son, for, a long time. My colleagues have grown old and wise, but you who are still young in years are as wise already. My son, there is a great storm gathering in the world, a black fury which will not spend itself for many years. There will be no safety in arms, no answer in science. It may rage till every flower of culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown. And I see it now, more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken?
No, a crash such as that came once before, and then there were the Dark Ages lasting 500 years.
The Dark Ages that will come will cover the earth like a pall. But I believe that you will live through the storm. Beyond that, my vision weakens. But I see at great distance a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon. And you will be here to give them to the hopeful world. My son, I place in your hands the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
The High Lama stopped speaking. The glow in his eyes faded. Presently it came to me as in a dream. The High Lama was dead.
Conway, I've been waiting for you. I've got some news. I say, what's the matter, Conway? Are you ill?
Ill? No, I don't think so. Just tired.
Well, where were you all the while?
I was visiting the High Lama.
Oh, him. Well, that's for the last time, anyhow.
Yes, the last time.
Pull yourself together, man. The porters are waiting for us.
Porters?
Yes, it's all arranged. We've got to start immediately.
We can't.
Oh, don't be a fool. They've even been paid. They're going to take us back to Peshawar. Miss Brinklow and Barnard are staying, so it's just you and I and...
Who's been making all these plans? Who?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes, she's coming with us.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
You must take my word for it. Lotsen must never leave here.
Because you want to stay. Because you're in love with her. That's it, isn't it? That's it.
Listen to
I
me.
won't. You're in love with her.
What if I am? That's why I tell you she must stay.
You've no right to say that. Oh, Conway, listen. There isn't much time. You've got to come with us. I want to go back to get away from this place. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't that count?
Lotsen is not young.
Not young? Not young?
Lotsen came to Shangri-La in 1864.
You're raving, man.
It's the truth. Her beauty is a fragile thing. It can only live where fragile things are loved. Take her away from this valley and she will fade away like an echo.
Conway, I'm not going to waste any more time. Are you coming with us or not?
Mallinson, listen to me. I tried then to tell him about the secret of Shangri-La. He looked at me as though I were mad. And as I read the disbelief in his eyes, I began to doubt myself. When he left me, I wanted to cry out to him, to wait, that I had been mad. That the thing was too incredible even for me to believe. I waited in torture all night. And then, toward dawn, Mallinson returned.
I couldn't do it. I didn't have the nerve.
Mallinson.
Well, that place where we were roped together on the cliff, do you remember? I got as far as that and I couldn't manage it. I was afraid.
Stop
afraid.
It. Stop.
Conway, you've got to go. I can't do it without you. I've depended on you. I've depended on your help in everything. You've got to help me to get out of this place.
Tell me something. Are you in love with Lotsen?
Yes. And she's in love with me.
Where is she?
Lotsen.
I'm here.
Lotsen, do you wish to leave Shangri-La?
We have tried to go. We tried to leave tonight.
You know, you understand the risk?
I love him. If he is not with me, I would die. Here.
Conway, you see, don't you?
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit with the rope if I were with you?
You mean you'll come?
Yes.
Lotsen, did you hear? He's coming. He's coming with us.
We made the descent that morning, Mallinson, the girl, and I. For weeks, we traveled toward the east. And then our porters began to desert. One by one, they disappeared. Until there were just the three of us, creeping like snails across a desert wilderness. Then, for a long while, we were only two. Mallinson had died.
Go on. There must be more, Conway. What's the rest of the story?
I don't know the rest of it. Perhaps you can help me, Rutherford.
Aye?
You found me in the hospital at Chungking. A woman had come with me.
Yes?
Did you ask? Did they tell you? Was she a young woman?
No. They said she was old. The oldest woman they had ever seen.
Ashore! Gangplank is down! Going ashore!
Conway, are you in there? The boat's docked, Conway. Conway, answer me.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Rutherford?
Yes?
Mr. Conway asked me to deliver this note to you.
Well, where is he?
We arrived quite early, sir. He went ashore in the tender.
My dear Rutherford, when this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything that you have done for me.
When this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I can never repay you. Tomorrow, I hope to find passage back to Shanghai. Somewhere beyond Lhasa, Near the foothills of the Himalayas, I seem to picture in my mind a long plateau running north. It seems to me that from the end of this plateau, I can see a mountain far away rising white against the sky. I hope to find it again, for this I think is Caracal, and beyond is Shangri-La, and the Valley of the Blue Moon.
Curtain falls, and downstage to the footlights come Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver. Ronnie, we salute you, and the company at large for a splendid performance.
Thank you, C.B., and I wish James Hilton were here so that we could thank him for giving us a story like Lost Horizon.
The most amazing thing to me is that he's made Shangri-La just as believable as Hollywood.
In some ways, a little more so.
So real that I believe some people have actually gone in search of it. The rumors of such a place keep coming from Tibet every once in a while.
I hope we haven't started anything like that tonight.
After working a year on Reap the Wild Wind, I'd like to go hunting for it myself.
Sounds like an exciting trip over Mr. Hilton's mountains by mule.
C.B., I'll give you 10 minutes in Shangri-La before you start looking for camera angles.
I might surprise you, Ronnie.
And now, before we go, Mr. DeMille, I want to thank you for making my first visit to the Lux Radio Theater so pleasant. I didn't really feel like a stranger at all because I've heard the program so much, and also because I've used Lux soap for so long a time. I'd like to tell the women in the audience that it's a complexion care that's really kind to your skin. When you try Lux soap once, you know it's what you've been looking for.
Lux soap came, was seen, and it conquered, Lynn. If Julius Caesar's listening, my apologies.
He won't mind, C.B., if only you tell us what next week's play is.
It's this week's hit in the screen world, Ronnie. A picture that's just been released. It's called Lydia, adapted from Alexander Korda's fine film production. The star is the same lovely actress you've seen, or surely will want to see in this picture, Merle Oberon. And with her, we'll present Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves from the screencast. Lydia is the story of a beautiful woman and the 4 men who loved her. The story's climaxed by the dramatic scene many years later when they all meet again. The picture's been hailed as an acting triumph, and we have the same stars here next Monday night.
I'm anxious to hear it, C.B., because I've heard so much about the picture. Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. And may we all find Shangri-La. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Retailers for Defense Week. May I suggest that when you go shopping, you take your change in United States defense stamps. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon in Lydia with Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ronald Colman is currently seen on the screen in My Life with Caroline. Donald Crisp appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Mallinson, Cy Kendall as Chang, Dennis Hoy as Rutherford, and Jill Esmond, Dick Elliott, Charlie Lung, and Peter Leeds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Lost Horizon has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless, as every woman wants her skin to be. Your announcer is Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
tune for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The line between fact and fancy is often a very thin one. The border that separates illusion is very narrow, just as the distance from sanity to madness and back again to sanity can be a very short one. And do we always know where the real world leaves off and the dream begins?
Sometime the spirit of a man die before his body die. When his soul, his spirit, die before the rest of him, then the god Marco is especially sad. When that happened, melody of the drum is especially sad too, like now. Listen to the song of lamentation. Death has walked among my people. Here is why this island is called the Island of the Lost.
Our mystery drama, Island of the Lost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Ever had a tall, frosty glass of Amplitude? Well, if your beer is Budweiser, you've had it often. Amplitude is a fancy word for the total experience of flavor. Next time you take a healthy swallow of Bud, watch what happens. Think about the sensations you're experiencing. Notice how the flavor of Bud comes on nice and easy. Not too strong, not too quick, just right. Notice the clean, crisp togetherness of Bud's taste. Everything in perfect balance, with no single element jumping out at you. And there'll be no aftertaste either, no hanging on. And you'll be refreshed and ready for another glassful. Actually, Bud drinkers have been experiencing Amplitude for years, but they just say Budweiser, and that says it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
At Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey, you're always the tops. So to help you reach the top, Suburban is offering you a top 7.90% effective annual yield on their 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Just a $2,500 minimum is all you need to get your savings straight to the top. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has other ways to top off your day with a wide selection of other savings plans to choose from. Your savings will always come out on top because we offer you the highest interest rates allowed by law. Suburban Savings Office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta. And choose the right savings plan for you.
Dreams have breath and tears and tortures and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking troubles. They can divide our being. They can become for us the heralds of eternity. For Tony Bridges, it began in the office of his eye doctor.
Tilt your head back just a trifle more, Tony. So, very good. Now hold still, please.
You know, every time you put that head mirror on to examine my eyes...
And no talking, my friend.
Oh, you're the doctor.
One moment more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so. Finished. You were saying, Tony?
Oh, nothing important. It's only that every time you examine my eyes and put that big mirror on around your head with the hole in the middle, it always makes me think of one of those science fiction movies with, Boris Karloff. Well, what's the verdict here, Dr. Werner?
Doctor, we'll prescribe a stronger prescription for your eyeglass.
The prescription I'm wearing strong enough?
Not quite, Tony. At your age, shall we say past 39?
Past 39? What about for a man who's just past 59?
A little stronger still.
Fritz, if they'll help cut down on these headaches, it'll certainly be worth the trouble.
Yeah, the new glasses may help.
May?
We can never be sure about these things. We must always hope. You know something, Tony?
What?
Sometimes I think your headaches could be, how do you say, by something not altogether physical.
Oh, come on, Fritz. What's that supposed to mean?
How old is your wife?
Now, you know perfectly well how old Martha is.
30.
Almost on the nose. But what's Martha's age got to do with...
She's half your age. Charming, intelligent, beautiful. Black hair, green eyes, the figure of a goddess, the face of an angel.
Yes, one of the most gorgeous young women you've ever seen, right?
Exactly. Could it not be possible that there is a certain tenseness in your relationship with this beautiful young wife?
That causes the headaches? Oh, no, Fritz, I don't think so.
I've seen you both at a dinner party. How you react whenever a younger man seems to be paying the slightest attention to her. Martha loves you. Loves you deeply. You have no cause in the world to be jealous of her. I promise you. So relax. Enjoy her. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life.
Fritz, what you're prescribing is what I have in mind.
That's good.
You know that Martha left a week ago for that vacation we've been talking about. A little hidden-away island in the Caribbean. Well, I am joining her.
You're joining her? That's perfectly wonderful.
Yes, it's going to be like a surprise. She's not expecting me for another few days.
You shouldn't do that, Tony.
Well, who says so?
Why do you surprise her? Can't you wire her or phone?
Well, no way. There's no direct phone to the island. And by the time a wire got there...
What about the new glasses?
Well, I've lived this long with the old ones. I can live a few more days with them. Here's the address of the island. It's the Hotel Paraiso. Send them Air Express. They should be there in 2 or 3 days.
Whatever you say, Tony.
Auf Wiedersehen, Fritz. And thanks for the advice.
Not at all.
And don't forget the glasses.
Of course not.
See you in about 10 days.
Miss Elliot, please take this letter to Mrs. Martha Bridges, Hotel Paraiso, Isla de los Perdidos. I'll give you the exact address later. Send it airmail, special delivery. Mark it urgent. Ready? Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha.
At 1 o'clock the following morning, I was in the lobby of the Hotel Paraiso on the little island of Los Perdidos, the island of the lost. Behind the desk, his feet on the desk, was a bald, fat little man, fast asleep. Excuse me. Maybe this will work.
Please forgive me, senor.
It's all right.
I was just taking a few winks of sleep.
It's my fault. It is a little late. 1 in the morning, your time.
Oh, the hour is of no importance, senor. Welcome to the Hotel Paraiso. I am at your service.
My wife arrived last Tuesday, and she doesn't...
Of course, senor. Pablo understands. Your wife arrived last Tuesday.
Yes, and you're Pablo.
Always at your orders, senor. Your lady, this good senora, is expecting you. You will find her in Bungalow B. It is our very best.
Expecting? She doesn't even know that...
You must not keep her waiting, eh, senor?
But this is a surprise. She doesn't even know that I'm coming. Are you sure, Pablo?
Oh, I am sure, senor.
You didn't even ask me my name.
I know, senor, You follow me now to Bungalow B, see? This is our Bungalow B. Enter, senor.
Yes, well, you can put my bag over there near the coffee table.
Now, this naturally is the living room. The bedroom is through that door.
Just a moment. I want to see. Now, we must be quiet. It's dark, but... Yes, that's Martha all right in there. And she's in bed, sound asleep.
Well, you yourself have said, senor, it is a little late.
But I just can't understand it.
Don't try, senor. Meantime, try to make yourself comfortable. Admire, if you will, the beauty of this bungalow.
Yes, it's very nice.
As you can see, all the furniture is what you call rattan. All beautifully handmade by the artistic makers of furniture of the island. And please do notice the draperies, senor.
Yes, they're very pretty.
Fishing nets woven by the fishermen of the island and made into most unique decorative kinds.
But how could she have been expecting me? I wasn't supposed to...
And in the morning, senor, when you awaken, you will see a view from the bedroom window as you have never seen before in all your life.
Are you sure that she...
Oh, I am quite sure. Bungalow B is situated on a most high cliff looking down 2,000 feet into our beautiful sea and the rocks below.
Yes, of course. I look forward to seeing it.
In the morning, senor. And now, senor, pleasant dreams. Until tomorrow.
What was he talking about? Martha couldn't possibly have been expecting me. Not for another 3 days. Oh, well, it'll all get cleared up in the morning. Oh, I better get undressed. Get a little sleep. And my little gift for Martha. My anniversary present. Beautiful string of pearls. Perfectly matched. Oh, wonderful luster. Well, I'll keep till morning. I'll put them around her beautiful neck as I wake her. Oh, Lord, I'm tired. Well, lights out, Tony. I feel as if I hadn't slept in... No, not again. Not here, of all places. Oh, that pain is coming again. It's spreading down the whole side of my face. It's hard to breathe.
It is me, my darling. Alberto. I'm sorry to be late. Oh, I beg your pardon.
What are you doing here?
I apologize, sir. A frightful mistake. I thought this was Bungalow B.
This is Bungalow B, young man, and I'm afraid that you've made a very great mistake.
If this is Bungalow B, I have made no mistake.
Who do you think you're looking for?
I cannot see, senor, but this can not be any of your business.
Shh, please, keep your voice down. My wife is in there asleep.
Your wife? This is beginning to be most amusing. That beautiful young woman is the wife of an old rooster like you? This is very funny. Your wife?
Now, listen, you better leave. You've come to the wrong place.
Perhaps it is you who have made the mistake. The American girl told me
that... You get out of here fast before I kill you.
So, the old man has a gun, too.
Yes, and it is loaded. Out.
As you say, senor. She is all yours, old man. Good night and good luck.
As the door slammed shut, something exploded inside me. I knew that these last few months of doubt, fear, suspicion about Martha were based on something more than fantasy. This young man was evidence of it, clear and tangible proof. I hadn't been expected for a few days, and Pablo had mistaken me for this young man. My brain began to pound like a trip hammer. I no longer trusted myself to be in the same room with Martha if I stayed. At that moment, I looked down at my hands. The string of pearls was still in them. I tore them apart furiously. and watched as they rolled to the floor. All night long, I wandered as though drugged up and down the long miles of beach, ghostly white in the moonlight. In the morning, weary and numb, I found my way back to the lobby of the hotel.
Tony! Darling! No, it can't be. When did you get here?
Last night's plane, connecting boats.
Oh, darling, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Well, I had a crazy idea, Martha. I wanted to surprise
Well,
you.
you certainly have. Why didn't you come to the bungalow?
Oh, I did, Martha.
Oh, Tony, I would have heard you.
I came in very quietly.
Is anything wrong? Are you all right, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, I'm just dandy.
Well, where did you sleep last night?
I didn't. I walked along the beach after I left the bungalow.
Oh, why should you have done a silly thing
Martha, what have you been up to since you got here?
Oh, Tony, dear. Now, stop it. I won't be cross-examined. You know very well.
Who was that young man, Martha?
What are you talking about? What young man?
The young man who came calling on you in the middle of the night. He said he had an appointment.
I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about.
I'm leaving on the next boat. It goes at 4:00.
Tony, could we go over to the bungalow, please? We can't talk here in the lobby.
All right. Whatever you like, Martha.
Where'd I put the key? Oh, here it is.
Martha.
What is it? What's wrong?
Martha, you've made a mistake.
Mistake?
The furniture. It's all different from what it was last night.
I don't understand you, Tony.
The draperies, they were made of fish netting. These are, what do you call them, matchstick bamboo. Martha, what's the letter on this bungalow?
It's Bungalow B, of course.
This isn't the bungalow where you slept last night.
Of course it is.
Now, let's take a look at the bedroom. Oh, no. No, it can't be. You were sleeping in a double-sized bed, king size, in fact, and this room has 2 twin beds. No, wait, I know the view. Pablo said that the view from this bedroom window was something that I...
What is wrong, Tony?
Well, he said that there was a beautiful view of the sea and the rocks below the cliff and palm trees. Martha, what do you see out of this window?
Nothing but the side wall of the bungalow next to us.
Then where is the beautiful view? Unless, for some reason, Pablo lied to me.
When the tree that has stood in the forest for 1,000 years topples and falls crashing to the ground, is there a sound if there are no ears to hear it? Do the brilliant colors of the rainbow exist for someone who has never had the blessed gift of eyes and eyesight? These are questions for which there are no easy answers. Just what similarly disturbing questions are there for Tony Bridges? Questions to which he has not yet found the answer. We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 2.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's this week's dinner winners from your ShopRite supermarket. Fresh American whole leg of lamb, just 97 cents a pound. Shoulder lamb chops, $1.27 a pound. First cut beef chuck steaks, 59 a pound. Semi-boneless beef chest roast, 99 cents a pound. Fresh pork spare ribs, 89 cents a pound. Fresh honeydew melons, just 69 cents each. Lots of variety for your menus and savings, too. Get a lot more for a little less throughout your ShopRite store.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Worthy events for Tony Bridges of the night just past, the tree falling in the forest unheard, or colors never seen. What was the logical explanation? For Tony, what had happened was all a little strange and curious.
Martha and I talked all morning. She finally convinced me that everything that had happened last night was, in fact, a series of reasonable coincidences that spelled out mistake. For the first time in months, I felt as close to Martha as I ever had, and I knew she felt the same way about me. We went for a walk into the mountains that rose behind the hotel. On the way back, just as we were nearly at the bungalow, Martha lost her footing, turned her ankle badly. I carried her into the bedroom. She rested while I unpacked and ordered dinner in our rooms.
So, with your permission, senor, a beautiful dinner has been prepared for you and the senora. Look here. This fish was swimming happily in the sea only half an hour ago. And 1 hour ago, these beautiful vegetables were growing proudly in our own garden.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo. It all looks beautiful indeed.
So I place the dinner here on the table.
Thank you.
And, senora, I hope you do not suffer too much pain.
No, it only hurts if I try to move it or put weight on it.
You just stay where you are for a day or two, and it'll be fine, I'm sure.
It is essential that one exercise care when walking in our beautiful mountains. From the time when there were earthquakes here, there are some cracks where one can trip and twist an ankle.
Oh, really? This is earthquake country. I didn't know that.
Senor, was. Not in any more than 40 years. Now, there. Your dinner is served. I leave you to the enjoyment of it. Buenas noches to you both. Senor, senora.
Well, let me get these few things away in the closet, and then we'll have our so beautiful dinner. Do you have the key, dear?
What key?
To this second closet. It's locked.
Oh, I forgot. There isn't any key. Pablo said the last guest took it with him. There's no master key, so he's ordered a duplicate from the mainland.
Oh, well, I'll put my stuff in your closet then, all right?
The key should be here by tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's great. And now, if the senora will permit, that she be carried from her bed to this most appetizing dinner.
The senor has the senora's permission.
Up we go.
Oh.
There we are. Comfortable?
Yes. Couldn't be happier. Except for this stupid ankle.
Buen appetito, my darling. To us.
To us.
In the middle of the night, I was wakened by the most curious sensation. My bed was being shaken violently. All around me, I had the feeling that the furniture, the pictures on the wall, were vibrating in some strange way. The whole bungalow was quivering. Martha, are you all right? Martha, are you awake? Oh, where's that light? Oh, there. Martha. Her bed was empty. Martha, where are you? Where could she be? Then I suddenly remembered her ankle. How could she have left her bed? Where could she have gone? What had Pablo said about this once having been earthquake country? Of course, that's what was happening.
At your service, senor Bridges.
We're in the middle of an earthquake, aren't we?
Earthquake? There is no earthquake, senor.
But of course there is. What are we supposed to do?
Senor?
Oh, look, will you stop beating about the bush? Just tell me that it's nothing serious or that it'll pass without damage, but don't tell me that it's nothing.
Would you please to tell me why the senor thinks there is an earthquake?
The pictures, my bed, the lamp, the whole room is shaking and jumping around, and that noise, that rumbling noise.
The senora, your wife, she is experiencing the same thing, senor?
Well, that's just it. It's really why I called. My wife is not here.
Oh, I am so sorry to hear she is not there.
Have you seen her?
I regret, senor.
I have not.
But where could she have gone? She can't walk.
Of this, I have no knowledge, senor.
No, wait a minute. Wait just a moment. The sound seems to have stopped, and nothing's shaking anymore. Is it all over?
I think perhaps I can explain. The strenuous climb you have made this afternoon in the mountains, the kindness of the altitude and the thinness of the air, you are not used to it. It happens to many of our guests.
What happens?
It is a kind of a spasm of the muscles, senor, from the altitude. I'm so happy it has passed.
But my wife, where is my wife?
Of that, senor, as I have already said, I regretfully have not the slightest idea. You sleep well, senor.
In spite of my concern about Martha, I fell asleep immediately. A long and merciful sleep. When I awoke, it was broad daylight. The sun was streaming in through the windows, and everything was exactly as it had been in the middle of the night, except for one thing. Lying in the next bed, reading calmly, was Martha.
Good morning, sweetheart. Did you have a good night? I slept like a rock.
Where were you last night?
Tony, let go of my arm. You're hurting.
Where were you? Where did you go?
What are you talking about?
Where were you?
Let go. Get your hands away from my throat. I can't breathe.
In the middle of the night, you left this bedroom. Now, where did you go?
Are you out of your mind? Take a look at this ankle of mine. It's purple and blue. It's twice the size it was last night. I can't walk on it except with the greatest pain. You asked me where I was last night. I was here. Right here in this bed every minute of the night.
A couple of days passed. They were blessedly peaceful, uneventful, golden. 2 days before our vacation was to end, Martha's ankle was strong enough for her to venture out on another little walk into the hills that ran along the edge of the cliff that overlooked the sea below.
Oh, this cane's a great help. I really don't have to put my full weight on the ankle.
Just watch your step. Avoid any of those cracks that Pablo pointed out.
Oh, look, darling, there's a clearing up ahead. We could rest for a bit when we get up there. Oh, listen to those birds.
Yes, the whole thing is like a Garden of Eden.
You know, Pablo said if we follow this path, we'll discover thousands and thousands of wild orchids. Oh, we should have come here long ago. It's so much more fun than going to those silly luncheons.
For the first time in months, I began to feel sure of myself. Sure of Martha. In spite of all my fears, I knew she loved me. I had no reason for being jealous of her.
Everything is so much more fun.
Not a single reason. As she spoke, I began to hear a strange sound, like the flapping of 1,000 wings, coming nearer and nearer.
Tony, look! The sky is black with them.
Birds. Huge birds. Martha, what are they? They're all pink and red.
I think they're flamingos. I've never seen so many birds in my life. They're coming closer and closer. Oh, Tony, I'm frightened. What should we do?
I don't know. Martha, use your cane. If they come close, use it like a baseball bat. Here's a branch from a tree. I'll do the same.
Look out, Tony. Here they come.
Look, there's one. Oh, that big one. Oh, that big one just knocked off my glasses. I can't see.
Don't think I can fight them. There's too many of them.
Keep at it, darling. Sooner or later. Oh. Martha? What happened? Where did they go?
They?
The flamingos. The birds. They disappeared as suddenly as they came. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I can't imagine. Oh, I need a cigarette.
You take one of mine. They're in my bag.
I can't see very well. I lost my glasses when those birds...
The bag. It's right near your feet.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've got it. Oh, there's so much junk in your bag. What's that?
What is it?
Listen. You hear it? What do you suppose it is? Martha, you do hear it, don't you?
I think so.
In the distance, those drums beating.
Oh, of course. Of course I hear them, dear.
Oh, thank heavens. I thought for a moment. Where do you suppose they come from? Who's playing them?
But I haven't the slightest idea.
That's funny. Now for that cigarette. Down we go into the bottom of your bag and... Martha. Martha, what's this?
That's the key to the closets in the bungalow.
To your closet?
To my closet and your closet. It's to both closets.
Both? When did it get here?
It's always been here. Why?
When I asked you about it the other night, you said there was no key to my closet. Somebody had taken it away and they were making a new one.
I said that?
Of course you did. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's all starting to make sense. That anyone could be so evil. That anyone could so despise another human being that she'd stop at nothing. Stoop to anything to get him out of the way.
You don't know what you're saying. I love you, Tony. You must believe me.
Anything at all. Even to the point of trying to drive a man out of his mind.
It's not true.
All these strange things that have been happening. Oh, they were no coincidences. They were all part of some twisted, devilish scheme you worked out to get rid of me by driving me mad.
Careful, Tony. You're backing me so close to the edge of the cliff.
The mix-up with the bungalows. Oh, that was a good one. How did you work that? And the business of your ankle and disappearing in the middle of the night. That was worthy of a master.
Stop it, Tony!
And the birds, huh? And now this key. Oh, you missed your calling, Martha. You should get an act together. Martha, the mysterious magician. She mystifies. She confuses. The hand is quicker than the eye. She cheats. She lies. But it's all part of the act, isn't it, Martha? Isn't it?
Careful, Tony. I'm losing my balance. Tony!
Long trip, Martha. 2,000 feet. And those sharp rocks down there can't be very comfortable, can they? The act is over, Martha. Curtain, Martha.
Jealousy is said to be the child of love. But if the parent does not do his best to strangle the child will not rest till it has poisoned its own father, which may well be the case with Tony Bridges. To what further extremes will the deadly venom of his jealousy drive Tony? He may or may not know the answer, but we shall when we return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend, give your heart to your love, but give your cold the contract, the sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 tiny type pills.
Give your cold to Contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Most appetizers you eat, but there's one appetizer you drink. Dubonnet.
Before that's the time to think about some Dubonnet to drink. Before a meal by day or night, it helps to whet your appetite. Before, it's the time before for Dubonnet.
Think of Dubonnet as an appetizer. It's the wine you drink before meals, before lunch, before dinner at cocktail time, before whatever you've got cooking. It helps to whet your appetite. Whether you serve it straight, on the rocks, with a twist, or soda. Dubonnet before makes what comes after that much better. Dubonnet. It all started in France, of course.
Before. The time before for Dubonnet.
Product of USA, Dubonnet Company, New York, New York.
A glorious feeling of exhilaration flowed through Tony. His head was as light as if he'd drunk too much champagne. For the first time in years, he no longer had a heavy millstone around his neck. The torment of having a beautiful young woman for a wife. Tony Bridges' only concern now was to find some way to get off the island before Martha's body was discovered.
The same drums I'd heard just before Martha. I started walking slowly, deliberately, in the direction from which they seemed to come. Without my glasses, I could just barely see where I was going. I tore my way through a tangle of creeping vines and found myself in some sort of a clearing. I almost stumbled over something seated before a small fire. It was an ancient little man of the island, his face like so much black parchment, his clothes in rags. He sat there, hunched over the smoky fire, blinking his eyes and mumbling. I beg your pardon.
It is all my fault. I should not sit in the middle of the path, but it is a good place to meditate.
Who are you? What's your name, old man?
He is long forgotten, my name, even by me.
What are you doing here?
Sitting, listening, thinking.
Listening?
To the sad and mournful song of my people.
Oh, you mean those drums? You hear them too?
Alas, I hear them too well. I hear them.
What are they for? Where does the sound come from?
Our island is small. They come from everywhere. They are heard everywhere.
But why? Why? What do they mean?
This what who hear is lamentation. Death has walked among my people, among the lost one. It is why this place is called Isla Perdidos, Island of the Lost.
Someone has died?
Someone has passed on to Mako.
Who is Mako?
The great father of all things in the sea, from where we all have come to where we all shall go.
I see.
This is reason for the wailing of the drums. They beat out their farewell to the soul of a man who is making the journey to Mako.
The soul of a man or a woman?
Man. Always man, not woman. For woman, drums play another song, not this one.
I understand. I'm very sorry for the poor man who has gone on to Mako. When did he die?
No one can be sure. Perhaps he is not yet dead.
Well, then why...
The drums often sing with the promise of things to come, to some soon. Sometime the spirit of a man will die. Before he does, then Mako is especially sad because he is made to wait. When that happened, the melody of the drums is especially sad too. Like now.
I left my ancient friend as quickly as possible, made my way back to the hotel. I couldn't stop thinking of all the confusing things that had happened since I arrived on this cursed island. The mix-up with the bungalows, the visitor that first night, the missing closet key, what I had thought was an earthquake, Martha's apparent disappearance in the middle of the night in spite of her bad ankle, the attack by the flamingos, and finally, my realization that Martha, in some way, has made all these things happen to drive me out of my mind. But hold on there. Has made things happen. Made things happen. Martha is dead. Her body at this very moment is being battered against the sharp rocks by the angry waters of that beautiful blue sea.
Senor Bridges, I have been looking for you all over.
What do you want?
Most especially, I have been looking for the senora, your wife.
What is it?
For you, senor, this small package has arrived by this morning's boat.
Thank you, Papa.
And for the senora, this letter. Handmade, very special delivery. He's marked most
Yes, I'll take it.
You will be sure, senor, it reaches the hands of the senora. Is also marked Very personal.
Don't worry.
Thank you, senor.
I walked over to Bungalow B. Once inside, I collapsed into the big chair, feeling as though my lifeblood had been drained from me. I opened the package addressed to me. Good old Fritz. My glasses. I put them on, and things came into focus once again. Then I tore open the letter addressed to Martha. Very especial delivery, most urgent, very personal. As I read, my hands began to shake, my head to ache.
Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha. My last examination of Tony showed unmistakable symptoms. In the simplest language, of deterioration of the brain tissues. The symptoms point clearly to a situation where Tony's sanity hangs by a very thin thread. At any given moment, that thread may snap. If it does, the first manifestations will be an attack of dizziness, accompanied by a buzzing in the ears and
the blurring of the vision. There are also indications of things that follow the classic pattern, that there will be a series of hallucinations. Hallucinations. He will think he sees and hears things he actually does not see or hear. He will think he has done things he has not actually done. Hallucinations. Then none of these things ever really happened. And Martha's alive. She's alive. Like everything else, I imagined that, too. I imagined that I killed her.
Si, pronto?
Pablo, have you seen the senora?
Un momentito, por favor. I have not seen your wife since she left with you, senor.
You don't understand, Pablo. Everything is...
Will you please to have a seat for one small moment, Senor Bridges, until I complete this telephone call? Your pardon. Si, Jefe.
You see, Pablo, I'm not exactly well, and I had the foolish idea that Martha, my wife, had fallen over the... that I had pushed her and that she... You understand?
Diga usted que... Ah, no, it's incredible. ¿Estás seguro?
I thought she might be dead, but now I know that too was what we call a hallucination, something that you think
Se cayó en las rocas. A pie de la cuevadra. Oh, yo lo digar. Gracias, jefe. Hasta pronto.
Now, what was that all about, Pablo?
I regretfully must inform you, senor, of some very bad news.
What is it, Pablo?
At the foot of the cliff, senor, just below the hotel, 2 fishermen have just discovered the body of the senora, your wife. The police will soon be here. Are you all right, Senor Beniz?
Oh, yes, I'm fine, Pablo. Did I hear you speaking on the phone a moment ago?
The phone? Ah, si, senor. It was the contractor for the building of the annex to this hotel.
And you didn't tell me something about 2 fishermen, what they found at the bottom of the cliff?
Not one word, senor, about any fishermen.
You said nothing about my wife?
Well, no, senor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pablo. I'll be in the bungalow. Was that phone conversation and what Pablo had told me about Martha's body being found at the foot of the cliff, was that, too, a hallucination? Along with my backing her off the cliff? What was real? What was imagined? Was Martha dead? Was she alive? I rushed back into the bungalow. I knew Martha would be there. Dear, sweet, wonderful, beautiful, Martha. Martha? Martha, sweetheart, where are you, Martha? The bedroom? The bathroom? Oh, where on earth could she be? Yes.
Excuse me, senor, but you have two visitors. I will accompany them to the bungalow. We will be there in a moment.
She couldn't possibly have gone to... No, what's this? What have I got in my hand? Where did it come from? The key to my closet. I had it when I asked Martha for a cigarette, and she told me that... and it's been here in my hand all that time. Strange. I must open the closet now. I do have the key, and that's what keys are for. To open things. Isn't that right, Tony?
You must to excuse us, senor. These are the police of the island.
No, not just this minute, please. Not till I open the door to the closet.
We can tell you. The maid, when she cleaned this morning, found the door to the closet open.
So? No, it isn't for real. I'm only imagining this. It's my imagination, gentlemen. It's my imagination.
See, Senor Jefe, here in this closet, that is the body of his wife. Is strangled with this string of precious pearls.
The poet Longfellow wrote, "The moon, from some dark gate of cloud, throws o'er the sea a floating bridge of light, across whose trembling planks our fancies crowd into the realm of mystery and night." So Tony Bridges, as he stands staring into the sea, watching the floating bridge of light cast by a full Caribbean moon, Tony knows at last the difference between the real and the imaginary. Or does he? I'll be back shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, well, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
We trust you've enjoyed our little exercise in now you see it, now you don't. Or to put it another way, a string of precious pearls should never be used for anything other than show. But that's something everybody knows, isn't it? Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Shucks. Doggone the luck. Cuss it. Oh, hello, Chester. Oh, hello, John. Doggone the luck, anyway. Mr. Dillon?
Well, how are you, Chester?
How long you been standing here?
Oh, not long. I'm waiting to go to dinner with Doc, if he ever comes out of his office, that is.
Well, have you been here a half hour?
No, not that long, I don't think. Why?
Well, I thought maybe you'd seen Miss Kitty out here in the street somewhere.
No, I haven't seen her.
She's got to be someplace.
Well, I expect she is, Chester.
Well, there's no place I know of. I can't find her.
How'd you try the Longhorn?
Oh, no, sir. She's never in there before afternoon sometime.
What about her room?
That's where I was supposed to meet her, Mr. Dillon. But she ain't there, and nobody saw her. Nobody I talked to, anyway.
Oh, she'll be around.
Yeah, but it ain't like Miss Kitty not to be where she says she'll be.
Now, don't get so worried, Chester. It can't be that important.
Well, it's pretty important to me.
Oh?
Yes, sir. I got a date tonight with a little girl who works over at the Alphagenza.
Oh, what's that got to do with Kitty?
Well, my only pair of good pants got busted, Mr. Dillon, and Miss Kitty was patching them up for me. She told me to come pick them up today just before noon.
No wonder you're worried. Is this a new girl that you got, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, she's new to me. Little southern gal with a mouthful of honey, Mr. Dillon.
Honey, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes good bait for old bears like you.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I ain't no bear. Not really.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Yeah, hello, Doc.
Doc, how are you?
Oh, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long, Matt.
Well, that's okay, Doc. Now I won't have to worry if I'm the one that's late next time.
Huh? I'm not the one that's late.
Oh, you're not?
No. Kitty is.
Kitty?
Yes, she said yesterday she'd be in at noon. Wanted me to look at a tooth that's been bothering her. And I promised I'd be there, but I can't wait forever.
Oh, it seems like Kitty's late all the way around today, doesn't it?
I was supposed to see her too, Doc, but I can't find her no place.
Well, it doesn't matter. She's probably sleeping in for a change.
No, she ain't. I've been to her room. Nobody saw her around there at all.
Is that so?
She said she'd be there.
Well, come to think of it, it's not like Kitty. When she says she'll be there, she's there.
It kindly worries me.
Now, you two getting all worked up over nothing. Kitty isn't that clock-like.
Well, then where is she, Matt?
I don't know where she is. Kitty's a big girl. She can take care of herself. Now, stop worrying about her.
Hey, here comes Sam Noonan. Maybe he knows where she's at.
Well, how would he know?
Well, Miss Kitty works for him at the Long Branch, don't she?
Sure, but Sam doesn't keep her on a string. Her time's her own.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Sam.
How are you, Sam?
Say, Sam, you ain't seen Miss Kitty around today, have you?
Oh, Chester, I ain't. Noticed you men standing here. Thought I'd come ask you.
You mean that you're looking for her, too?
Well, she was going to come to the Long Branch about 10 o'clock. Went down early to meet her, and she ain't showed up yet, Marshal.
10 o'clock's pretty early for Kitty, isn't it, Sam?
Well, sure, but she was doing it as a favor to me. I want to get started repainting the place, and she was going to give me some ideas about making it real fancy. She said she'd be there, and I got a man waiting to go to work on it this afternoon.
You know, it beats me. Kitty takes one morning off, and everybody in Dodge is out looking for her.
Well, I don't know about everybody else, Marshal, but I do know when Kitty says she'll do something, she does it.
That's just what we've been saying, Sam. Where do you think she's got to, anyway?
I ain't gone looking for it, Chester. I've just been waiting.
Matt.
Yeah, what, Doc?
Kitty might miss one appointment, but she'd never in the world miss 3.
Who saw her last? You, Sam? What time did she leave the Long Branch last night?
Oh, it was early, Marshal. It was real early.
Oh, why? Where did she go?
Well, she was talking to some dude from back east. I never saw him before, and they both disappeared about 10 o'clock. I don't know where they went.
She didn't come back?
That's the last I seen of her.
Yeah. Who is this dude? You know his name?
No, I don't. He was a tall, thin fella, had fancy clothes. That's all I know.
I don't trust them dudes and never did.
Well, maybe we better find him and talk to him.
Well, where are we going to find him?
The Dodge House, Chester. A man like that wouldn't stop anyplace else. Look, Doc, you better go ahead and eat. I'll join you if I can.
We hope you're having a wonderful Christmas, that the holly and mistletoe look brighter than ever, that you're enjoying your gifts and the fun that goes with them. While you're relaxing with your holiday thoughts, I'd like to suggest one more touch that's perfect for times like this. Light up an L&M. If you're a filter tip smoker, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobaccos. It adds up to the greatest pleasure in filter tip smoking. L&M's got everything.
This is it, L&M filters, this is it.
Light and mild.
It's the best, L&M filters, highest quality filter tip.
This is it.
L&M filters with the miracle tip.
King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
Say, maybe this fella got her outside and knocked her in the head and robbed her, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty doesn't carry money on her, Chester.
Well, she wears jewelry.
She's also over 21 years old, and she's got enough sense not to let anybody knock her on the head.
And if he did, I suppose somebody'd have found her by now.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, look. There's Mr. Doby himself at the desk in there.
Oh, good.
Well, hello, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Mr. Doby.
Are you, Doby?
Now, don't tell me the Dodge House has taken in another gunman. You're going to shoot the place up again.
Well, it wouldn't happen so often if you'd make your guests check their guns, Doby.
Kind of people come in here to take the army to do that.
That's a poor rule anyway. A man can always hide a gun.
Or a knife.
It's not that kind of a man I'm looking for this time, Doby. It's an Easterner, some dude.
What's his name?
Well, I don't know his name, but he's tall and thin, and he's a sort of a fancy dresser. He's new to Dodge.
Must be that fellow Rackmill.
Rackmill?
He fits your description, but he sure didn't look like no troublemaker to me. What's he done?
I don't know, Toby. I don't know. Maybe nothing. Is he in his room?
No, he ain't. Funny thing, now you mention it. Clerk told me this morning that Rackmill didn't come in at all last night.
You didn't?
I didn't think nothing about it till now. Oh, you know how some fellas are. They get to playing cards or something.
He ain't up to no good, Mr. Dillon. I just know he ain't.
Toby, what do you know about him?
I told you all I know. He come here day before yesterday. Said he was traveling around, seeing the West. I don't think he's working. He don't act sharp enough to be a gambler.
Okay, Toby, thanks. Thanks very much. Look, if he does come in, don't say anything about my being here, will you?
Not a word, Marshal. But I'll send somebody after you if you want.
Good.
I gotta go find that clerk. I ain't paying him for me to stand here all day.
Well, what are we going to do now, Mr. Dillon?
Look, I tell you, Chester, you go down and check the stage, huh? I'm going to go over to the depot, and I'll see you back at the office.
You think you might have kidnapped her?
Well, we'll know when we find her, Chester. Did you find anything, Chester? Oh, hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Matt. Nobody ain't seen him at the stage office, Mr. Dillon. There's only one stage out today, and that left this morning, and they wasn't on it.
Yeah, Matt, I didn't think there would be.
What about the train? Did they leave on that?
They remember Rackmill when he came in the other day, but he hasn't bought any ticket to leave.
Then he must be somewhere in Dodge, Matt.
I stopped by Miss Kitty's room on my way back, Mr. Dillon. She ain't been in yet.
You know, they tell me back in New York, some policemen do nothing but look for people that are missing. That's how many disappear all the time.
Do they find them, Doc?
Sometimes, yes, of course. They always check the city morgue first. Oh, that's where they find a lot of them.
People that got killed, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, some just fall down and die on the streets. Heart seizure, something like that kind of hits them. But, of course, a lot of them are victims of murder or killing of one kind of, fights and things like that.
Yeah, it must happen a lot. They got so many people living there.
It does. But it can happen anywhere, Chester. Only in New York, they're better organized to locate people that are missing and don't come home when they should.
Always check the morgue first, huh?
Yeah, oh, that's the best place. It saves a lot of time and trouble.
Say, we ought to have a morgue here in Dodge.
Oh, whatever. Oh, Jeff, we don't need one. But Dodge isn't big enough for a morgue.
No, I guess it ain't. And besides, people don't come up missing here very often.
Well, if you two well-wishers have got the morgue problem settled, I'd like to say something.
Why, surely, Matt. Go ahead.
If Kitty was in Dodge, we'd have heard from her by now. I'm presuming she's alive, of course, Doc, if that doesn't go too much against your theory.
Oh, of course she is, man. Of course she's alive. I was telling Chester about things back east, that's all.
And if she's left Dodge and she didn't go by stage or by train, then there's only one other way that she could have gone, isn't there?
You mean she walked?
That'd be about as likely as you walking somewhere, Chester. I don't know why I didn't think about it before. Let's go down to the stable.
I don't know why I didn't think about them going horseback either, Mr. Dillon. I guess maybe it's because I say that fellow Racknell's a dude. Horses don't seem his style.
Well, we don't know that much about him, Chester.
What if he went alone? What if he didn't take Miss Kitty with him after all?
Well, he can go anywhere he wants to. Alone.
I don't see Moss Grimmick nowhere.
Hey, Moss. Moss Grimmick. Hey.
Here now. Who's doing all that hollering?
He's laying in that stall over there, Mr. Dillon. He's been sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you, Marshal. Chester, you woke me up.
I'm sorry to bother you, Moss, but I got to talk to you.
Trouble, Marshal?
Well, I don't know. But if there is, maybe you can help me.
Always willing to help, Marshal.
Tell me, have you rented out any horses lately, Moss? Last night or today?
No, I haven't. Business has been mighty slow all week, Marshal.
No, you haven't. You sure?
Well, you mean saddle horses, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
I thought so. No man's gonna make a getaway in a buggy, is he?
In a buggy? What, do you rent buggies?
Not often, but I did last night. By golly, I'm glad you reminded me. He ain't brought it back yet. That fellow still got my buggy, Marshal.
Who was it, Moss?
Oh, some stranger I never saw him before.
Was he an Easterner?
He ain't from around here, not in them clothes.
Did he, have anybody with him?
Yeah, he had a girl. She waited outside for him. I didn't pay no attention to her. It was a good moon last night, and they was going for a little drive. But I want my horse and buggy back, Marshal. You think they went and stole it?
Tell me, Moss, did he say where they were going?
He said something about Indian Spring. Asked me how far it was. I told him 20 miles. He figured that was too far, but said maybe they'd drive down Parkway. What'll I do, Marshal?
Oh, what time was it when they took the buggy?
10 o'clock, maybe?
No, there's nothing down toward Indian Spring I know of, Mr. Dillon. There's hardly even any ranches down there. They must have run into trouble of some kind.
Maybe that's it, Marshal. I'll tell you. I didn't bother to mention it since they wasn't going far, but one of the iron rims is off the left wheel on that buggy. Could be they hit a rock and the wheel busted.
Yeah, maybe. But it doesn't take all night and half a day to walk 20 miles. But don't worry about your buggy, Moss. We'll find it.
Today, along with the traditional pleasures of the holiday, many a filter tip smoker has discovered a new pleasure. He's received his first carton of L&M's. If it happened to you, and you've started to smoke those L&M's, you know how they stand out from all the rest. You're enjoying the incomparable taste of highest quality tobaccos. Best flavor ever to come through a filter. You've discovered that no filter compares with L&M's pure, white, easy-drawing miracle tip. Yes, if someone gave you L&M's for Christmas, you've got the best, because L&M's got everything.
There was no trail going to Indian Spring, so all we could do was start out in the general direction and then ride back and forth across the prairie till we found the buggy tracks. That took an hour, but from then on it was easy. We covered the first 10 miles fast, so fast that we almost missed where the buggy had stopped and a woman's footprints led away from it. We followed these for a mile or two, and then up ahead we suddenly saw puffs of smoke coming from a clump of box elder, Indian style.
That must be Miss Kitty in there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Well, is she signaling or what?
Well, it looks like it.
And she must be in trouble.
Maybe.
That rack mill fellow must have put her out and just left her to starve. Now, why would he do a thing like that?
Well, he's not going to get far enough in that buggy for me not to ask him personally, Chester. But first, we'll take care of Kitty.
There she is. She sees us. She's waving. Hi, Miss Kitty. Oh, she's all right, Mr. Dillon. She ain't hurt. Oh, look. Oh, forevermore. She's been using a petticoat to make them smoke signals with.
See my smoke signal? How you found me?
No, we tracked you, Miss Kitty. Sure is good to see you.
What's the matter with your ankle, Kitty?
Oh, well, I turned it. It's not that swollen. How'd you know?
Well, I could tell by your tracks back there that you were favoring it.
I never noticed that.
Well, that's why I had to stop walking, Matt. I knew it'd get worse and I'd never make dodge on it. I figured I was better off here than out in the prairie where I couldn't even build a fire.
Well, that was smart of you, Kitty. Look, you can ride on one of our horses back, and we'll go double, huh?
In the skirt?
Oh. Well, one of us can wait here with you while the other one goes and fetches a buggy, okay?
No, if that'd take too long. I'll make it. I can ride side saddle if we don't go too fast.
Okay. You must be hungry.
Oh,
You know, we didn't think to bring anything to eat.
I'm starved. At least I've had water. There's a tiny little spring under that rock over there.
Yeah. You're lucky you had matches, too.
Oh, I wish I'd had a gun. It's alive with rabbits around here.
Well, you could have trapped some if you'd stayed here long enough. I'll show you how someday.
Thanks. But I hope I never need to know how.
Oh, Chester. Well, you go get our hat and stuff and then throw some sand on that fire.
All right, sir. And I'll have me a drink of water while I'm at it.
Then we'll get started for Dodge, Kitty. Yeah, the sooner we get there, the sooner you can eat.
A side of beef and a sack of potatoes would make a good start.
And I come to think of it, I missed dinner myself. I'll join you.
I'm sorry I'm so much trouble, Matt.
Nah. As long as you're safe. You know, you had everybody worried. Me and Chester and Doc, Sam Noonan.
I know. I've been thinking about it. Matt?
Yeah.
I turned up missing, so you scout around and finally tracked me down clear out here in the prairie and find me standing around on one foot in a bunch of little trees playing Indian. And you don't even ask me how I got here.
I know how you got here.
Well, sure, of course. With Jim Rackmill and that fool buggy. Part way, anyhow. But that's not what I mean, man.
Well, if he'd been out to kidnap or murder you, I guess you'd have mentioned it before this, wouldn't you?
Oh, so silly. I feel like a fool telling it.
Well, go ahead, say it. It can't be that bad.
Rackmill's an Easterner. He's never been out here before. And we got to talking, and he said he'd like to see the prairie in the moonlight. It was my idea we rent a buggy and take a drive for an hour or so. Anything to get out of that smoky saloon for a while. So we did.
And he tried to hold your hand. And you got mad. And you slapped him. And you jumped down and you started walking.
How'd you know that?
I know you, Kitty. You know, sometimes you've got a terrible temper.
Well, I paid for it this time. Honest, Matt, that's all he did. Tried to hold my hand.
I believe it. You know, but you'd have been smarter if you just slapped him and let it go at that. You could have ridden back to Dodge in style.
Why'd I have to act like a schoolgirl, Matt?
I don't know, Kitty. Some people grow up slow. But I'll tell you one thing. It's a lot better than growing up too fast.
Well, thanks for that anyway, Matt.
Hey, look out yonder, Mr. Dillon. Look what's coming.
What?
It's Rackmill in the buggy. I forgot all about him. Where in the world's he been all this time?
Well, looks like we ain't going to have to run him down after all, don't it?
Well, he didn't do anything, Chester. He tried to hold my hand.
Well, he sure looks wild now.
Now, listen, you two. You stay out of this. Leave Rackmill to me. I'll handle him.
Come on, Chester. Let's ease up those saddles, huh?
Yes, sir.
Miss Kitty. Miss Kitty, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I've been going crazy trying to find you. It was dark, and you disappeared so fast, and then I finally saw the smoke a while ago.
You did, huh? How'd you know that smoke wasn't Indian?
Well, I didn't know. In fact, I thought it must be. I had to make sure, Miss Kitty.
Well, dude, you're a pretty brave man, Mr. Rackmill.
Oh, I knew it wasn't Indians as soon as I saw them. Have they been bothering you, Miss Kitty?
What?
Come on, Miss Kitty. Get in the buggy.
Aren't you forgetting I got out of that buggy once?
We'll talk about it later. Take my arm. Take it.
Well, I'll say one thing, Mr. Rackmill. You're sure right about going crazy.
Please, Miss Kitty.
No. I like it here. I've been real comfortable. I'm going to stay. Learn how to trap rabbits. I may decide to live here, Mr. Rackmill.
No, you don't understand. Miss Kitty, we're all alone, way out in the prairie. I don't like the looks of those men. I've got to get you out of here.
You've got to get me out of here. You.
Please be sensible before it's too late.
It's already too late. Now, get in your buggy and go on back to Dodge, if you can find it.
I can find it, all right. I promise you I can. Come, Miss Kitty.
Which way is Dodge?
What? Why, it's right back there.
You're pointing towards Texas.
Well, it doesn't matter. We'll find it. I won't leave you here, Miss Kitty. I don't care how mad you get.
Oh, I'm getting mad again,
It doesn't matter. I don't blame you for last night. I apologize. I shouldn't have tried to hold your hand. I just lost myself for a moment, that's all. It won't happen again. I promise you. But I am not going to leave you here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rackmill. I've been unfair. I do have a bad temper, you know.
Yes, I know.
And you're right about those two. They are a pretty tough-looking pair, aren't they?
They're coming back.
As a matter of fact, they do look more like desperados than lawmen.
Lawmen?
Mr. Rackmill, this is Marshal Dillon of Dodge City, Kansas.
Marshal Dillon?
And that's Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
How do you do?
It's okay, Rackmill. We're not after you.
I didn't know that she knew you. I mean, I thought you were strangers.
No, we're not strangers. In fact, we rode out here to find Kitty.
I've been trying to find her, too. All night and all day, I've been driving round.
Now, wait a minute. You men aren't going to make all this my fault. I only did what any lady would do.
Kitty, you do a lot better if you get something to eat.
Eat? What are we standing around here for? Matt, will you and Chester ride along with us?
Sure we will, Kitty.
And Mr. Racknell, when we get to Dodge, maybe you'll have supper with us.
That's very kind of you, Miss Kitty.
Good. Now, if you'll hold my hand, you can help me into the buggy.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Speaking for all the folks who make and sell Chesterfields as well as L&M filters, Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company, there are 1,300,000 retail dealers and more than 6,000 wholesale distributors. I sincerely hope this is the merriest Christmas ever for you and those close to you.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. When man first crossed the vast distances of outer space to land on strange worlds, he found that someone had been there before him. The ruined canals of Mars, the smashed cities of Titan and Centaurus II and III, all these were evidence that 100,000 years ago, a race of intelligent beings built their cities across the galaxy. They knew space travel, atomic power, astrophysics, and engineering. And then they destroyed themselves completely, so that of all the cities on 1,000 worlds, only dust and rubble remained. Why? Why did these beings obliterate all record of themselves? That is the mystery of the lost race. The freighter Carillia, bound out of Earth for Cetus Alpha 2, came into normal flight after 103 days in overdrive. The stars were unfamiliar. The constellations known on Earth had disappeared. But there was a yellow sun off to port, and about it revolved 3 planets.
What do you make of it, Briggs? It isn't on any of the star charts, Captain Wharton. I checked through. 1 and 3 are dead, all right. Have to take a closer look at number 2. Turn up the vision scale. Polar ice caps. She's green around the belt. Let's take her down to a 5-mile orbit. Swing around her for a look. Alert for deceleration. Aye, sir. Throw in the manuals. Power room.
Power room, aye.
We're going down to have a look at something. Give us just enough power to keep her under control. All right, Briggs. Hang on to your stomach.
You sent for me, Captain Wharton?
Come in, Mr. Howell.
You mind if I sit down?
Free fall sickness?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not an old space hand. Oh.
We'll level out in a minute.
Do you want something?
Yes. We come out of overdrive, smack in the middle of a new planetary system. Briggs says it's unreported.
Well, that's rather good news, isn't it?
Depends. Press report's pretty common. But we'll stake a claim on her, in case there are any mineral discoveries.
Well, I meant the possibility of archaeological finds.
I'm afraid I'll leave that to you, Mr. Howell. You're the expert. Coming up 5, Captain. Level off. Hang on, Howell. Power room. Hold her steady she goes. We'll orbit at slow cruising speed. All right. Clear the scope, Briggs. Aye, sir. Nice-looking piece of real estate. Well, the Space Guard requires I check up for radioactives, gold, and lost race runes.
You're landing?
Landing? I've got a schedule to keep, Mr. Howell. I can't sit down on every lump of dirt I run into. We'll do a spectroscope check, and I figured you'd spot any ruins.
All right. Wait a minute.
Hmm?
There in the lower quadrant.
What?
That bald spot in the vegetation. Those are ruins, all right.
Are you sure, Howell?
Yes. I've seen the lost race rubble on Centaurus 2. There. You can see it plainly, dust and rubble.
No, that's what I get for calling in an expert. Briggs, stand by to take it down to 5,000 feet.
Aye, sir.
All this stinking luck. There goes my schedule. Seen enough, Howell? This is going to set me back 5 hours.
Interesting. Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I don't believe it. Marvelous. Incredible.
Stop sputtering, Howell. What is it?
Look over that rise in the ground. It's a section of the city still standing.
Hey, you're right.
That hill must have shielded it from the blast. Captain, you've got to land.
Land?
You've got to. This is the first lost race site that's ever been spotted. Of course, you'll land.
Howell, we get a $1,000 bonus for every day under par for the run.
But you don't understand. It's the biggest find in the century.
We can chart it, and you'll have to get back somehow. That's all. I'm not sitting down to rake over old dust heaps.
Captain Wharton, I'm on commission to the Space Guard. You may have to answer to them.
I'll think up one. Look, Howell, strictly speaking, you're a passenger.
Well, you've got
You
to land.
don't belong on the bridge. I'm not landing down there, and that's not...
Briggs! Emergency from the power room. Something must have blown.
Power room. Power room. Danton, what's wrong down there? Danton. Oh, he doesn't answer.
Anything serious, Captain?
Reaches the fuel locker. That 5 pounds of ascending will go and kick us right out of space. Danton! Danton!
Power room, aye.
What happened? What blew?
Main tube coupling. She's secured
What's
now.
the damage?
The main tube's burnt out. The bearing, the coupling, injector valve, and the needle gauge.
Can you make repairs?
Not in flight.
Can you raise enough power to land?
I don't know, Captain. The wiring's shot. She's fat like a tomcat. I might be able to get something from the deceleration auxiliaries.
Get a jury rig on her. We'll try to set her down.
Aye, sir.
Briggs.
Yes, sir.
Alert for crash landing. Signal room. Signal room.
Signal, aye.
Langston, get off a position fix and SOS standby.
Aye, sir.
Well, Mr. Howell, I guess you're going to join your friends in the lost race. I just hope it's not permanently.
Leveled off now, Captain.
Trim her up a point. That's it.
She's bucking bad.
5 more minutes and the hull plates will shake loose. Power room. Stand by for bow blast on signal.
Power ready.
I'm going to try for that clearing.
Too narrow.
2 to 1 for $1. All right. Hang on. Briggs! Briggs! You all right?
I hit my head on the panel.
Well, I seem to be all assembled.
Well, we're down. Guess our luck hasn't run out yet. Calling power room.
Power room, aye.
All right down there?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Danton, I want a complete damage check and repair estimate. Get up here as soon as you got it for me. Briggs, you all right now?
Yes, sir. I guess so.
As soon as we get Danton's report, get a detail aft. Help him with repairs.
Captain Wharton.
What is it, Langston?
My speaker line's out. Sending circuits blew.
Spare tubes?
That was a pretty rough landing, Captain. They're gone. I can't replace them this side of Lunar Space Station.
I see. Well, the SOS ought to do it. And the Space Guard monitor reports our position...
They aren't going to, Captain.
Why not?
Sending circuits went out when the blast went off down there. I didn't get the SOS out.
Thank you, Langston. Get back and see what you can salvage.
Does that mean bad news?
We were in overdrive, Mr. Howell. It would take 40 years to search the distance we've traveled in one day. Consequently, when a ship doesn't make port and doesn't transmit a position fix, they forget about it.
Oh. I see.
And with the radio out, we blast off on our own power. Or we don't get off.
Got your damage report, Captain.
Well?
Here. It's on a B-23 checklist.
Not bad?
Worse.
Stanton, how long will it take you for repairs?
I don't know.
An estimate.
I know Gypsy fortune teller.
How about the lifeboat?
For deep space? What are they teaching at Sands Point now? Basket weaving?
Stanton,
lifeboat couldn't lift half a light year off this here mud heap.
Stanton, I'll take just so much. Look, can it be converted to Bessendium drive?
Converter links were mashed when we came down.
How long is it going to take you to repair the main drive?
Look, Captain, I got 2 hands. You want me to hold a lug wrench in my teeth?
See here, Stanton.
You see here, Captain. The whole lousy crew's been spitting all over me ever since we blasted off. Now you can all wait on me.
Who do you think you are, Stanton?
The only power man on this ship, that's who. You ain't satisfied with the way I'm working, go hire yourself another boy. The woods are lousy with him. I'll take my own sweet time.
What's the matter with him? Got a bug in his ear?
Space fatigue, Captain. He's been locked up in the power room 4 days.
Oh, we don't have enough trouble. Briggs, remind me to slug the psychotechnician when we get back. Don't tell me nobody gets into deep space who isn't emotionally stable.
What are you going to do about him, Captain?
Nothing. Stay off his back.
Oh, but you can't.
Captain's the only man who can get us out of here. We want to hit the cradle at New York Spaceport again. We've got to keep him happy.
Captain Wharton, as long as we're landed and we do have to wait for the engines to be fixed, I suppose we can explore the lost race ruins.
Look, Mr. Howell, I can't spare the men. We are now stuck tight until Danton gets those engines fixed. And if he can't, which is entirely possible, we are stuck, period.
Oh.
Briggs, I want you to keep a careful eye on the men. Space fatigue is nothing compared to what we might run up against now.
Captain Wharton. Captain, I've got it.
Is any circuits?
No, sir, but I picked up the incoming video band.
Well, that's something. Can you get the mail call through? The men could use a little lift right now.
Well, the scheduled one-way personals are due at 23:30 Greenwich.
Good. That ought to help morale. Langston, rig the receiving booth.
Aye, sir.
Howell, this is a break. Seeing the folks at home may be enough to keep everybody on an even keel. I know I'll be glad to see that kid of mine.
Mr. Langston, get Hanson out of the booth. You wear the glass right off the tube.
Take it easy, Williams. Everybody gets 3 minutes.
Hey, Kelly, I bet that dame of yours burned up the circuits, huh?
How'd you know it was his girl? You can't tell through the booth.
Well, who else would call that ape? What'd you say, Kelly?
Oh, nothing. She don't have to. She just stands in front of the pickup tube and, oh, brother.
I can just see that.
Hey, it's a boy.
A boy?
Alice had a boy. They're going to show him to me in the circuit tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Who's next, Mr. Langston?
The last call's coming through now on ticker. It's for Williams.
Well,
hey, wait a minute, Williams.
Well, let go of my arm.
What happened to my call?
No call today, Danton.
You're a liar, Langston.
Hey.
My girl calls on every scheduled circuit. That must be mine.
Let go, Dad. Maybe Janie was busy waiting tables at the lunchroom.
What do you know about her, Hanson?
You kidding? She's a swell kid. Everybody at New York Spaceport knows her.
Yeah, I've seen you hanging around Jane, too.
Now, wait a minute, Danton.
Take it easy, Danton.
You and Williams made this up between you, didn't you? You're going to take my call, huh, William?
You're space happy.
You used to hang around with her before I cut you out.
Now, listen, Danton, you were lucky enough to get her. Let well enough alone.
You bet I got her all right, and you're not going to steal her back. Williams, I'm going to...
Are you crazy? Danton! Get him off!
You lying.
Get him off!
Hey, what's going on in here?
Let him
I'm
fight.
going to kill you, double-crossing. Behind my back.
Grab him, Hanson. Get his arm.
Let go of me.
Nobody took your call. Now, calm down, Danton.
I'll fix all this.
Look out. He's got a wrench.
Stanton!
He's nuts.
Nobody gets a call. Nobody. How do you like that, Williams? You ain't going to hear from Janie no more. How do you like that?
After him. Kelly! Hanson!
The airlock. He's left the ship.
Let him go, the jealous screwball.
Sure. But that's the only man who can get us off of here.
I warned you, so help me, Briggs. I warned you to keep an eye on Danton.
Well, I didn't think he'd go off this way.
Well, it's that girl of his, sir. He's crazy jealous about her.
Any reason for it, Williams?
No, sir. She's a good kid. Too good for Danton. I guess he's just so afraid of losing her to some other guy, he's getting psychopathic about it.
Well, we've got to get him back. I want every man equipped and ready for search parties immediately.
Aye, sir.
Williams, rig some portable searchlights. And issue hand blasters and radiation tickers. Kelly.
Aye, sir.
You had the second party. If you find Danton, send up a signal flare.
Aye, sir.
Unless we do find him, we'll be on this planet until the next freighter stumbles on us. Maybe 10,000 years from now. Hold that light up, Hanson.
This is amazing, Captain. Lost Race buildings actually standing.
Hey!
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. A shadow.
This place gives me the willies. To be able to find out so much about them, their science, art, what they looked like, perhaps even why they destroyed themselves.
I'm beginning to wonder about that, Howell. You sure they destroyed themselves? Maybe they lost a war to another race.
The winners would have left traces. Genghis Khan, the Mongol emperor, left a pile of skulls as a monument after he destroyed his enemies, but there's been nothing like that found.
No clues at all, eh?
Nothing. When they decided to wipe themselves out, they did a thorough job. But why? That's what we've been asking for 50 years. They wanted to end like that.
Captain, there's a rise ahead.
Keep going. Anything on your side, Briggs?
No, sir.
Hanson, what is it?
I don't know, sir. It's a funny kind of a glow. I guess I shot without thinking.
Don't get trigger happy. Howell.
Yes?
Where do you think the light is coming from?
Down there. It's an amphitheater. Stone seats and a hood.
It looks like a band shell.
What's up, Captain?
Wait a minute. Well, Howell?
Don't know. That's the Lost Race sign on the hood.
The what?
A sort of hieroglyphic. The only thing we'd ever found before, one in each ruin.
What does it mean?
Some kind of a warning, I think.
Come on. We're going down there. Careful now. There's a platform of some kind down there.
Looks like a lecture platform, doesn't it?
Or an altar. This might have been a temple. Perhaps the Lost Race sign had a religious significance.
Looks like a throne to me.
A throne 5 feet high.
Briggs, climb up there. And see if there are any controls for this machinery.
Aye, sir. This wasn't meant for any man to sit on. There's a lever up here. Shall I try it?
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, what's that mist? It's like a steam bath. I wonder if Kelly and Williams ran into anything
Kelly,
like...
hold that light up. Shut up and keep looking for Danton.
What?
Look there, in the hood.
It's Williams and Kelly.
That crazy jet jockey. When I find him, I'm going to beat his brains out.
You could see him, a three-dimensional image.
Some kind of television. Get down, Briggs.
Aye, sir. Did you see it, Skipper? I was just thinking about him, and there he was.
And we all saw it. Out of the way. I'm going to try it. This thing can pick up Earth. It'll replace the receiver Danton smashed. Just throw the lever, eh? What? That's my son. I'll be darned. His music lesson. Say, it reaches Earth all right. What? Imagine. Television without a transmitter.
Looks like the Lost Race was ahead of us in more ways than one.
Go up and try it, Howell.
It's amazing, amazing. Television without a transmitter. This machine may be the clue to the mystery of the Lost Race. I'll try it.
Mary, I've told you I like my paper first in the morning. If that youngster wants to know how the Tigers did, let him wait until I am...
My father in Detroit. Remarkable, Captain. You can see the whole room clearly.
Say, how about me, Captain? Let me get up there. I'd like to see my baby. Alice told me all about it. Out!
What's the matter, Hanson?
I kicked something, a wrench.
Well, hold it up. What? It's Danton's. That means he's been here. We're on his trail, all right. Come on, Howell, let's go.
But the baby wouldn't take a minute, Captain.
Later, Hanson. We've got to find Danton first. All right, now, let's get moving. Hold it.
What's that?
The recall flare. Kelly and his men have found Danton. Oh, I hope that crazy fool is in one piece.
We start back now, Captain?
Yes.
That came from the ship.
Another flare?
No, that was an explosion. That's all we need now. Something more to happen to the ship. Oh, it's the main jets.
Smashed flat. With all the
Briggs.
stinking rot.
Check through the ship for further damage.
Aye, sir.
Oh, look at those plates. Crumpled like an accordion.
Captain! Oh, Captain!
Here comes Kelly's party.
We got him. We got Denton. Hold it. What happened here?
Somebody blew up the main jets. Denton, do you know anything about this?
No, sir.
Not much, he doesn't. He's crazy enough to blow us all up.
Listen, Hanson, I admit I went off my head tonight, but I'm not crazy enough to commit suicide. The jets are smashed. We're all marooned up the same creek.
I still think he's got something to do with it.
Lay off, Hanson. We found him wandering up in the hills. And he was with us when the blast went off.
Yes, that's right. We saw your recall flare before the explosions. Oh, I guess that puts Stanton in the clear.
Then who did it, Captain?
I don't know, Howell. Looks like somebody didn't want us to leave this planet. Well, we still got one slim chance left. If we can repair the lifeboat.
Skipper, it's gone.
Gone?
The escape port is open. The boat's missing.
Oh, what else?
The arms chest was cleaned out, sir, and the fuel locker was jimmied open. The descendium bars are gone.
You sure?
You can look for yourself, sir. She's clean.
I see. There's only one answer left. There's something or somebody out in those ruins trying to get us. Maybe that lost race decided they weren't going to stay lost.
You think some of them may still be alive?
Who else could have blown up our ship? Keep your blaster up, Howell. And be careful. It's a hair trigger.
What are we doing back at the television machine, Captain? I thought we were looking for the lifeboat.
We are. Whoever blew up the ship must be around here. Might as well try to use the machine to track them down.
Yeah. Catch them with their own gadget, huh?
That's right. All right, Howell, you're the expert. Get up there and try to find him.
I hope it works.
Well?
Trying, Captain.
Nothing but mist.
I don't understand it. It reached all the way to Earth before. I saw my father in Detroit.
Mary, my paper's all rumpled again.
What? There it is again. My father in Detroit.
I've told him time and time again I don't like a messy paper.
Look at that. No selector control, yet all the way to Earth. You can see the whole room, the goldfish bowl, the antimacassars on the chairs. Yet we can't pick up something less than a mile away.
Knock it off, Howell. We're wasting time. Come on. That gadget won't work. We'll have to comb these rooms inch by inch.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. We'll cut behind the hood here and go on. Briggs, you take the lead with the radiation ticker. We might be able to pick up a reading on where the rocket fuel is hidden.
Aye, sir.
All right, let's go.
I can't understand why that machine can pick up Earth and not...
Help, Captain! Briggs, what is it?
Captain, help! I'm falling!
It's a cave-in. Hang on, Briggs.
I'm slipping, Captain.
Grab his wrist.
All right.
Now pull.
Pull.
Higher. Oh. What happened?
I was just walking along and the ground caved in. What? It's some kind of shaft. Hold your light over it, Captain. Oh! 50 feet deep in a stone bottom. I could have split my head open like a grapefruit. Something down there. Hold that light steady. Amazing. It's amazing. Looks like a pile of bones to me. 2 piles. They may be the first skeletal remains ever found of the lost race. I've got to get down in there.
We haven't got time, Howell. Come on.
Let me have your binoculars. Wonderful. That small skeleton must be an infant. They've been laid out carefully. It's a burial chamber. The way they're lying, it's probably a mother and infant. Yeah. The tail, she's definitely anthropoid.
Howell, you mean apes?
Something like that. Yet they had atomic power and built cities across the galaxy. Amazing.
Howell, we haven't got time.
Hello, that's funny. The little one is different. The caudal bones are different. No tail.
Listen, Howell. What do I care whether they had tails or not? Come on now.
It's almost as if... Well, they did have atomics, and radiation does funny things to heredity. They had that problem of mutations in Detroit. What? Detroit? That must be it. What? The new atomics plant at Detroit. They tore down my father's house to make room for it. Quickly, Captain.
Howell, where are you going?
Back to the machine. I've got a theory that may solve the whole mystery of what happened to the lost race.
I don't care what happened to the dead ones, Howell. I want to find the living ones who wrecked my ship.
I think this machine may give us both answers. There's
The house destroyed down to the last detail.
Oh, come on down. We know all
But
that.
don't you understand? That house was torn down. I got a letter before we lifted off Earth. It's gone.
But it's on the television machine.
Captain, that machine isn't television. It's a thought projector. What? It only mirrors what's in your own mind.
But, Mr. Howell, we saw Earth. It was really there.
But it was just because we imagined it, Briggs. It's a thought projection. I can produce any mental image that occurs to me on this machine. New York, spaceport, a Space Guard patrol, anything.
Anything?
Yes. And now I think I know what inspired the lost race to do what they did. It was fear. Fear of what was in their own minds. They could all see it with machines like this.
But fear? Fear of what?
They foresaw the future. So they destroyed themselves. Every last one of them.
Hold it, Howell. Are you sure they're all dead?
100,000 years ago.
Then who blew up the ship and stole our lifeboat?
Danton.
Danton?
But why?
He was pathologically jealous.
Yes, but blowing up the ship was like committing suicide. He wasn't crazy enough to do that.
The lost race was after they looked at this machine.
You mean Danton did too?
We found his wrench here.
You're right.
He must have looked at the machine and thought it was television. He must have seen all his fears about losing his girl confirmed. That was enough to make him completely unbalanced.
But he was with Kelly when that explosion went off. He's got an ironclad alibi.
No, he hasn't. Wouldn't take a power man long to sneak back to the ship and rig a delayed action fuse. Howell, we've got to get back to the ship before Danton.
Never mind, Captain. Stay right there.
That's Danton.
In the dark. You make a perfect target there. Stop your guns. I got a blaster set at wide angle.
Drop him. He's got us cold.
I've been following you, Wharton. I wanted to tell you. I'm going back to Earth. I got the lifeboat hidden over that rise.
It won't work in deep space.
You believed me when I told you that, didn't you? Well, I've got it fixed. And with that Vicendium fuel, it'll be a milk run. I'll reach the Space Guard station at Volta with a long, sad story about how the rest of you exploded in mid-space.
Danton, that's murder.
Yeah, that's just what it is. And easy, too.
Danton, you can't just leave us here.
Watch me. Sit in front of that machine and watch me. Yeah, I know what it is. I know it's a television without a transmitter. And I did some checking up. I've seen how you were stealing my call. Trying to steal my girl.
Danton, you're sick. You
Pretty
can't...
smart, that lost race. They built some machine. And it showed me plenty. It showed me enough to kill you.
Oh, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a television machine.
What are you trying to pull, Wharton? I saw it.
Those were your own thoughts, Danton. Those things you saw exist only in your mind.
Shut up before I blast all of you down. You're just trying to lie out of it, that's all. But I know the truth when I see it. And you're going to die.
All right, Danton, but you're not going to get away with it. Look at the machine.
What's that?
The machine. It's the Space Guard patrol, Danton. Look, they're coming.
X3 to command. Spotted the Corellias, reported. Preparing to land.
That's the Space Guard, Danton.
Yeah, whole patrol.
You're lying. They couldn't come. There wasn't any SOS.
X3 to command. Preparing to land. There's the clearing.
That's enough, Howell. All right, Danton. They'll be coming over the horizon. Drop your gun and give yourself up.
Oh, no. No, they're not going to catch me. I'll be away in that lifeboat before they land. Stand still, all of you. Stay where you are. I
Danton!
still got you covered.
Danton, look out behind you!
Burial shaft. He fell in it. Hold the light down, Briggs. Well?
He's dead. Deader than the lost race. And what about those Space Guard cruisers?
Out of my head. I just imagined them. There they were on the machine. Poor Danton believed they were real.
I wish they were real so we could get off this planet. No, it doesn't matter. We know where the lifeboat is now. We can send one man to bring back help. And it won't be Danton.
The machine got him the same way it got the lost race. Through fear.
But what was the lost race afraid of, Howell?
Changing.
Changing?
Look at those skeletons down there. They had atomic energy, but they couldn't control it. Look, the baby's different from the other. The race was changing by mutation.
Mutation?
Look at those skeletons. Now imagine a shifted hip socket so they could walk upright. The baby was already without a tail.
But Howell, that would mean they were changing into...
Yes, Captain. The lost race committed suicide rather than face the fear of seeing their descendants become such horrible creatures as men.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future, the world of Dimension X.
And now, about next week. William Travis and his wife thought they had escaped, but they were wrong. They were being searched out by men from another world, men who wanted them to return. Where? I'll tell you next week.
Tonight's drama was based on the Murray Leinster story, The Lost, and was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Matt Crowley as Captain Wharton, Roger DeKoven as Howell, and Joseph Julian as Danton. Your host was Norman Rose. Tomorrow it's Sam Spade. Now hear Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet, Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, if your teeth are not every bit as bright and lustrous as they should be, resolve right now to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile with Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. You see, the new Colonos acts on your teeth as a jeweler's polish does on tarnished silver, safely, gently removing dingy surface stains, thereby uncovering the full natural sparkle of your smile. Ask your druggist for Colonos, KolYNOS, Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Tonight he brings us the case of the missing witness, one of the strangest of his career. A case in which murder, 3 beautiful women, and a fashion show are all strangely mingled. But listen now. As our story opens, a man is seated in a chair. Across his head slants a bar of sunlight, and on his face is a completely incredulous smile. He rises slowly to say,
"Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say." You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you. Not you.
Now our scene shifts to the quiet office of Mr. Keene, as his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, enters to ask a favor.
Mr. Keene, I wonder if I might get off early this afternoon.
You want to do some shopping, Miss Ellis?
Oh, no. I'm going to a fashion show.
Why, Miss Ellis, I didn't know you were interested in fashion shows.
Well, are you insinuating that I dress like a bag of potatoes?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Keene, it's something very, very special. You see, when I was living in Queens about 15 years ago, there used to be a little widow next door. Pretty little creature. Oh, such a struggle to make a living for herself and her daughter. I'd give her a bit of sewing every now and then to help, and... well, you won't believe me when I tell you her name.
Try me.
Mary Blaine. Today, she's the most brilliant fashion designer in America.
Good heavens, that is interesting.
She helped originate the little black dress, the dinner suit, the short evening gown. She's enormously famous and wealthy now.
Yes, I read a piece about Mrs. Blaine in one of the magazines. It called her the epitome of the successful career woman.
Well, she's giving her mid-season fashion show today, and she asked me to come for Auld Lang Syne.
Brilliant woman.
Mary's there. Hey, look here, Mr. Keene. Why don't you come along and meet her?
Oh, me at a fashion show?
Oh, there'll be dozens of men there, and all in love with beautiful Mary Blaine. Oh, do come. Now, you've nothing special to do this afternoon?
Well, all right, Miss Ellis. I'll do it.
I told you there'd be lots of men. Oh, that's the general talking to her right now.
She is beautiful, all right. But she's paid a price for her success.
How do you mean?
There's an expression in her face of strain, anxiety.
Maybe. Oh, she's noticed me. Here she comes. Isn't she stunning in that little gray number?
Miss Ellis, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, thank you, Mary, dear. And I took the liberty of bringing my boss, Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Mr. Keene?
Delighted to know you.
I've been hearing about you for years from Miss Ellis. How wise you are. And how kind.
Now, don't give away any secrets. But it's very sweet of you to break away from all those generals and things to say hello to just me, Mary.
You were my friend when I was nobody.
Well, you've always deserved the best friends in the world, Mary. And, oh, look, somebody's waving to you.
Oh, my manager. It's time for the show to begin. I'll have to get up to the microphone there to announce the new models as they come by. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. Keene.
The pleasure was mine. Yes, she's lovely and famous, but not quite happy.
Oh, you with your X-ray eyes. Well, here starts the fashion parade, Mr. Keene.
Ladies and gentlemen, for my first offering, a long dinner dress with panel of pleated white chiffon, tied with a grosgrain ribbon at the back.
Isn't that stunning?
Yes, even an old bachelor can see that.
Especially an old bachelor. You know, it's funny. I don't see Eric Plummer here, Mr. Keene.
Eric Plummer? You mean the portrait painter?
Yes, and gay dog #1 of New York.
Oh, they're good friends, Miss Ellis?
He's been infatuated with Mary for some time.
You mean he and Mrs. Blaine are going to marry?
Well, Mary's a strange one, Mr. Keene. Never quite sure whether men love her for herself or her importance. But it seems that Eric Plummer has finally won her heart.
And now a black velour suit with lean plum-lined skirt, a double-breasted jacket with high scrolled lapels and a scrolled hip pocket.
Oh, look, Mr. Keene, over there by the door.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
That charming little blonde, that's Mary's daughter, Bunny.
Quite a young lady.
It's hard to believe that Mary would have a daughter 18 years old.
Yes, she's still so young herself.
Mary won't be too pleased about her coming here.
Why?
Well, Mary just likes to keep Bunny away from business and career and men of the world.
Oh.
Mary's learned to value everything old-fashioned. A little white house with chintz curtains.
In other words, one of America's greatest career women thinks that a woman's place is really in the home. And a simple home.
Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis.
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Miss Ellis, how long has the show been going on?
About 15 minutes.
I must talk to Mother. I must.
But, dear, she's up there at the microphone. You can see.
Something horrible has happened. I must talk to her.
But, Bunny, what do you mean?
And now is my last offering before the intermission. Another short dinner dress.
Mother.
She's seen you, Bunny. She's coming this way. Oh, now, dear, try to quiet yourself. And here, let me introduce you to Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Bunny?
Mr. Keene, you're the famous detective.
I am an investigator.
Well, maybe you can do something about this horrible thing.
What horrible thing, Bunny?
Hello, Bunny, dear. Mother. Darling, I thought you were going skating with your young soldier friend. No, I didn't. Oh, Mother. Oh, come, Bunny. What's happened? I went to Eric Plummer's studio instead half an hour ago. To Eric's studio? Why? He asked me to tea. He wanted to talk about doing my portrait. He might have asked me about that. Oh, it was all to be a surprise, Mother. Eric said it would make me the toast of cafe society. I'd become glamour girl #1 of 1944. Oh, my dear. You should have gone skating. Bob Martin is such a fine boy, and his furlough will be up soon. Mother, I still haven't told you what happened.
If you'd rather we left you alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene, please stay. I beg you to. Well, what has happened, Bunny? When I got to the studio and rang the doorbell, a policeman came out. A policeman? He asked me all sorts of questions because you see, Eric's been shot. Shot? Good heavens. Through the head. He's dead, Mother. He's dead. Oh, how utterly horrible. The police said there weren't any clues at all. Oh, imagine anybody killing a wonderful man like Eric Plummer. It's ghastly. Ghastly. I want to find the person who killed Eric. I want to make them pay. And that's why I thought maybe Mr. Keene Yes, Mr. Keene. In a situation like this, you'd know exactly what to do.
But if the police are already on the case...
Well, one moment, please. Bunny, go over to Mr. LaRue and ask him to announce the rest of the show. All right, Mother. And you, Mr. Keene, would you please step into my office with me? Oh, forgive me, Miss Ellis.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mary.
Here, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Well, my dear?
Mr. Keene, Bunny's news did not altogether surprise me.
Really?
In fact, I know very well who killed Eric Plummer.
You do?
But first, Mr. Keene, I've heard you're the cleverest private investigator in this country.
Thank you.
Do something for me, please. Go to Eric's studio. Examine all the evidence. And when you come back...
Yes?
I'll tell you who killed Eric Plummer.
Good afternoon, Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Keene, your assistant with you, the one and only Mike. I'm glad to see you both.
Good day to yourself, Captain.
You're handling the police investigation, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Keene. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what brings you here, if I may ask?
I was with Eric Plummer's fiancée, Mrs. Mary Blaine, when she got word of the shooting. She's very upset, naturally. She asked me to look into it. Do you mind?
Not at all, Mr. Keene. It's murder, all right.
Has the medical examiner been here yet?
We're waiting for him now.
If I might look at the body.
Certainly. This way, sir. In this room here. Well, there he is. Just the way we found him.
He had been sitting by his easel in the center of the room.
But there's nothing on the easel, boss. Just an empty frame.
Quite right, Mike.
We figure there was once a painting there, Mr. Keene, and the person who shot him was being painted. Then ripped it off the frame to avoid identification.
Yes, very possible indeed, Captain. Now then, if I may look at the wound.
Right there in the head.
No powder marks.
No.
And the path of the bullet, it entered just above the right ear at a distance of... what would you say, Captain? Doesn't it seem to you that bullet was fired from 15 feet or more?
I leave that kind of guessing to the medical examiner. Oh, may I ask why you're staring at the walls now, Mr. Keene?
I was wondering about the proportions of this room.
I measured it already. 20 by 20.
Oh, thank you. No sign anywhere of the gun that killed him?
None.
May I ask how you learned about the shooting?
Through a neighbor. The shot resounded pretty loud in the air shaft back of that window there.
And the neighbor who heard it?
A gal who has the studio in the back. Portuguese gal. Rosa Avalar. She was taking a bath at the time she heard the shot. Quick as she could, she came and knocked on the door here. No answer, so she sent for us.
Well, thank you, Captain. I won't trouble you any further.
Rosa Avalar. This is her daughter.
All right, Mike. Wait for me on the landing below. I'd rather go in alone.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Miss Avalar?
Yes?
I'm taking a hand in the investigation of the murder next door.
Well, I have already talked with the police.
Just one or two questions more.
Why not? I want to help as much as I can. This Mr. Plummer was a very kind gentleman.
In what way?
Oh, he is a painter, and I am a painter. But I am a little one, a poor one. He made me many loans of materials. Very generous.
As one artist to another, eh?
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'd like to know is, did you see who entered his studio in the hours before he was shot?
No. I am busy painting a flower piece.
That one there?
Yes.
It's lovely.
You like it?
Very much. I presume you're working from that vase of roses on the windowsill.
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, after the shooting, did you hear anybody running from the studio?
Well, I am not sure. You see, I am taking a bath with the window closed. I hear a loud noise like a shot, but nothing else.
Thank you. Sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I'd like you to check something for me right away.
Why, sure, sir.
While I go back to see Mrs. Blaine, I want you to dig up the landlord of this house and, just as routine, check on these points.
In just a few moments, the scene follows between Mr. Keene and Mary Blaine. Meanwhile, remember, first impressions are usually lasting impressions. People judge you by the way they see you. They decide almost at once whether they want to know you better or not. And one of the greatest factors that influence everyone you meet is your teeth. If your teeth are dull and discolored by surface stains, chances are 9 times out of 10 that others find you unattractive. That's why I want to tell you about the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste. Thousands more people every day are discovering it does wonders in helping to remove from the teeth those dingy-looking surface stains, so that the natural sparkle and brilliance is revealed. What's more, Colonos is delightfully pleasant to use, because it leaves your mouth feeling tingling clean and refreshed. For its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. So if you want a smile that makes a good impression, that adds to your charm and personality, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. And now Mr. Keene faces Mary Blaine, Eric Plummer's beautiful and famous fiancée.
Here, Mr. Keene, sit down.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaine.
You went there. You examined the evidence.
Yes, I fulfilled my part of the bargain.
And now I'll have to fulfill mine.
Well, my dear, you said you knew who killed Eric Plummer.
I did, Mr. Keene. I killed him.
You? I fancied you'd say that.
Oh, not because I'm shielding anybody else. Please don't get the conventional idea that my daughter, that Bunny, perhaps...
No. But if you did it, why did you send me back to look at the evidence?
Because I hoped and prayed that perhaps I didn't do it. Oh, I know all this sounds mad.
Tell me the whole story.
The whole story, Mr. Keene? I've given my best years to fight my way to the top. Now it's just one long nightmare of anxiety to stay there. Men flock around me. Why? For my money, my fame, or for myself? I can never be sure. When I met Eric Plummer, I knew he'd led a rather wild life, but he was a great artist in his own right. And when he told me he loved me, it sounded real for once. Or I hoped it was real.
Yes, my dear. Go on.
Lately, he's been painting my portrait. Once I took Bunny to watch. That was a mistake. Eric went to work on Bunny with all his charm. A man old enough to be her father. I want to keep Bunny wholesome and natural, Mr. Keene. I asked Eric again and again to stop turning her head. Today, this morning, I went to sit for him again, and to have it out with him once and for all. I was sitting on the dais, and he was painting. He looked up and laughed. He said,
Well, my dear, you wouldn't be jealous of Bunny now, would you?
Don't be silly, Eric. I just want you to leave Bunny alone.
Such a hackneyed situation, isn't it? The poor man starts by falling in love with the mother, and then suddenly he sees that after all, it's the daughter he loves.
Eric, you don't love anybody. It's all a game with you.
Ah, me. The eternal triangle.
He'd taken that tone with me before, Mr. Keene. Laughed at me. This time I was desperate. I wasn't going to let him ruin Bunny's life. I brought along a revolver. I took it from my bag. Eric looked up and said,
Mary, you're much too sophisticated for that kind of nonsense.
You must promise me never to see Bunny again. Eric, I'm serious about this, believe me.
Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say.
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you.
And there he lay dead before you, Mrs. Blaine.
Mr. Keene, will you believe me? I was horrified. I never really meant to pull that trigger. I only wanted to frighten him. And suddenly, he was dead. I suppose I should give myself up to the police.
One moment. Before you do anything like that, what has become of the gun?
Well, after I ran from the house, my first thought was to get rid of it. I threw it away.
Where?
There was a can of cinders standing in front of one of the houses. I pushed the gun inside and covered it over.
That, my dear, was a great mistake. You went and buried your own best witness.
Witness?
Yes. To the fact that you never shot Eric Plummer.
But I didn't shoot him.
No. It was a physical impossibility.
Why? Why do you say that?
Better answer.
Hello?
Begging your pardon. May I speak to Mr. Keene?
One moment, please, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello?
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Mike. What'd you find out?
Boss, you hit it on the nose.
Good, Mike. I'm glad. Now, something else for you to do.
Yes, sir.
Check with the sanitation department at once. Ask what they've done with the cinders they removed this morning from the 3000 block in East 58th Street.
Cinders?
What I'm really after is a gun. The caliber...
38.
38. Mike, we must have it.
Talk of a needle in a haystack.
I know you won't fail me, Mike.
Okay, sir.
So you think I did not kill Eric?
Strange, isn't it? That I have to get evidence to convince you of your own innocence.
But if I didn't, who did, Mr. Keene?
That, my dear, is another story, and a rather tragic one. Forgive me if I run along now.
Oh, so you are here again. The old gentleman.
Yes, I'm afraid I must trouble you again.
With more questions?
This is a matter of life or death.
For whom?
A woman, her daughter, other persons.
Well, what do you want now?
Permission to inspect your studio. I want to study the layout.
Sorry, I cannot talk to anyone.
Miss Avila! She slammed the door in my face. Come in.
Good morning, boss. It's me. Not fit to stand in anybody's office.
Why, Mike, you're all covered with ashes.
Like a spectre risen from the grave. I've been digging through a mountain of ashes all night.
Where?
Oh, over on the East Drive. They're taking it for landfill.
Did you find it, Mike?
Here you are, boss.
Good work.
Have a look inside.
Mike, I'm going back to Mary Blaine's place at once.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you going in there by any chance to see Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, Corporal. You are a corporal, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Bob Martin's my name.
My name is Keene. I believe you're a friend of Bunny's.
Oh, I'm crazy about her. I came up on this furlough just to see Bunny. She locks herself away from me, won't come to the phone. I'm not sophisticated enough for her, I guess.
I rather fancy she may soon have her fill of sophistication.
Well, I just thought if you saw Bunny around inside
I'll be glad to tell her you're here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Too bashful to break in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, I've been waiting so anxiously ever since you phoned that you were coming.
Can we speak somewhere privately?
Of course. This door.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Bunny.
You have good news for us?
Bunny knows everything. I told her.
I don't see how I ever could have thought Eric was glamorous.
Well, we found a gun, Mrs. Blaine. Look at it.
It's mine. The one I tried to get rid of.
Not one of the cartridges has been fired.
You're sure?
My dear, you couldn't possibly have killed him, and for many reasons.
What do you mean?
You say Eric Plummer was facing you when you aimed the revolver?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
But the bullet actually entered from the side of his head.
The side?
In fact, judging from the lack of powder marks, from the distance at which the fatal bullet was obviously fired, nobody inside that room could have killed him.
Why, Mr. Keene?
The room is 20 by 20. With Plummer sitting in the center at his easel, a person aiming the pistol with arm outstretched would nowhere have been more than 10 feet from him. But the bullet traveled at least 15 feet.
15? Then where did it come from?
Outside the apartment. From a studio just across the narrow air shaft. And through the open window of Plummer's studio.
And the person who killed him?
A young lady, I'm afraid. Also a painter. We learned from the landlord that it was Plummer who engaged the little back studio for her a year ago.
Eric did?
Yes.
And he was supposed to be so madly in love with Mother.
For the past 3 months, her rent hasn't been paid at all. Plummer finally lost interest. The young lady, Miss Avalar, seems quite hot-tempered.
Charm. Glamour. And in the end, murder.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Captain Thomas.
Your office said I'd find you here. I have a message for you.
For me?
It was addressed to the old gentleman. We figured out that means you.
From Rosa Avalar.
Yeah. Read it.
Old gentleman. You are very wise. You guessed the truth. And now I will save everybody's time by sentencing myself. Rosa Avalar.
Oh, she committed suicide?
Half hour ago, ma'am.
I'm sorry about this. Truly sorry.
Well, that closes the case. I'll have to get along now and write the police report.
Goodbye, Captain Thomas.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you?
You were innocent, Mrs. Blaine. I was happy to be able to help you.
Eric. Everything about him was so mean, so heartless.
That reminds me, Bunny, I believe there's a boy, a very bashful one, who's hanging around outside.
Oh, not poor Bob.
Yes, poor Bob. A boy your own age, with 10 times the real glamour of a man like Eric Plummer.
Oh, poor dear, he must be furious with me.
No, just dying to see you. And my dear, whenever you're tempted to see glamour in a man like Eric Plummer, remember that all that glisters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Gilded tombs do worms enfold.
How terribly true. I've realized it for a long time.
And now, so do I.
All right, Bunny. Run along with you and make that poor, bashful soldier happy.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the missing witness. Listen next week at the same time as he brings us the baffling and colorful case of the girl who sang too well. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you will want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains, helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth, that add so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste, yourself, right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos at any drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time. Every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the girl who sang too well. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
New York, 3rd Avenue. A warm October afternoon. Nat's Bar. A little place is almost empty. Almost. Not quite.
And how is my very good friend Nat today?
Yes, Mr. Boynham?
This being an especially fine afternoon, and I having just acquired 2 lovely bottles, which you will perceive in this paper bag at my elbow, I have decided to ask for your hand in marriage.
Look, Mr. Boynham.
If that is to be your attitude, Nat, I shall have to drown my sorrows in a jigger of rye. Just one, that's all.
Sorry, Mr. Boynham. No credit.
Today, Nat, you'll be glad to know we can barter on a cash basis. You see? Legal tender.
1 straight rye.
That was the idea.
Okay, it's your funeral. First one always tastes rotten, don't it? Or maybe you never like the taste.
Again.
Say, how about your brother? You told me you and him was going away for the weekend.
We were, and in fact we are, on the 6:45. Unfortunately, most unfortunately, my brother Wick was called away by a business matter. I just happened to remember a telephone call.
Pretty sharp. And then you duck right out and spend your train fare for liquor, huh? Taking them 2 bottles with you?
Oh, I may never touch them while I'm there. Not a drop. What you don't understand, all of you, is that I've got to know what's around. That I can have it if I need it, that's all.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys like that. Take a bottle and put it on the shelf. All they want is just to look at it. Won't even have a corkscrew, just to be sure. Only all of a sudden they grab the bottle and bite off the neck.
Nat, one more reproving word and I shall consult our lawyer about a divorce.
Let me wipe up the bar. That glass left a circle.
No, don't wipe it away, Nat. Let me have my little vicious circle. You know, the circle is the perfect geometric figure. No end, no beginning. Weave me another, Nat. Oh, come on, Nat. One little jigger of dreams.
Nope.
You don't approve of drinking?
Not the way you drink.
You're worried about me, huh? Well, don't be, Nat. Just think what it does to my mind. It tosses the sandbags overboard so the balloon can soar. Suddenly I'm competent, supremely competent. I'm one of the great ones. I'm Michelangelo molding the beard of Moses. I'm Van Gogh painting pure sunlight. I'm Barrymore before the movies got him by the throat. I'm a hold-up man. I'm Jesse James's brothers. I'm all 3 of them. I'm W. Shakespeare. And out there, it's not 3rd Avenue any longer. It's the Nile, Nat. The Nile. And down it moves the barge of Cleopatra. Listen. Purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of lutes kept stroke, and made the water which they beat follow back. Keep it up, Don. More lines and more. And more little circles on the bar. 3, 5, 8, 9. Till suddenly you realize it's late. Now grab your bottles and hurry home, but don't go in yet, Don. Look up there first. Look up. All your windows dark. Quick must have gone. Sure, he'd be mad enough to go away alone. But Helen may be around. Watch out, she doesn't see you sneaking in. All right, you're in. Now lock the door. Slip the catch. So far, so good. No, wait a minute. Those bottles. You've got to hide one down. That's it, that's fine. In the ceiling light, in the metal bowl. Now set the other bottle by the chair and pull out that cord. And fill the glass. Nothing to stop you anymore, Don. Go on and drink. Drink. No one can see you. It's growing quite dark. Quite dark. Soon there won't be any light at all.
Mr. Burnham, I thought you was going away.
I'll have the usual.
Look, Mr. Burnham, this is still morning.
Forward, Nat.
Okay.
It's when you need it most in the morning. Haven't you learned that yet? At night it's a drink, in the morning it's medicine. I'll have another jigger of tonic.
How about those 2 quarts? Did you polish off both them bottles last night?
Both? Hey, that's right. I did have 2 bottles, didn't I? I hid one of them. I've still got it. I'm a capitalist, Ned. I got untapped reserves. I'm rich.
Mr. Burnham, if you had enough money, you'd kill yourself in a month. Don't make no difference to me, but it sure is tough on that girl.
What girl?
The one in the leopard coat. She was in again last night, looking for you. That's an awful high-class young lady.
You bet she is.
How the heck she ever get mixed up with a guy that sops it up like you do?
That's a problem, isn't it? That nice young man who drinks and the high-class young lady. And why does he drink and why doesn't he stop? That's my novel, Nat. Morbid stuff. Nothing with a book of the month. Club, a horror story. The confessions of a booze addict. The logbook of an alcoholic. Oh, come on. That breakdown. I'm empty again. You know what I'm going to call my novel? The Bottle. That's all. Very simple. The Bottle. Got it all in my mind. Let me tell you the first chapter. The man with the bottle meets a girl. Extra special girl. He meets her, makes a date, goes on the wagon for 6 weeks.
He's in love, huh?
That's what's going to be so hard to write. Love's the hardest thing in the world to write about. So simple. You've got to catch it through details. The early morning sunlight hitting the ash cans in front of our house. A ringing telephone that sounds like Beethoven's pastoral. A letter scribbled on our office stationery that smells like all the lilacs in Ohio.
And no drinking?
He thinks he's cured. If he can find a job now, they can be married, and that's that. But it isn't that. Not quite, because... Fill me up, Nat. I'll tell you why. You see, it's a few months later now, and she's written her folks all about the fella. And they've come all the way from Ohio to meet him. He's supposed to be at their hotel at noon. But suddenly he's scared. He knows he can't face her. Not like that, not cold. He needs a drink, just one. And so he takes just one. And then another, and then another. Then all of a sudden it's 5 o'clock and he's still there at home with his bottle.
He's drunk.
He's blind. And when the girl comes up to find out what's happened, that's how she finds him.
Don, I understand. Of course I do. You were a little nervous about meeting my folks, so you took a few drinks. What of it? Most people drink a little.
Sure. The lucky ones who can take it or leave it. But then there are the ones who can't take it and can't leave it either. Helen, what I'm trying to say is I'm not a drinker, I'm a drunk.
Darling, we can go over this tomorrow. Right now.
You've heard the facts, that's all there is to it.
I've heard them, and they're not very pleasant. But they could be worse. After all, you're not an embezzler or a murderer. You can be cured.
That has a familiar ring to it.
There must be some reason why you drink. The right doctor can...
I'm way ahead of the right doctor. I know the reason. The reason is me, what I am. Or rather, what I'm not.
What aren't you that you want to be, Don?
A writer. Silly, isn't it? Because I could be. I was. Until that guy started looking over my shoulder and whispering in a thin, clear voice like the E string on a violin. Don Burnham, he'd whisper. It's not good enough. How about a couple of drinks just to put it on his feet, huh? So I had a couple. That made all the difference. Suddenly, I could see the whole thing. The tragic sweep of the great novel, beautifully proportioned. But before I could grab it and throw it out on paper, the drink would wear off and everything would be gone. And there was despair. And a drink to counterbalance despair. One to counterbalance the counterbalance. And that guy would be always at my shoulder.
What guy? Who are you talking about?
The other Don Burnham. There are two of us, you know. Don the writer and Don the drunk. I try to break away from that other one a lot of ways. Once I even hocked my typewriter and bought a gun. Yeah, still got the bullets.
Don.
I meant to do it on my 30th birthday, but that other Don wanted us to have a drink first. He always does. The gun went for 3 quarts of whiskey. The flop suicide of a flop writer.
But you are a writer. You have every quality for it. Wit, imagination, pity.
Oh, come on, let's face reality. I'm 33. I've never done anything. I'm not doing anything. I never will do anything. 0, 0, 0.
But you will. We'll straighten all this out.
Helen, for your own good, you'd better go.
Sit down. I'm going to make some coffee.
Go on. Clear out while you can.
Because I've got a rival? Because you think you're in love with a bottle? You don't know me, Don. I'm going to fight and fight and fight. And don't try and argue. Bend down and be kissed.
That was 3 years ago, Nat. That's a long time to keep fighting, to keep believing. The sanatorium, the health farm, a psychiatrist, nothing worked. And still she holds on. She knows she's clutching a razor, but she won't let go. 3 years of it.
Yeah, and how does it come out?
I don't know. I haven't figured that far.
Want me to tell you? Well, one day your guy gets wise to himself and gets back that gun. Or if he's only got $1.10, he goes up to the top of the Empire State Building, way up on top, and then... Or he can do it for a nickel in the subway under a train like that.
But what if Helen's right after all? He sits down and turns out something good, but good, and that pulls him up and snaps him out of it.
This guy? Not from where I sit.
Oh, you're wrong, Nat. I'm going to do it. That's why I didn't go on that weekend. See, this time I've got it, Nat. I'm going home. I'm going to write.
The second act of The Lost Weekend, starring Ray Miland, Jane Wyman, and Frank Phelan, will follow in just a moment.
The San Francisco atmosphere. Superb service. What more could there be? At Frisco's Old Place, there's a whole lot more. From the complete menu, ribs to wings, and steak to hamburger. And it's also the home of Saturday and Sunday jazz in the Golden Horseshoe. Frisco's Old Place, fully licensed. Great food and jazz. Saturday, 1:30 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Frisco's Old Place, 760 Brand Street, Burlington, in the Burlington Square. What more could you want? If you can't make it to Frisco's, listen to Saturday Night Special, J's for Jazz presentation. Norm Bernard and his band, on tape from that afternoon.
And now, Act 2 of The Lost Weekend. The Burnham apartment. The living room. The portable typewriter on the desk. 2 shaking hands slip a sheet of paper in the machine and slowly, grimly begin to type.
The Bottle. A novel by Don Burnham. For Helen, with all my love. With all my love. All right, Don. What now? Where do you go from here? How do you start? That first little sentence. Agony, isn't it? Huh? Maybe a cigarette would help. Right down the table by the... Oh, sorry. I didn't notice that bottle, Don. That was from last night. Last night, that was great, wasn't it? You know, maybe that's just what you really need, a drink. Just one drink to get you started. No, not that bottle. That's empty, remember? You want the other one, the one you hit. That's right, it might be in the closet, Don. It's worth a look. Not there? Then how about the kitchen? You know, the top shelf, the place you always listen. No, must be in the living room. The bookcase. Don, back of those books. You're all alone and it's growing dark. It's growing dark again. It's growing dark. Stop it, Helen. Stop it. Stop it. I'm all right. I just can't stop. Stop it! Sure, Don. Sure, you're all right. All you need is a drink. One drink this morning, you'll be fine all day. Tough luck, though. Bottle's empty. Any money? Not a dime. Nat got it yesterday. No credit either. No nothing. Unless you want to use that portable. Why not? Why don't you, Don? Why don't you give it to Ned? Why don't you get some good out of it? Now you're talking. Rip the paper out, slap on the lid, and let's get going. Sure, I know you're weak and the thing's heavy. But it's only to Nat's. Just a block and a half. Come on, start walking. You need the drink, boy. Ned. Ned.
Mr. Boynham, what's the matter?
Let me have one, Ned. I'm dying. Just one, please.
I thought you were home writing that book.
Oh, he tricked me. The same old dirty trick. Give me one, Ned. I'll pay you when I can. Just don't let me die here.
No credit, and you know it.
All right, so it's charity. I'm begging for you one, Ned. Just give me one.
Yeah, one. One's too many, and 100's not enough. Here.
Ned.
That's all.
Oh, please, I'll pay you. I'll let you have my typewriter.
I'm no writer. You're the writer. Now go on home. Go home. And you better take something to quiet yourself. You're heading straight for the DT.
I'm not.
That's what they all say, until they start seeing the little animals.
Oh, shut up!
You know that stuff about pink elephants? That's the bunk. It's the little animals. Little tiny turkeys in straw hats. Midget monkeys coming through the keyholes. With one guy I know, it used to be beetles. Beetles crawling all over him in the dark. That's when it comes, you know, in the dark.
Oh, stop it! Ned, please, just one. I'll die if you don't.
You'll die if I do. Here, $5. But drink it up somewhere else. I don't want that kind of money here.
Don, come on, guy. Wake up. That's the trouble, isn't it, huh? You always have to wake up. Sort of grayish out, Don. What do you think? Dawn or dusk? What day is this, you suppose? Saturday? Nah, couldn't be. You couldn't have finished 2 bottles that soon. Sure, you had 2 bottles. That gave you the money, remember? Good old Ned. Nice guy, but all wrong. All that stuff about the dark, the little animals. Not to you, Don. It couldn't happen to you. Why, it's almost dark now and you're okay. Sure. What's that? That sound? Seems to be coming from the wall. Yeah, there it is. Strange. Right in the middle of the wall, a mouse. That's all it is. Wait, there's something else here. It's flying around. Watch yourself. It's a bat. He's going after the mouse. He's got him, Don. He's got him. Look. There, the wall is blood.
Don, it's me. It's Helen.
No.
The woman downstairs phoned me. She promised she'd let me know when you came home. She heard you scream.
Go away.
Oh, silly, I came to help you. Come on, now get up. Put your hand on my shoulder. No, wait, we need some light.
No, Helen, no.
What's wrong, Don?
The wall, don't look.
What wall?
There, over there, the mouse and the bat, that hole in the wall.
There isn't any hole in the wall, look.
But I saw it.
You've had some kind of nightmare. Stop shaking, John. Everything will be all right. I'll stay right with you. You'll get some food and sleep.
Little animals. It's always the little animals. That's what he said.
But you're not making much sense.
What he said about the ending. Like this. Or like that. Like this. Or like that.
Darling, what you need is a good night's sleep.
We're more than ready for spring.
But is your car? Is it longing for a lube job, ailing for lack of alignment, itching for an ignition tune-up? King Car Service Center is the spring tonic for your car. Call King Car and arrange for a checkup to give your car the pep it lacks. You're ready for spring. Make sure your car is. King Car Service Center. 5 certified mechanics and guaranteed workmanship. 185 Cross Avenue in Oakville, 842-5333.
Don, you awake yet? Come on, lazy bones. It's time to get up. I've got toast and coffee and scrambled eggs and... Don? Don, did you hear me? Don! Don, why don't you... Gone. He's not here. He's gone.
Yeah? Oh, good morning, miss.
Excuse me. Did someone come in here this morning to pawn... yes, there it is on the rack. That leopard coat.
Huh?
I want it back. It's mine.
It's your coat.
Oh, it's all right. He had my permission. How much did you give him?
He didn't want any money. He wanted to swap it.
For what?
Something he hocked here a long time back.
What?
Gun.
Helen, how the devil did you get in?
I got the pass key from the janitor. The safety latch wasn't on.
What's the matter? Why are you looking about this way?
No reason. I just wanted to be sure I left everything right.
Well, I'd like to finish up a few things before Wick gets back. You'd better run along. And thank you.
Don, there was some whiskey left when I cleaned up last night.
Was there?
Would you like to know where I put the bottle?
No.
Don't you want a drink, Don?
No.
It's right here in the umbrella stand. Why don't you, Don?
I don't feel like a drink. Not now, I told you.
Just one. Here's a glass, please.
Say, what are you up to?
Drink it. You need it, Don. I want you to drink it. I'll get you some more. I'll get you all you want.
What kind of talk is that?
I will. I mean it. I'd rather have you drunk than dead.
Dead? Who wants to be dead?
Don't lie to me. You have a gun and bullets. If those bullets aren't in this drawer...
All right, they're not there. So what? This business is just a formality. Don Burnham is dead already. He died over this weekend.
That's not true.
It is. He died of moral anemia, of fear, of shame, of DTs.
That Don Burnham. And now you want to kill the other one?
What other one?
There were 2 Dons. You told me so yourself. Don Burnham the drunk and Don Burnham the writer. It's just the drunk who died, so the writer's free. No one to whisper anymore. No one to interfere.
Stop trying to stall me. It's too late, Helen. What do you expect, a miracle?
Yes, if I could only make you wait.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Burnham. I got something for you.
Come in, Nat. What is it?
The other night at my place, you forgot your typewriter. Thought I'd bring it up.
Thank you, Nat.
Writes real good. I oiled her up a little. I didn't oil her up so you could hock it.
I'll take it, Nat.
Oh, sure. Well, goodbye, Mr. Burnham. And, how's all them lilacs in Ohio?
Don, this is it. It happened. I didn't ask for a big miracle.
Helen, you're not serious.
Somebody is. Somebody somewhere sent this typewriter to you. Why? Because he means you to write.
Write what? I tried. Couldn't even find the first line.
Of course you couldn't. You couldn't write the beginning when you didn't know the ending.
The end is a question mark, Helen. Will be as long as I live.
Don't say that, Don.
Give me a Helen. That glass, I'll take it now.
Don. Don, you dropped your cigarette in that...
Yes, Helen. There's a question mark after every story. Love. Will it last? Success. Does it bring happiness? Death. Is it heaven or hell or sleep? All right, this strength of mine, such as it is, will it hold out? We'll try.
On behalf of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, thank you, Ray Miland, Jane Wyman, and Frank Phelan for your deeply moving performances. Which bring us quite fittingly to the Red Book Magazine Awards for 1945. As you all know, Red Book magazine annually awards the Red Book Cup for what it deems the outstanding screen achievement of the year. And it is Lady Esther's annual custom to invite one of the previous year's winning cast to make the presentation on behalf of Red Book. Last year's winner, of course, was Going My Way. And here in person is Barry Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. Well, I've just this to say. This is a beautiful cup, and Leo McCary, Bing Crosby, and I have valued having it for a year. Now it goes into other hands. And I'm sure that millions of people all over America will agree with Mr. Edwin Barmer, editor of Red Book, and Mr. Thornton Delahanty, its motion picture critic, that the cup is going to the proper people, the men behind the Lost Weekend. Jane, call the boys.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Billy.
Go ahead, Ray. Introduce them.
Ladies and gentlemen, our two-in-one boss, who between them wrote, produced, and directed the picture, Mr. Charles Brackett and Mr. Billy Wilder.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an honor indeed. In accepting it, Mr. Wilder and I want to thank the people who made the picture possible. Charles Jackson for his brilliant novel, the Paramount front office for giving us the green light, you, Ray, and you, Jane, and the whole cast, John Seitz, the cameraman, Doane Harrison, the editor, Miklas Rocha for his magnificent music. Billy, is there anyone I've forgotten?
Ah, yes. A word of thanks to the man who helped us with our research, to Mr. W.C. Fields, for graciously permitting us to peek at the x-rays of his kidney.
Now, wait a minute, Willie. Let's be serious. Speaking for all who worked in it, let me say that we are proud that a story like The Lost Weekend should ever have been brought to the screen. We think it marks a forward step towards Hollywood's real coming of age. And if the screen can approach all human problems with this same sort of frankness, this same sympathy, and this same desire to help, then Hollywood will have justified its place and its importance in our lives. And that's about all, except for all of us. Thanks to Red Book, thanks to Lady Esther, and good night.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! 4500 Sutter, please.
It's kind of late, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
Comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order...
4500 Sutter, please.
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you
Driver.
know, but, yeah?
Of all the cabs in San Francisco, most of them operated by drivers who mind their own business, why did I have to get your cab?
Well, I like... Who are you going to see at 4500?
My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year was...
That's all right. Evading the question, huh?
I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley.
Clarence Quigley?
Clarence Quigley.
You going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley
Look,
about...
he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now, no temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
Oh. So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Well, would you think I was soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
As one man of the world to another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Look, miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
I saw you, and then the name came to me, so I just thought...
who is Ellsworth?
I don't know.
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
That
but...
isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No, you... See, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
Now, what I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated, like, I'm taking you and a lady right back to where you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Temple.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my head?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from home. Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Miss X?
Thank you.
Huh?
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley's. I think tonight he's a fellow who needs a friend.
I need one, too.
Oh, come along now. There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
All right. Oh, I'm so afraid and
Oh,
lost.
quiet now. Now, let's take a look at your back.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Usual odds and ends, and a compact, initialed. DM. DM, does that suggest anything?
DM?
Hmm.
No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Sutter.
You're well-dressed, compact's gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
You're phoning?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. They, hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray, Thanks, I'll hold on.
Oh, I hope maybe they know about me. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here. Huh. Yeah, a bruise the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia. Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What? Oh, you're looking for her, too. Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? Oh, I see. Then I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yeah, so it seems.
Because I've been reported missing?
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. Here, now, try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact.
What am I going to do?
You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Now, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Or shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decisions.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
And I need help so, because You see, what's so terrible about it all is that I don't remember anything at all, so I can't even say I didn't murder anyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's been fun meeting you. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door.
Why not?
I'm coming in.
Oh, all right. I hate to seem prying, but who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
A gloomy lady prophesying disaster, hmm?
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
A strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it. It's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound.
Well, to breach a confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore, if and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of her guardian's assassination.
Oh. Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere, at the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the garret, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler. The library, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now, look here.
Isn't he priceless? Now, look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy, and
no one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy? Against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on him.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here.
There
you have...
goes again.
I resent that.
Good. It is now on record that you resent it.
How about Walters?
Walters?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walters is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
But it wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How horrible.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember, and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people. Dorothy? 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 Dorothy!
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out. Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
We'll find out. Tinsley,
What? Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley. I'd like both of you in sight.
If you insist.
Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Oh, thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
Wow. How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
Uh-huh. That's that.
Is she dead?
She's dead.
Poor old girl. Although, you know something?
What?
She must have killed the old man. Schreiber, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
This is a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes, a cop like me?
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Uh-huh. Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Now, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Schreiber home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because I have...
Hey, Mary. Look, coming through the door.
I'm not sure. Simon.
Oh, hello, Dorothy.
I don't know exactly how I got here, but I don't recognize the place at all. Yet I should, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should, Miss Moore. Because this is where you live. But I'm afraid you're not going to stay very long.
What do you mean?
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
You know, I love police headquarters. They're so romantic.
Uh-huh.
Mary, how are you going to prove anything against that girl if she's suffering total amnesia?
By proving that her amnesia is a fake.
Oh, how?
I have an alienist coming over here to look at one of our guests. I'll have him see Miss Moore, too. He's due any minute. I'll go get the girl now.
I wonder. Through the other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. What's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one...
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
No? You are not afraid because you have little friends who come to you in the dark, perhaps, eh?
No. Now, why are you afraid of the dark?
Oh, it's a long, long story. And,
You know, you don't look at all well.
Well, I don't feel so good either.
No, you should see a doctor.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Doyle, I think his name was?
Doyle? He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
Oh, dear.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber house. A house where 2 people have died. A house very convenient for murder.
Yes?
It's no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Dorothy's home?
Yes, sir.
She got here when?
10 minutes ago, perhaps.
Well, we'll go to the library.
Yes, sir.
She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire, I think.
Get him down here, too.
That I will, sir.
And Walters.
Yes?
You come back, too.
Sure.
Having fun, Templar?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case, but
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Again? Oh, you flatter me.
Simon.
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you waked,
Oh,
but
I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray, Mr. Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walters?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone? Yes, of course. Oh, well, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said.
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you?
Well, of course.
But then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over-careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time, your hat was immaculate, untouched. You asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
Oh, what a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy, you didn't ask me how I could be so sure the killer hadn't done that business with your hat.
I don't care.
I'm so sure because of Walter's statement. Remember, he saw you rush out immediately after the shots?
All right, you're smart, but you'll never stop me.
Perhaps not, but Walters, who's right behind you, will.
Oh, no, you can't fool me with
He
that.
wasn't trying to, Miss Dorothy. I think I'd better...
What? You're no gentleman. You knocked Miss Moore out with a bottle.
Yes, sir.
But you said you were going to Canada.
You misunderstood me, sir. I merely said I was going to get some Canada Dry. Now the bottle's ruined. That's too bad.
Oh, never mind, Walters. No harm done. Inspector Murray, you'll take Miss Moore, and I'll take an old-fashioned.
have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think. Think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat. Think, and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe. Send your contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Lou Vitties. Our cast included Peggy Weber, Ted Von Els, Jerry Hausner, Tom Brown, and Dan O'Hurley. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is One Man's Family. One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Today, transcribed, we present Chapter 2, Book 71, entitled Two Lost Barbers Begin to Find Happiness. It's vacation time at the Sky Ranch. The only ones not present are Paul, who had to remain in Seacliff on business, and his niece Joan, 16, who's staying at the family home with him and has her first part-time job. But in addition to the family up at the Sky Ranch is Roberta Evans at Mother Barbour's special invitation. It's been a lively day, and now at the Sky Ranch it's early evening with deepening purple shadows in the canyons and the full moon taking over where the sun left off. It's quiet now. Quiet except for the approaching and receding sound of Skippy's motor scooter, which has traveled steadily around the ranch all day long. Here he comes now. Grown-ups have their moments of happiness, but there's nothing like the sustained ecstasy you'll see on the face of a boy driving his first gasoline motor. For 11-year-old Skippy, today has been a jewel of a day, a period of undiminishing bliss. It was part of Barbour's idea that the driveway would be a good, safe place for the boy to ride. A suggestion which he now bitterly regrets. The noise of the motor has driven him to a far corner of the side porch, where he is waiting to enjoy the evening quiet, if, by chance, someone eventually sends Skippy to bed. That's Henry's voice now.
Fanny! Fanny!
Yes, Henry?
Fanny, would you come out here a moment? Motor scooters.
What is it, Henry?
Isn't there in this household a specified bedtime for children?
Now, Henry.
That scooter, is it never going to stop?
I don't hear it, Henry. He's still riding it.
9 hours and 17 minutes now. 9 blessed hours and 17 minutes. I have never in my life seen such stick-to-itiveness, Fanny, such singleness of purpose.
My dear, isn't that a quality you greatly admire?
Huh?
Stick-to-itiveness.
Circling around the hammock. Did you see him when he was circling around my hammock? I thought the thing would only work on the driveway, but no, it can climb hills, weave in and out among the trees.
The idea, letting a little thing like that bother you.
I don't mind a minimum of turmoil and confusion. I don't even mind a certain amount of bedlam. When you have a household full of young children, you have to expect a certain amount of bedlam, but when evening comes, it really ought to calm down.
And what am I supposed to do about it?
Huh?
I'm not going to tell Clifford what time he should send Skippy to bed.
But the triplets will never get to sleep.
Well, we'll let Jack and Betty worry about that. Why don't you go for a walk?
I've been for a walk. I've had 2 walks.
Well, good.
I strolled down the wood trail for a quarter of a mile, and what happened? I leaped aside just in time to avoid being run over.
Henry.
Huh?
My dear, I'm not going to do your dirty work for you. If you want someone to speak to Clifford, then you do it, not I.
Oh, Grandfather! Grandfather!
Margaret, I'm out here on the side porch.
Oh, honestly, you men. Don't you ever see things like this?
Huh?
The children push these magazines off on the floor. Don't you ever see things like this, Henry?
Yes. I noticed that. I thought at the time we trained our children to be neat. I don't know what's going to happen to this generation.
It'd be so simple when you see magazines scattered about this way to simply pick them up.
Grandfather? Oh, hi, Grandmother.
Hello, Margaret.
Want me to help you?
Why, thank you. You can get that one under the sunshades.
Okay. Grandfather,
Yes, my dear.
have you got any influence with Skippy?
Is the noise beginning to bother you too, Margaret?
What noise?
Huh?
Golly, he ought to share things. Don't you think so? If a girl can ride a bicycle, she can run a motor scooter. Now I think Uncle Clifford should let him be so selfish. Do you, Grandfather?
But Margaret will be dark any moment now. Too dark to ride.
But he's got a headlight on it.
Huh?
Sure, there's a swell headlight, or spotlight, really. No matter how dark it gets, you can see everything fine.
Margaret, where is your Uncle Clifford?
Oh, I don't know. He was with Roberta Evans just after dinner.
Well, hunt down Miss Evans, and when you find Clifford, bring him to me.
Oh, Grandfather, I knew you'd do it for me. Gee, I'm lucky to be your favorite.
Huh? You've built up false hopes, young lady. That isn't what I had in mind at all.
Give me a kiss right here on my cheek.
Yes.
And I'll give you one right there on your cheek. There, now I'll get Uncle Cliff for you.
Understand you're not going to ride tonight, Margaret. We're going to get things quieted down.
I'll get him anyhow. You know where the magazines were scattered around, Grandmother?
No, I can't imagine.
There was a magazine fight, that's why. Oh, hi, Mom.
Hello, darling. Where are you off to?
I'm running an errand for Grandfather. He asked me to especially.
Pretty indeed. Here, you two, don't you want to ride out here?
Yeah. Yes, Hazel, thank you.
Oh, Mother, I was going to pick those up. There's a small riot out here before dinner. It's good exercise. That's why I'm in better physical condition than your father. I bend over oftener and pick things up.
Yeah. Sit down, Hazel. Sit down.
Thank you. Oh, Mother, are you going in? Yes, I can help Betty and Nicolette with the older girls. I think the little children are just about put away. Well, I'll see. And Henry.
Yeah?
If you talk to Clifford, see that you're diplomatic. It's his affair, you know, not ours.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, Hazel. Night, Mother. You know, I've been trying to get you alone all day.
So? Didn't I hear the phone ringing a little while ago?
Yes. Paul called to say he and Joan would be out from the city tomorrow.
Yeah, Joan should be out here now. How Paul ever talked Claudia and Nicholas into letting her work...
I didn't come out here to discuss Joan, Father. I want to ask you to do something about my own family.
Huh?
Would you please, for my sake, just ignore Margaret for a little while and concentrate on Betty's girls?
Huh?
Father, it's so easy to spoil a youngster Margaret's age. She's in a difficult period anyway, and if she gets the idea that she can always get special favor from you, it makes it harder for Dan and me. We're having quite a time with her.
You're having quite a time with Margaret. Why, Hazel, what do you mean?
You're just addled, aren't you?
Huh?
Father, Betty's feelings are hurt.
Huh? What about?
Well, you spend more time with Margaret than with all 6 of Betty's girls, and it hurts. And I don't blame her a bit for being hurt.
What are you talking about?
Did you go up and see the triplets today when they had their bath?
No, not today.
You came back from town with a sack of candy for Margaret. Well, the other children like candy, too. Sharon Ann likes candy.
Yes, I thought of that afterwards.
I found him, Grandfather.
I'll talk to you later, Father. You've just got to stop indulging her so.
Oh, here comes Skippy. Look there, Grandfather. Just look at that spotlight.
Hi, Hazel. Hey, you know, when I was a kid and got my first bicycle, I rode it for about 18 straight hours. I can remember exactly how Skippy feels when you finally get something you wanted desperately. You just can't seem to get enough of it. Oh, he's really a happy boy.
Come with me now, Margaret.
But I want to talk to Grandfather and Uncle Cliff.
Margaret.
It's all right, Hazel. Let Margaret... Oh, yes. Run along, my dear. Run along with your mother.
But golly.
Margaret.
Okay. Night, Grandfather. Night, Uncle Cliff.
Good night.
Night. Dad, in these last 11 years, have I been just a bum?
Huh?
It's the doggonest thing, Dad. I don't see how I could have a boy like Andy.
Who?
Andy. Clifford Andrew Barbour. Skippy's out as soon as I can sell him the idea. Anyhow, how could I have sent him to live with Nicky and Claudia and neglected him the way I have? Apparently I...
Well, who says you've neglected him?
Perfectly obvious, isn't it? I come out of the hospital and find I have a son named Skippy. No other name, just Skippy. And where is he? Living with my sister.
Now, Clifford...
I've had the worst time getting acquainted with him, Dad. We can hardly talk to each other. I told him the other day his name was Andrew Clifford Barbour, and you know what he said? He said Andrew was all right, maybe, but he'd rather be called Skippy. He doesn't want any part of Clifford. Can you imagine Skippy?
Yes.
Maybe I'll never remember these 11 years that have gone out of my life. From a few things I've picked up, I almost hope I don't. Dad, just how bad was I?
Well, I grant you weren't too interested in Skippy, Clifford.
Yeah, all the evidence seems to point in that general direction. Well, I'll make up for it now, you can bet your life.
Well, don't overdo it.
How do you mean?
Well, in trying to make up for past wrongs, you can do just as much harm being overindulgent.
You mean with Andy?
Huh? Oh, yes, Andy. I'll get used to the name, no doubt. But, as I was saying, I think children actually like rules. A certain amount of discipline. For instance, if there's a specified bedtime. A youngster knows that his parents care, don't you see? The child who runs wild stays up half the night, does as he pleases. Well, Clifford, in his secret heart, he knows his parents are either stupid or that they just don't care about him. That makes sense?
I think so.
Certainly. So, if you're going to be a good father, Clifford, you must represent both love and authority. It's your responsibility to see that the boy gets a sound night's sleep, good food, good moral training, and has the proper things to wear.
And that he doesn't annoy other people too much with his motor scooter.
Huh?
Oh, sure, Dad, I get it. I'll quiet things down right now.
Well, wasn't that entirely clear?
Yeah, I know, Dad. I've been watching you trying to find a quiet corner. Excuse me. Hey, Skippy.
Fine. Watch me stop it. Now watch. Uh-oh. Killed the motor.
Skip,
Yes, sir. Did you notice my headlight? Boy, isn't that something? Look, turn it. See?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, it's swell. The whole thing's swell, Dad.
Dad? Did you say Dad?
Sure. Gee, I only hope it'll look just as good and shiny to me tomorrow morning when I wake up as it did today. Say, Dad.
Yes, Skip?
Look, if you want me to be called Andrew Clifford Barbour, well, that's okay, Dad, if that's what you want.
Skip. Well, that's fine, only probably nobody will ever... Well, everybody thinks of you as Skippy.
Well, I just wanted you to know it's okay with me. What time do I have to go to bed?
To bed?
Could I stay up until maybe not later than midnight?
Well, you see, that isn't the most silent motor scooter in the United States, and I hate to mention this, but today when you were circling around your grandfather's hammock, I think it bothered him a little.
It did?
And quite a lot, so, why don't we call it off right now and quiet down for the night?
Now?
I think it'd be a good idea, yeah.
You mean I have to?
Yeah, fella, I think you ought to.
Gee whiz, is that an order?
Yes, I guess that's what you'd call it, a definite order.
Okay, Dad. I'll just start it up and run around the house twice more and then put it in the garage.
Uncle Cliff, couldn't I ride it just once, please?
Oh, hey, Margaret, you're in your nightgown.
But, Uncle Cliff, I've been asking Skippy all day if I couldn't ride it just once. He's selfish.
You don't know how to work it.
Well, I could learn. Uncle Cliff, Skippy, I could learn right away. You watch me.
Leave it alone.
Skippy, let go.
Oh, hey, kids, hey, what kind of business is this?
Dad, I'm not going to ever let her ride it. She'd run it right into a tree. I'm not gonna.
Well, that's selfish, Skippy.
It's nice and quiet now. Lovely night, isn't it?
Yeah, hi, Dad. It might stay that way. Skippy's going to bed down his pride and joy.
Oh, is that so? Well, he's had a nice long day with it, yes.
Well, I haven't even touched it. You won't let me even get married, Grandfather.
Here, Margaret. What are you doing out barefoot in your night clothes?
Oh, I just wanted one little ride on the scooter before I go to sleep. That's all, Grandfather. Just one little ride.
Start it up, son.
Grandfather, come over here and let me speak to you a minute.
Huh? Yes. Yeah, Margaret. What is it?
See, Dad, what you do is click this right here, ignition, and step on the good old starter.
Well, do you have to choke it?
I can do it. You just adjust these handles. Now, oh, boy. Isn't it a kick when a motor starts? There isn't anything like a motor. Golly. Just listen to that, Dad.
Oh, yes, Skip. That's pretty sweet.
It's about the sweetest sound there is.
Yeah, it sure is, Skip. It's...
Boy. Look at this big soft seat. When I get a few months older, I could take a long trip and be perfectly comfortable. You could tie a pup tent on here and an axe and pots and pans.
Sure enough, you could, Skip.
Dad?
Yeah?
Just between you and me, if you want to start right now calling me Andy, well, that's okay.
Well, I just might do that one of these days. It's a fine name, Andrew. I've always liked it.
Oh, Clifford.
Yes, Dad?
Do you suppose that Skippy would mind giving Margaret a ride on that thing around the house a few times?
You mean ride double, Dad?
Why not? There's room, isn't there? Yes, there's plenty of room.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll take her around the house just 15 times, no more.
5 times.
How about 6, Dad? 6 times.
Make a 7th. Here you go, Margaret. Up you go.
Hang on. I've been soldering all day, and now I've got a license to take passengers. Contact!
Hold on tightly, Margaret.
I will. Thanks, Grandfather. Thank you very much.
You know something? He started calling me Dad.
Huh? Skippy? Well, what did he call you?
I don't know, but I never heard him call me Dad before.
Margaret! Margaret Herbert Murray! Margaret, where are you?
That you, Hazel?
No, Margaret's disappeared. Where in the world is she?
Riding with Skippy.
Riding with Skippy? But, Clipper, I sent her to bed.
But that, maybe you better get a jacket for her.
A jacket? What she got on?
Just her nightgown, I'm afraid.
Honestly, whose idea was this?
Dad, where are you going? Hey, Dad, come back here. Hazel wants to know whose idea this was.
Later that same evening, when everything was really put to bed, that's about 8:30 or 8:45 at the Sky Ranch, Clifford and Roberta Evans just naturally drifted together out under the moon in the patio.
Oh, so you did come, Clifford.
Were you expecting me? I thought maybe you'd gone to bed, but I was hoping.
No, just sitting here looking up at that wonderful moon and doing a little hoping myself.
Yeah. I've been up saying goodnight to Andy. Skippy to most folks.
I know.
He's worn himself out with that new scooter.
And he's made his father very happy, too, hasn't he?
Guess I am glowing a little. For the first time in my life, I've begun to sense the meaning of being a father.
Oh?
Just tonight, it kind of came over me as I watched him playing. The look of utter bliss on his face, the way he suddenly began calling me Dad, it was... Oh, it was pretty wonderful.
I heard him. When he said Dad, there was pride in it. He was as happy as you.
Was he, do you think? Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I feel this is the beginning of a real father-son relationship between us.
I'm so glad for you both. He's needed you so desperately. Not that your sister and brother-in-law haven't loved you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ah, yes. Peace at the Sky Ranch.
Finally. After all the kids have been put away for the night.
Oh, but they had such a glorious day. And what a wonderful place for them. You're really a very lucky man. You know that, Clifford?
What?
With such a big family and all of you so close. That's a rare thing in this world.
Is it so rare?
Is it? I don't think you realize. It was a great experience to see your family in action when you had your accident. The love and devotion and complete selflessness was heartwarming.
Yeah, everybody was swell. And getting a little personal, one Roberta Evans was right in there pitching, too.
Pure selfishness. I had my reasons.
Oh? Would you like to tell me what they were?
I would not. Anyway, the important thing is you're all right. You're here close beside me and happy. Thanks to Skippy.
Not Skippy alone. Oh? Though you had to be told. In fact, when there's a day I know I'm not going to see you, I feel pretty doggone miserable.
It's the moon, Clifford. It affects men's senses.
Moon has nothing to do with it. I feel the same way when it's foggy.
Nice talk. Say some more. And how obvious can a girl be?
Oh, but you must know how I feel.
Do I? I'm not so sure.
Oh, you're kidding. But you know something funny?
What?
You remember when Paul first brought you to the hospital and I thought you were his girl?
Yes.
I still haven't got that idea quite out of my head.
Clifford.
Even now it flashes in my mind. Boy, what a swell girl for Paul. And I get a tinge of jealousy. I don't want him to have you at all.
But he hasn't, not ever. Before your accident, I didn't even know Paul. And you made love to me like...
Like what?
Well, never mind if you don't remember.
Well, was I a better prospective husband before or since my loss of memory?
Why do you have that inferior feeling where Paul is concerned? I've noticed it over and over.
Well, maybe it's because he's the oldest and because he has so much more sense and balance. I don't know.
He has many fine qualities, of course. But so have you. Paul is Paul, and what he has is his. But by the same token, you have an entity, too, that gives you a personality and a charm that's all yours.
You're awful good for me. You know that?
Am I?
Yes, you are. And you know something else?
Yes, I do. I want you to kiss me.
You amazing girl. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Ah, yes. And again, yes.
How can a person have all your sense and be so beautiful, too?
The moonlight is very kind of... Uh-oh.
Hi. Oh, it's you two.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello, Jack.
Well, I didn't know you were out here. I just came out to get a little fresh air. What you doing?
Oh, just talking.
Yeah? We just got the last of the brood in the hay. Boy, by the time you wrestled several assorted daughters into bed, you've accomplished something.
But a labor of love.
Oh, yeah. You get one settled and another one wants a drink of water. Okay, you get the water. Then another wants one, but a fresh glass. Now you've got through that routine, known as the water routine, and you heave a sigh of relief. They're down. You start to sneak out. Up pipes a voice. Daddy, you didn't kiss me goodnight.
That's known as the good night kiss routine, I suppose.
That's it. There's several more. I'm too hot. I'm too cold. Mary Lou kicked me. I want you to hold me a little while. That's a tough one.
Well, how do you solve it?
Solve it? You don't.
I thought they'd all be so tired tonight they'd drop dead in their beds.
There speaks inexperience. It works that way sometimes, but when you count on it, exercise and overdoing act like so much Benzedrine. Let's face it, kids are unpredictable, and that's all there is to it.
Well, Skippy went off to bed without a word.
Look who's talking, the amateur.
It does sound a little smug, doesn't it?
I could keep my kids quiet with a motor scooter, too. But you can't buy something like that every day.
Not and stay solvent.
Has everybody gone to bed except us?
Seems like it.
Well, that's country life. After you have dinner and get the younger generation to bed, there's not much to do except get in the sack yourself, I guess.
Yeah, guess so.
Nicky's got some new horses. See him yet?
Oh, isn't that Palomino a beauty?
Sure is. You see it, Cliff?
Huh?
Hey, come to the party.
Oh, the horses, yeah.
Am I boring you? Oh, now I get it. I think I'll be running along.
You going to bed? It's early yet.
Well, I think I feel a cold draft. Good night.
Night, fella.
Good night, Jack.
Not too late now, children.
That's a younger brother for you?
He's cute. I wish I had some brothers, like Jack and Paul.
Oh, yeah, Paul. I wonder how Paul's getting along back in town playing chaperone to Joan. I think Brother Paul bit himself off a large hunk this time.
Yes, I know, Joan, but isn't it a little late to be going to a movie?
Well, it isn't 9 yet, Paul. Besides, Ken had to work late. That's why he couldn't get here sooner.
You met this Ken at the airport, huh?
Yeah. We had lunch together a couple of times. He knows you. Says he's helped to service your plane a lot of times. Ken Arthur, kind of stocky with a crew cut.
Well, I'll probably remember him when I see him. I'm presuming he's a nice young fellow.
Oh, sure, he's okay.
How old is he?
Oh, 21 or 22.
Isn't that a little old for you, honey?
Well, I can take care of myself, Paul. Besides, he's a lot more naive than a lot of the kids I know in school. Maybe that's why I kind of like him, because he doesn't try to act smart and be hip the way most of the kids around my age do.
Oh, I see. Well, I have complete faith in you, Joan. You know that.
I know you do. Do you think I'd do anything to make you lose that? Oh, gosh, I'm so happy with my job down at the airport and living here with you that nothing in the world matters but keeping everything just like it is. And if you don't want me to go, Paul, I'll tell him to go peddle his papers.
Of course I want you to go. I want you to have as much fun and be just as happy as you possibly can all summer. It's just that, well, I made myself responsible for you, and we don't want to let Nicky and Claudia down, do we?
The important thing to me is that I wouldn't let you down.
Well, I think we understand each other, and that's all that's necessary, isn't it?
Yes, Paul.
So you like what you're doing down at the airfield, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful. And everybody's so swell to me in the traffic office. Of course, I know a lot of that is because you're such a big shot down there.
Not at all. They like you very much. I was talking to Creighton yesterday, and he said you were not only willing, but intelligent.
Really?
Why, you're not surprised, are you? You know all that about yourself. Now you're getting a chance to prove it. That's why I thought your idea for this summer was so good and talked Claudia and Nicky into letting you do it. You've got an awful lot of personality and warmth, honey, and a lot of love that you're dying to let out. It takes a little time to learn how to do it, but when you learn how, you're going to find that there's a lot of it there for your parents, too.
I don't know, Paul.
I do. And once you find yourself able to give love to those who deserve it, you'll discover you're getting it back 100-fold. And there's where you'll find happiness. By loving and being loved.
It would be easy if everybody was like you.
That's fine. When you feel like telling me you love me, tell me. Don't be afraid of it. And once you've broken down that fear of loving wholeheartedly, the first thing you know, you'll be transferring it to all your family. To all the good people who love you so very much.
I hope so, Uncle Paul.
I know. You just said something that made me very happy.
That you make things clear?
No. You just call me Uncle Paul. Did you realize it?
Did I? I didn't know it. I wonder what made me do that.
I wonder.
Gee, I wish Ken weren't coming over. I'd much rather sit here and talk to you.
Oh, you'll have lots of time to talk to me. You go out and see a movie.
About all he thinks about is airplanes.
Well, I can think of worse things. Well, the date is here at last.
I'll go let him in.
Bring him in the library.
Yes, I will.
Hi, Joan.
Oh, come on in.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Come on in the library for a minute.
Oh, hello there.
Ken, you know Paul? My Uncle Paul?
I've seen you around the airport a lot, Mr. Barbours.
Yes, of course. Hi, Ken.
Oh, just fine, thanks.
You got time to sit down for a while?
When is the break of the movie? Do you know, Ken?
Well, I just called before I left the house. It's at 9:20.
Oh, we got plenty of time. We're just going down to that neighborhood theater anyway.
Well, that's what I thought. Of course, if there's something else you'd rather see...
Oh, no, that's swell. Sit down.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
You live near here, Ken?
Oh, not so very far. I don't live in Seacliff, though. Sure get a swell view from up here. The big moon out tonight shining over the bay. Clear as a bell.
Is that so? Well, I think I'll take a turn around the block a little later and have a look-see.
I told Joan I didn't know whether you'd remember me or not, Mr. Barbour.
Well, of course I remember you. You worked on my plane a lot of times.
Yeah, that's right. Sure a beauty, too. I'm just starting to take flying lessons from one of your men down there.
Oh, fine. Well, you'll have to come up with me sometime.
Oh, gosh, that'd be great.
I told you Paul would take you up. How many hours have you got now?
Oh, only 3. I don't have much time, and it's kind of expensive.
Who'd you say you'd taken from?
Mr. Hughes.
Oh, yes, Tom. Well, I'll talk to him next time I'm down here. Check up on you.
Okay.
How many hours do you suppose you've had in the air, Paul?
Oh, I haven't any idea, honey.
Well, starting in 1917 and right on through the last war would add up to plenty. You can bet on that, Joan.
How did you know so much about my uncle?
Oh, all us grease monkeys know the record of every flyer down there.
I wish you wouldn't call yourself a grease monkey. I think it sounds terrible.
Well, they're pretty valuable people, whatever they call themselves. Flyers put a lot of trust in you, fellas. Hey, you better watch the time. You don't want to miss your show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we better get going, Joan.
Okay, I'm all ready. I've got my coat right here.
Here, let me help you with it.
Oh, thanks.
All set?
Yep.
Well, good night, Ken. It was nice to see you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Barbour.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
I turned your bed before I came down, Paul, and I put out some fresh pajamas for you.
Well, thank you, Joan.
I'll peek in when I get home. I won't wake you if you're asleep, but we won't be late.
Fine. Enjoy yourself. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Paul.
You've just heard Chapter 2, Book 71 of One Man's Family, written, produced, and transcribed under the direction of Carlton E. Morse. Chapter 3, entitled Roberta Evans Begins to Sense a Rival, will come to you next week at this same hour. One Man's Family comes to you from California.
This is NBC, the national...
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even, when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our program. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act 1 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay. Next week, then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl.
You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do. Oh, hiya, Katie. The boss wants to see you, Mike. Tell him I'll be right there. Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike, you bring the beer, we'll get the dame. Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be fluffing in both of them. Didn't Al tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
Art, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
And while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure, psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packaroos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the patter of little feet and the clutch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible. We're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the works, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
Did you remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent?
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, a representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorials?
Oh, we find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you the schedule of my day.
Well, that's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
Well, what did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's an mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one?
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true, and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly.
Time for your
I'd
music
like to.
lesson, Elsa.
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, so long, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Elsa. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Elsa. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. I'll go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Farina with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have pratters and stirabout.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent?
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl.
Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forests. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it. Everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear Professors, I am going out. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat. so he volunteered to escort me here.
Huh? Oh, she got the Carly. She give the Jun.
When we knew we get the bug one.
Oh, me wangi. Oh, she got the.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. My friend Mr. Mean James said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, though.
What?
19.
Jagan, that means goodbye. My friend Mr. Mean James was very kind to bring me here. But he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, Eddie?
He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's a father.
Mike Regan's her. Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged.
You know where he is?
Sure. He took his girl to the fight, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady.
One at a time, please. One at a time. Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 8:10.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly covered.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Catty to bed. She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge. Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white blouse, black shoes.
But what made her run away?
What made
You
her...
heard me.
Oh, we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady? My wife is suffering from a slight cold. Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles? Why, bless me, I believe you're right.
Oh, this is calamitous.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor.
When we find Alpha, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles.
Having fun, Katie?
What? But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all,
Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Oh, Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Oh. Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Oh, tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds. It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy. And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right, how do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Regan. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt and Keene Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Why, Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity-bump.
Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, why not get Lux toilet soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keene Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on a search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Well, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up, swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.
It lights up. Why, his shirt lights up with electric light.
Certainly.
It says, Bell Terrace Cigars, the Smoker King. My, that's wonderful, Maggie.
Strictly minor league, Professor, minor league.
Nice fresh corn. Hot peanut.
One bag, Mac.
1 bag, 1 dime. Here you are.
Keep the change.
I remain obediently yours.
What's this, Mr. Regan?
Popcorn, kind of food. My leprechaun's crazy about it, but it gets in his teeth. He has a lot of trouble with it.
My teeth are very good.
I see. Have some popcorn?
Thank you.
Wait. Here we turn the corner. And look, the great white whale, full of magic.
Mr. Regan, look. There's a dragon.
Where? Oh, sure. All lit up like a Christmas tree. Dragon Chinese restaurant, full course dinner, 70 cents.
And look at that.
A leprechaun.
Looks like a monkey to me.
Now, if this were just a monkey, he wouldn't be all dressed up, would he? And asking for money with one hand and popcorn with the other?
If he's a leprechaun, he shouldn't have popcorn. It's bad for his teeth.
Yeah, but you can still give him the nickel.
You're leprechaun, but no popcorn. It's for your own good.
Come on, Professor. We got to go to a nightclub and see Katie.
I hope the leprechaun doesn't think that I didn't want to give him any popcorn.
I'm sure he does. Now, if you keep your eyes open, you'll see a machine that makes donuts and a giant I know named Stilts. You see, Professor, on every street, behind every door, wherever you look, nothing but magic.
Naughty.
Yeah. But before we go another step, I'm going to call Vincent and tell him where you are. Well, that was fast, was it?
Did you telephone Professor Vincent?
The line's still busy. We'll just sit at this table, and in a minute, Katie will be through singing. Hello, Chris. A glass of milk for the professor here and the usual for me. Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan, this Katie. What makes her your girl?
Well, I like her.
How do you know when you like people?
It's because you want to be with them, I guess, and do things for them.
Do you do things for her?
Well, not very much, I guess.
Then you don't like her very much.
Sure I do.
Then I don't understand.
Yeah, you're too young.
Well, Mike, and where did you borrow her?
You can apologize now or later. She's the baby I was paged for. Sit down, Katie.
You bet I will.
Katie, this is Alpha.
How do you do?
Hi.
Alpha's a business acquaintance of mine. She's being educated by a lot of professors, and they're doing a very good job, except they left out what goes on outside their classrooms. You know, magic and stuff like that. So she looked me up at the fights to find out more about it.
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Milk for the child and the usual for you, sir.
Thanks.
What's in that bottle, Mr. Regan?
This? Oh, it's, cough medicine.
Then why does it say Irish whiskey on the label?
Because he forgot you could read, Alpha.
May I have some?
No. It makes you feel awful. Well, sick, sort of.
You know it's going to make you sick before you drink it, and you drink it anyway. That isn't intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Okay, Professor, you win this round.
Mr. Regan, what is that man eating?
Over there? Oh, he's eating spaghetti. I'll get you some.
No, better not, Mike. She'll get sick.
I am never sick.
Okay, kid, you're on your own.
Some spaghetti for the young lady, Chris. Coffee for us.
Yes, sir.
I can see I'm going to have to watch my IQ around here.
Do you have a high intelligence quotient?
No, I'm a middle grade moron.
That's too bad. Does it worry you?
You think it should?
Well, it would be a matter of concern to me.
Excuse me a minute. I've got to find out about my next number.
Are you going away?
Yes, but I'll be right back.
She's pretty.
She's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
Well, look at you.
Don't laugh at me.
Professor, you're getting younger every minute.
You like me.
Why?
Because I like you.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the matter, Professor? What did I do? Now, you can't do that. Now, look.
What did you do to her?
I beat her. What do you think I did?
He likes you better than he likes me.
Oh, come here, darling.
What's the matter with her?
Judging from my past experience, I'd say she's in love. Hey, where do you think you're going?
To telephone the Institute. And if that line's still busy, I'm going to cut my throat.
Look, Alpha, Mike doesn't like me better than you. Honest, just differently. People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Is Mike got a big heart?
Well, it's bigger than his head. Well, here's your spaghetti. I'm still against the idea, but if you've got to eat spaghetti, I guess you got it. Well, how was your spaghetti, Alpha?
I found it very palatable.
You did, huh? Oh, look, here comes Daddy.
I got the Institute all right. Finally.
Mike, your face. What's the matter? Are they having you arrested for kidnapping?
I wish that was all.
Do I have to go right back? I'm sorry I cried.
No, you don't have to go right back. Not for a couple of days, Professor.
A couple of what?
Look, Professor, you're a little bit tear-stained. How about washing up? Oh, Miss.
Cigarette, yes, cigar.
Oh, Miss, would you mind showing my friend here where the powder room is?
I'd be glad to. Come along, honey.
You come with me.
I better stay here. You come back beautiful and surprise me.
She will. All right. Now, what's the big mystery?
The Pickering Institute extends its unbounding gratitude for finding Alpha.
That's nice.
They practically kissed me over the phone, but I can't take her back there.
No?
The joint's quarantined. Mrs. Carter's got the measles.
Oh, Mike.
It's not funny. They want me to.
Mike, that's so wonderful.
I tell you, they're going to stick me with that kid.
Much as I love you, darling, I can't say you're the guardian type.
It seems Professor Vincent knows me from Harvard, the rat. Hey, Katie, look. Now, your place is close by, and you know...
Not a chance, Mike, not a chance.
But why not?
Well, you're her fairy godfather, my friend. You're the fellow who said outside there's magic and excitement and wonderful people. Well, you've got to show her, Mike, no one else.
Oh, but it's only for a little while. I'll spend a lot of time with her,
Oh, no. Did you see her eyes when she looks at you? Well, you've got to pay for that look, chum. And that means that you're going to sit up with her tonight if she gets sick on that spaghetti. And in the morning, you're going to fix her breakfast. Yep, this time one of your pigeons has come home to roost. And, speaking of pigeons...
Well, goodbye, Alpha.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People are very interesting.
People are just den to get your coat.
Are we going?
Yes.
Isn't Katie coming?
No.
I'm sorry if I was rude when I first met you. I hope I see you again.
You will, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Okay, Professor, this is my apartment. My bed's in there. It's yours.
Are you angry, Mike?
Not at you, at Katie.
But you like her.
Who says you can't get angry at people you like? Anyway, I don't like her. I love her.
How?
Well, you get madder at them that way.
I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
Oh, you are, huh? Now, look, I'm a busy man. I don't mind you staying here, but you've got to play ball and stay out of my hair.
Oh, you mean if I cooperate?
Exactly.
Very well, I will cooperate. And if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Oh. Well, now you go in there and get out of your clothes. You can sleep in one of my pajama jackets.
I'm accustomed to washing before I retire.
Well, that's the door over there.
Thank you.
Hey, wash good now and all over. Who is it? Oh, sure I'm still working for the paper. What? He broke out of jail. Packy Roos broke out... Well, I was out with a kid story. But I can't forget it. I've got the kid here. I can't. Art, listen. Hello. Oh.
My, I feel peculiar.
So do I.
My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick.
Well, get back in there. Hurry. Now, don't get scared. It's just... Grand Hotel. Oh, yes, Professor Vincent. More instructions? Oh, yes. Oh, she's been in bed for hours. Look, Vincent, I'll call you back in the morning. Oh, yes, Vincent. No, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. No. Yes, Vincent. I will. Bye. How you doing, kid?
I just did.
Good. Just pretend you were a little seasick.
I feel humiliated.
Humiliated.
I never had occasion to use the word before.
You don't have any occasion to use it now. Now, come on. Into bed with you. Now, look, Professor, I've got to go out for a little while. You won't be afraid if I leave you here alone, will you?
Why, no. That wouldn't be intelligent, Mr. Beacon.
Score one for Vincent. Well, now you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I'll be right here.
Thank you. Night.
Good
Goodbye.
night. Good night, Professor. Regan?
Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Get in there. Who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
Where's Regan?
I don't know.
When'll he be back?
Soon. What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
Hey, who are you?
I told you my name was Alpha, but you didn't tell me yours.
Well, it's Packy Roos. You belong here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not angry with Mike, then whom are you angry?
Oh, I ain't angry. I ain't angry at nobody.
Then why have you got that revolver?
What is? Oh, that's a water pistol.
It's a deadly weapon. If you're not angry with Mike, at whom are you angry?
Now, look, will you please go back to sleep?
You're just trying to change the subject.
Look, maybe you'd like me to read to you, huh? You got a book around here?
There's a book on the table.
Oh,
Mike bought it for me.
Fairy Tales. Yeah, you see that, sister? That there says Fairy Tales. Okay. Now, if there's any word you do not understand, you leave me know and I'll explain it to them.
Very well.
Now,
This here's a story about a Chinese nightingale. You see? It's a bird.
Go on.
Once upon a time in China was a wonderful bird called a nightingale. They said it was the greatest thing in all the vast empire.
Empire.
Empire. But one man had never heard of him. That was a Cavalier, whatever that is.
Cavalier.
Okay, Cavalier. All right, then. Why ain't it Empire?
Oh, Packy, it isn't the same at all. You see, the noun Cavalier is a French derivative that... Oh, well, go on with the story.
Okay. Well, this Cavalier went to the palace, and he said, Princes of the realm, from all points of the compass, tidings come to me of a wondrous bird, a certain nightingale that wobbles the most beautiful song.
A poor little girl in the kitchen said, "The nightingale, I know it well. It can sing gloriously."
Keep going, sister. Ain't a bad story.
Every evening when I finish my work, I go into the garden and wait for him under the elm tree. Packy, are you asleep? Well, it's about time. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, what are you doing up?
A friend of yours came in. He's sleeping in that chair.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I chased all over New York looking for Packy Roots, and my friends come barging in at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But, Mike, that is Packy.
Who?
Packy Roots. I've been reading him a fairy tale.
Fairy? Oh.
Mike, speak to me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keene Wynn for Act 3 of Lost Angels. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. My, Libby, you look positively starry-eyed.
Who wouldn't, Mr. Kennedy? I've just been talking to Sonia Henny.
What a break for you, Libby. With or without her skates, she's certainly lovely to watch. Is she as tiny as she seems when she's skimming over the ice?
Here are the exact statistics, Mr. Kennedy. 110 pounds, 5 feet 2, and eyes that are sparkling brown. In fact, a sparkling person.
She must have a great capacity for hard work. How does she do it, and yet look so fresh?
All that grace and quickness is the result of talent and lots of hard work. Besides being the world's foremost figure skater, she's an accomplished ballet dancer. I watched her practicing. She's just beginning a new picture, you know. And she seems to be tireless.
I've heard she goes into rigid training before every ice show and every picture.
Yes, a careful diet and as much rest as she can get. And, Mr. Kennedy, of interest to all Lux girls...
Being smart as well as pretty, of course Sonia is a Lux girl.
Yes, she is a Lux girl. A girl who depends on Lux toilet soap for exquisite complexion care and for a luxurious beauty bath, too. She says a really soothing, refreshing bath is very important to her. Here's what she told me. A Lux soap bath gives me a wonderful pickup. Leaves me so refreshed.
You might say a Lux soap beauty bath makes a girl feel perky as well as pretty.
So many screen stars recommend it for a quick beauty pickup. They're keen about the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And they love the nice perfume Lux leaves on the skin.
Well, Libby, a Lux beauty bath is a little luxury we can recommend to everyone these strenuous days. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. Being hard milled, it lasts down to the thinnest sliver. So for women everywhere, here's a Hollywood tip. Make Hollywood Fragrant White Beauty Soap your daily bath soap, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a whole quartet of stars for a curtain call after the play. But here's the curtain for the third act of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keene Wynn. After combing the city in search of Packy Ruth, a weary Mike Regan has staggered home to find Alpha entertaining the escaped gunman in his living room. Packy had dozed off, but Mike's arrival brings him to his feet with a very mean-looking gun in his hand.
Hey, what's the idea of busting into my place? Everybody in town's looking for you.
Ah, shut up.
Oh, Packy, put down that firearm.
Well, I'm sorry. Now, look, Regan, I ain't guilty of that murder rap. They're trying to hang it on me.
I never said you were guilty.
There's only one guy who can clear me. Lefty Moran.
That jerk?
Yeah, Moran's seen the whole thing. I gotta find Moran quick or I wind up in a chair. Now, I can't go looking for him. But you can. So you're gonna find Moran for me, get it?
Well, you hide out here.
You got it, Regan.
I'm sorry, pal. I got my hands full with the professor here. And I'm not making myself an accessory.
Brother, harboring a felon makes you an accessory. And you're harboring me.
I think you should help him.
You stay out of this. Why?
'Cause I like Packy.
You're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
All right. I'll try to find Lefty. But if I do, I get the whole story, exclusive, pictures, everything.
Oh, sure, but you're wasting time.
I'll start in the morning. I'm dead tired.
Brother, you don't know how dead you can be. You're starting now.
Don't worry about Packy. I'll read to him some more.
Oh, murder.
What did I do to this?
What's the big idea coming back here if you didn't find him?
Because I'm tired. I'm very tired.
You told me that yesterday. Now listen to me, brother. You better go out and Hey, what's that?
Oh, stop being so jumpy. It's just Katie with the groceries. You heard me, phoner. Hello, Katie.
Well, good morning. Oh, who are you?
This is Packy. Packy, this is Katie. Nice girl.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you.
I don't mean to be inquisitive, but aren't the police looking for you?
Sort of.
Oh, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, the police have gone on the assumption that Packy is an antisocial type. But, of course, they're all wrong. You can just tell that by looking at him, can't you?
Look, kid, let's you and me lug these groceries into the kitchen, huh? Hey, Regan.
What?
You gonna stand around here all day? Get going.
Oh, why don't you stop, you big bad man?
Hi. The telephone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, boss. No, I'm not going to sleep all day. I'm just going out. Yes, sure. Right away. Oh. Oh, yes. It's awfully funny. My paper's yelling. I got to play nursemaid. And this character is turning my place into an Alcatraz annex. Oh, fix some breakfast, will you, Katie?
I want to watch you.
Then at least get the professor started with the lessons. Vincent sent up all her books.
What? And reveal my ignorance still more?
Well, somebody's got to help. Packy, go on. Help the professor with the homework.
Me? Oh, gee, I didn't bring my thinking cap with me.
Packy, you heard him, didn't you?
Oh, gee whiz,
And so if Napoleon had better equipment, and if the French people hadn't been discouraged by the length of the war...
Well, go on.
You're not listening.
Where's Regan? Him and that dame left here 6 hours ago.
Mike said he'd bring Lefty back and will.
I never should have let that dame leave with him. How do I know what she's up to?
You've got to relax.
Oh, now, please. I heard all your lessons, didn't I? I even promised I'd let you learn me to harp. So now I can't relax. Will you have a heart? I'm jumpy.
Now, Packy, the very wise men in India worked out a theory which will help you to relax. It's called yoga, and I'm going to show you.
Who is it?
It's me. Hey, give me a hand, will you?
Hey, it's Lefty. What'd you do, croak him?
I don't know where I could get him here. Had to tap him a little on the head.
Come on. Drop him in his chair.
There. Hey, he's coming too.
Mike, Is the gentleman hurt? Is he?
All right, close the door and get that kid out of here.
Oh, where? The Packy.
Yeah. Take a good look, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on here?
I had to see you, Lefty. You wasn't just a witness to that shooting, was you, chum? You was the kid himself. Well, no one's framing me.
Oh, wait a minute, Packy.
Are you crazy? He's no good to you, Dad. Make him sign a confession. Then we can call the cops. But if you pay him off with a load of lead, then you're just buying yourself a one-way ticket to Sing Sing.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that'll make you go to jail. I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And besides, you'd promised me that you'd show me how to shoot dice and shuffle cards and...
Well, all right. Get out that typewriter, Regan. There's a nightingale here that wants to wobble.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Vincent? Yeah, she's fine. Huh? Oh, that's great. Well, I can't do it right now, but... Oh, sure. That'll be okay. In about 2 hours? Oh, you better make it 3. I got a little business to take care of. Yeah, okay. Now what? Alpha.
Yeah?
Vincent's coming to get you in about 3 hours. Quarantine's been lifted.
Oh.
You ready, Regan?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, Moran. Start singing.
I'll talk, Packy. I'll talk.
Slightly untidy, Professor Vincent, but they've been entertaining some unexpected guests here.
Why, this place is a shambles.
Professor, we caught a gangster, and the cops came, and now Packy won't have to go to jail, and...
Regan, what is this child talking about?
You'll find the whole story in the morning transcript, exclusive with pictures. Lefty Moran confesses murder. Cops rush down. Packaroos goes free. And I get the hottest break in 6 months. You should have been here.
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over Alpha? Gangsters, criminals. Why, you're no better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction, Mr. Regan, to realize that you've probably ruined years of work. But believe me, you haven't heard the last of this.
Oh, yes, I have. The very last. Get out of here.
Alpha, dear, they're all waiting for us downstairs, all the professors. We can go home now.
But I can't leave, Mike.
I think you'll have to, Alpha.
But I can't.
Look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic, didn't you? Well, I showed you lots of magic, didn't I? And now you've got to go back. The professors are your friends. You've always liked the Institute.
But I never got to go outside it.
But you will. Just as soon as you're old enough. And there'll be more magic. And more people to like.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them.
But you don't have to be with people to love them.
Oh, Mike, yes, you do.
Regan.
Yeah?
If I spoke harshly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was...
Will you please get out of here?
But, Mike, yes, you do. Tell him, Katie.
Come, Alpha. Come, my dear.
Mike.
So long, Professor.
You going to let her go, Mike? Just like that?
What else could I do?
I didn't hear you tell a kid you'd be by to see her or anything.
I thought it'd be easier if I didn't.
Easier for whom? For whom, Mike? For you or Alpha?
All right, easier for me. Katie, you know I'm crazy about that kid. But a punk like that, she's a responsibility.
Yes, I know.
Katie, let's get married. Let's go someplace where it's nice and quiet. Let's just...
Oh, I've been wanting you to ask me that for so long. Now, well, the answer's no, Mike. You see, I think I'd be a responsibility, too. I'd complicate your life, too, darling.
You know I love you.
Sure. But I don't like the way you love people, Mike. You run out on them.
Katie, when my boss was here, he offered me a job in Washington. A job I'd been after for years. I told him no. I wouldn't leave you. Does that sound like running out?
Mike, when you love people, you owe them something more than just turning down a job. You've got to give something. A little of your freedom, maybe. Your time. Yourself, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, you're not willing to give it. I saw that when Alpha walked out that door. Just as I'm doing now. So long, Mike.
Alpha, Miss Mallory has come to visit with you. Now,
If something hurts you, if you don't feel well, won't you tell us what it is?
But I'm not sick, Doctor.
Measles. Do you suppose she caught Mrs. Caddy's measles?
Oh, if it were only that simple. No, Alpha's been back with us now for nearly a month. It's something else. I don't just know what.
I have an idea, Alpha. Let's show Miss Marlowe how you do problems. You just put those blocks into their proper spaces as fast as you can. Now, I'll time you. Ready?
I'd rather not.
Oh. Would you like to have me read to you?
No.
We could go out, Alpha, take a nice walk, you and I.
No, thanks.
Darling, would you like to see Mike?
Yes, but he doesn't want to see me.
Alpha, just what was the nature of the magic Mr. Regan showed you?
Oh, there were lots of things. There was a fine carpet, and there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and there was a leprechaun. Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just the little kind.
Well, what was the real magic, darling?
Loving people.
The way you love Mike?
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Caddy?
There's a person here asking for Alpha. A Mr. Roos. Packy Roos.
Oh, Miss Marlowe and I'll see him right away.
Just a minute, Vincent.
Yes?
This child is really ill, Vincent. If this goes on much longer, I can't be responsible.
Yes, I know.
Packy.
Hey, is this where the little babe lives, in this joint?
How do you do?
Katie, what are you doing here?
Oh, she's sick, Packy. She's awfully sick.
Oh, ain't anybody going to do something about it?
We are doing everything we can.
Oh, I was just in the neighborhood. I brought her a couple little presents. Hey, Jake, back up the truck.
Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, I just left him.
We've got to get him here right away.
I don't think he can make it.
He must make it. The child won't eat. She won't sleep.
She misses him so, Packy.
Well, I left him at Grand Central, Katie. He was getting on a train for Washington.
Oh, no.
Well, it had no good heel. Running out on her, trying to tell me she wasn't his kid.
Washington.
Now, wait a minute. You got a phone here, Jack?
Certainly. Come in my office.
Packy, what are you going to do?
I sent a telegram. Or call a railroad station. Stop the train. I don't know. But we got to do something and fast.
Mike, you did come back. Oh, I knew you would.
My dear fellow, I'm so delighted to see you.
Huh? What goes? You got my wire, huh? What wire? What they do, page on a train? Well, they stop the train or what? Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you all looking so funny for? Look here, Vincent. I want to talk to you about the professor.
Mike, you came back here all on your own.
Of course I came back on my own. Yeah, but the train, I seen you taking the train. I did a little thinking on that train. By the time we got to Trenton, I was through thinking. I got off and took the next train back.
And you don't know what's happened?
What do you mean? Hey, what is this? What's wrong? Has something happened to Alpha?
Well, she's been rather ill. We've been...
What's the matter with her? Don't you know how to take care of a kid? Can't I go out of town without something happening to her?
Oh, Mike.
Hey, where is she? I want to see her.
Come with me.
Hey, Professor.
Yes?
It's me, Professor. Mike.
Oh, Mike. I'm so glad to see you.
Hey, what kind of monkey business are you up to? What's this I hear about you not eating or sleeping, huh?
Oh, Mike.
A fine thing. A fine reputation you're giving me. You stay with me a couple of days and you come back here and you're no good to anyone.
Handkerchief, Packy?
No, it's just hay fever. You getting in Dutch with the professors and Katie's sore at me. And I just walked out on a new job.
You can have me if you'd like, Mike.
Me too, Alpha, if he'll have us.
You bet I will. Well, Packy, what do you say?
It's a lovely day, ain't it?
Of tonight's stars, only James Craig has visited us before. And now Margaret O'Brien, Marcia Hunt, and Keene Wynn join him in a curtain call.
It's swell being here, Mr. DeMille. Say, Marcia, did you know that Keene Wynn has a wonderful name?
Well, both he and his father have made it famous, Margaret.
Tell me your whole name, Mr. Wynn.
No, I don't think we have time. This is only an hour program.
We'll start on it anyway.
Well, Francis Xavier Aloysius James Jeremiah Keene Wynn.
Gee, I always wondered, if yours name's that big, how long is your daddy?
Ed.
We have a couple of fine athletes here tonight, too, Margaret. Did you know that James Craig used to be a prize fighter?
Were you as good as Joe Louis, Mr. Craig?
Well, I don't know, Margaret. I never fought him. He might have a slight edge.
And then Keene Wynn is a champion speedboat racer. I believe he holds the record for circumnavigating Manhattan Island in 39 minutes.
I guess that's even faster than Columbus did it.
By a slight edge.
Why aren't you in the history books?
Well, there are lots of things that aren't in the history books, Margaret. Good things. There's Lux Toilet Soap, for instance. The product behind this program.
Oh, I know all about Lux soap. My mother makes me wash with it.
Well, I knew you had a wise mother.
I agree with Margaret's mother, too, Mr. DeMille. Lux soap is a grand way to take care of your complexion.
Well, after seeing you two, who could doubt it?
What have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A delightful comedy, Marcia. The Paramount screenplay, Christmas in July. And our stars will be Dick Powell and Linda Darnell. Christmas in July is the story of a boy and a girl in love. And that's not likely to go out of style soon. But this particular drama has a gaiety and charm that make it a perfect way to welcome the coming of summer.
I remember the picture had a lot of surprises, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That was a four-star performance, if ever I heard one. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July. This is Cecil B. DeMille from Hollywood.
And now, here's a question from Uncle Sam to housewives everywhere. If you had roast or stew or soup for dinner tonight, did you make sure that every drop of waste fat was poured into the salvage tin? Even the burnt or black drippings from the roasting pan? That fat turned into your butcher tomorrow will be made into war materials and rushed to our fighting men. Perhaps it'll help to make the sulfa drug that eases a wounded soldier's pain, or the tannic acid needed to treat his burns. There are countless other military uses for that waste kitchen fat of yours. It's needed for synthetic rubber, parachute material, and many life-saving medicines. Right now, the heavy fighting in France makes the need more urgent than ever. Before you throw away a single drop of used fats, think of that boy fighting in faraway lands whose very life depends on a constant, unceasing flow of supplies from home. To help shorten the war, to bring more of our men home safe, save all the waste fats you can. Put them in a tin can. Rush them to your butcher. Remember, he gives you 2 free red ration points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Save meat drippings, table scraps. Every bit counts. Save every precious drop now, while our fighting men need your help so urgently. Heard in tonight's play were Stan Farrar, Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Regina Wallace, Ed Emerson, Lal Chandmira, Charles Seal, Herbert Rollinson, Ferdinand Mounier, and Catherine Lewis. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Lois Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of mystery, to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you are about to hear is called Lost Dog. Yes, a dog story. But please don't expect a charming family tale about man's best friend. In fact, you may even decide that the dog in this story is man's worst enemy. It all depends on whether or not you share the particular terror of our heroine, Miss Julia Smollett.
Get it out! Get it out of here, please! Please, George, take him away!
Give me a dog, for Pete's sake. Is not going to hurt you.
Get it out! George! Please!
Our mystery drama, Lost Dog, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One. Our story begins in the quiet parlor of a small suburban house at the end of Elm Street. Well, not completely quiet, since young Ronnie Hughes is once again practicing his scales under the gentle, watchful eyes of his piano teacher, Mrs. Julia Smollett.
Well, that was very good, Ronnie. It was much better than last time.
I still wish we could skip this scale stuff, Mrs. Smollett. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm ready to play concertos yet, but just the same...
Why does it bother you so much, Ronnie?
Well, playing scales makes me feel like a little kid, I guess.
Oh, that's silly. All the finest pianists had to learn their scales before they could play any composition.
I guess it's my fault for starting to learn to play so late in life.
Ronnie, 19 years old isn't very late in life.
I'm 20, Mrs. Smollett.
Are you? Already? Oh, now, that doesn't tell me you've been coming here a full year.
No, just about 4 months. But my birthday was last week. It was on Thursday. You weren't well last Thursday.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You still don't look well.
Listen, why don't we see how well you know the chromatics?
Your cheek, it's swollen. It's still swollen. Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt at all. It was silly of me to stumble and fall that way.
I know that your husband hit you, Mrs. Smollett.
Now, that's a very silly thing to say.
You can't tell me it isn't the truth. I remember the first time he did it. At least the first time I knew anything about it.
Now, I'm going to have to put a stop to this.
Yes. I wish you would. I wish you'd call the police or something the next time it happens.
Now, listen to me, young man. You've been listening to a lot of foolish town gossip.
Then tell me it isn't true.
What I'm telling you is that it isn't any of your business.
Yeah, I guess that's right. It's none of my business. I should never open my big mouth. I'll just keep it shut from now on.
Ronnie.
Yeah?
All right. My husband and I had a quarrel.
He was drunk, wasn't he?
George is in a very difficult occupation. The competition is very keen, and, well, the people he has to deal with aren't always very gentle.
I don't know anything about the trucking business, Mrs. Smollett. I just hate the idea of anybody hurting you. That's all. I just can't understand why he'd do such a thing. What did you do to him?
Well, if you must know, Ronnie, I won't allow him to have a dog.
You what?
It sounds silly, doesn't it? And you're right, it is. It's silly on my part. But I'm absolutely terrified of dogs. And unfortunately, my husband wants one. He wants one very much.
And that's why he hit you?
Well, the argument goes back a very long ways, almost since George and I were married 7 years ago. Well, it wasn't much of a problem when we lived in the city. George didn't have his trucking company then. He was just a driver. But when he got the chance to buy into a firm out here, well, we bought this house. And I guess having a house in the country made George think about dogs and things.
But
I just don't see what's so important about it.
Well, some things become important in marriage. Oh, now, just look what all this talk has done to the time. It's after 6:30. My husband's going to be home in half an hour, and I haven't even started dinner.
Will he beat you for that, too?
Ronnie, if you keep talking this way, well, I just don't think it would be wise to continue giving you lessons.
You don't mean that.
I'll see you on Thursday, Ronnie.
Yeah. Sure. Bye, Mrs. Smollett.
Goodbye, Ronnie. And happy birthday, Ronnie.
What else could I tell the guy? I had 2 semis in a repair shop. If I wanted the job, I had to use his equipment. Well, fine. Only nobody was going to hook me for a $500 premium. Hey, are you listening, Julia?
Yes. Yes, I'm listening, George.
What's the matter with you tonight?
I'm a little tired, I suppose.
Tired? You? From what? Listening to piano cover? Nah, you make me sick, you know that? You weren't listening to a word I said. You don't care about what happens in my business. You never cared.
Well, I never understood much about it. You always talk to me as if I'm one of your associates.
I know what's eating on you. Think I don't know? You're sitting there like the last judgment. You're sitting there blaming me for taking that swipe at you last week.
No, you're wrong.
Look at yourself. You didn't even bother putting makeup on that cheek of yours.
Makeup wouldn't cover the swelling.
Yeah. You want to remind me how much you suffer. Well, I got a hot flash for you, kid. The one who suffers around this house is me. I could enjoy this house plenty. I could have a great time if you weren't so sick in the head.
You're talking about the dog again.
Why not? You think I forgot?
But surely it can't mean that much to you.
I've had dogs ever since I was 6 years old.
You never talked about it when we were living in the city.
That was different. Who put a dog in that air-conditioned chicken coop? But now we've got a house. A real, honest-to-God house, Julia. A house needs a dog.
Oh, George, you know I feel terrible about saying no, but I can't help myself. It's just something in me. It's a phobia, I guess, but dogs terrify me. Even small dogs, tiny, harmless little dogs. I go to pieces when one comes near me.
That's all in your mind.
Yes, but isn't that enough?
No, not for me it isn't.
Can't you understand that it's like a sickness, like a disease?
Okay. So if it's like a disease, how come you never got cured? How come you never saw a doctor about it?
A doctor?
Yeah, that's right. You're telling me you're sick? We'll just find out.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to get you an appointment, a doctor's appointment. I'm calling Dr. McCann right now.
At this hour?
I'll call him at home and make an appointment for tomorrow. We're going to settle this thing once and for all.
Well, Julia, maybe I'm the wrong kind of doctor.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're serious about getting rid of this phobia, that would take a specialist.
You mean a psychiatrist?
Oh, some kind of head doctor. I'm sure you realize that people who are afraid of certain things, well, they've usually had something happen to them in their childhoods, some traumatic experience or other that gets stuck in their mind like a burr and won't come out.
Doctor, you know we couldn't possibly afford going through analysis. George's company isn't doing that well. He'd never stand for paying all that money week after week.
Well, maybe you don't need all that couch stuff. Maybe there's something else you might try.
Like what?
Do you ever hear of hypnotherapy?
You mean getting hypnotized by someone?
Not just by someone. I mean someone who can put you under and maybe help cure you of this thing. I'm not saying it always works, but it does sometimes.
I don't know. The thought sort of frightens me.
Nothing frightening about it. It might be just the way to find out why you're really afraid of dogs.
1 minute. What'd you do? Forget your key?
Yes, George, I'm sorry.
Where you been so late? It's almost 7:15.
I went to a movie after I saw Dr. McCann. I was just so nervous. I had to get out of myself, so I went to this movie, and it lasted longer than I thought it would.
Oh, that's great. Just great. Now what happens to my dinner, huh?
Dinner's all ready. All I have to do is heat it.
That's a fine thing. I come home early to surprise you. You're not even here.
I'm sorry, George. Oh, do you think you should have more to drink now? I mean, it won't take me more than 10 minutes to get dinner on the table.
Never mind how much I drink. Besides, I'm in no hurry for dinner. I want to know what the doctor said.
Well, it's just as I told you, George. There's nothing Dr. McCann can do for me. It's not something that can be cured with a pill.
There's gotta be some way.
Well, he suggested that maybe a different kind of doctor, a hypnotherapist.
A what?
Someone who hypnotizes you, who tries to make you go back into your past.
It sounds like a lot of junk to me.
Well, it might do some good. I really don't know.
I'll tell you what would do some good. A little direct action. That's what you need.
What are you talking about, George?
The only way to learn how to swim is to jump in the water, right? Well, that's what you need, Julia.
I simply can't make you understand, can I?
Well, maybe I can make you understand. Forget it. You want to get that dinner ready? I'm hungry.
Yes, I'm going now.
Look, why don't you change first?
Change?
Yeah, your clothes. Get more comfortable.
Well, yes, I think I'd like to do that, George. I won't be long.
Take it easy. That's my surprise. That's it. Tell her.
Please, George, take him away.
It's only a dog, for Pete's sake. He's not going to hurt you.
Get it out, George!
It only goes to prove that there are more terrors in this world of ours than anyone imagines. But the question in the Smollett house is, which one is the real terror? Attila the dog or George the husband? We'll learn more about both of them when we return shortly with Act 2.
This is WOR New York, your station for the Mystery Theater.
Now let's return to the plight of Mrs. Julia Smollett, the woman whose nightmares take the shape of a barking dog.
How long do you want me to board the animal, Mr. Smollett?
I don't know. Until that wife of mine gets her head on straight, I guess.
Beg your pardon?
My wife doesn't like dogs. Took one look at Attila and screamed the house down.
Well, some women get scared of Dobermans.
This dog's only 6 months old, for Pete's sake. Practically a puppy. Can you board my dog until my wife gets through with her treatment?
Treatment? I don't think I understand.
Just give me a straight answer.
Oh, yes, sir. Certainly. We'll take dogs for as long as you like.
We'll see how long that is.
Please sit down, Mrs. Smollett.
Thank you.
Right here, Mr. Smollett?
Yeah, thanks.
You both seem a little nervous.
I'm sorry, Dr. Froelich, but I suppose I am.
I know.
Dr. McCann explained to me. He said that hypnotherapy was an accepted kind of treatment.
For some cases, yes. Not all of them.
All I want to know is, will it work?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about your wife or her problem. I'm not going to say I can help her get over this particular phobia until I do.
Please, George, let me tell the doctor about it.
I can tell him in one sentence. My wife's afraid of dogs. All dogs. Big ones, little ones. Falls apart when she just looks at one.
No, that isn't true. I don't fall apart, as my husband said, unless I'm close to them.
Animal phobias are one of the most common types I deal with, Mrs. Smollett, and I might say that I have a great deal of success with them.
But how do you do it?
I use a technique called hyperamnesia.
Amnesia?
Actually, it's the opposite of amnesia. After placing the subject in a trance state and making her completely willing to free herself from critical judgments about her past...
Wait a minute. I'm not following you.
What we do is get the subject to remember long-forgotten, very, very deeply repressed experiences. Sometimes they remember them in great detail, even though they still maintain amnesia at the conscious level. And do you see?
I'm not sure I do. Do you mean you can find something in my mind that I don't even know is there?
Possibly. It may take some time. We might need several visits to establish a rapport between us. But if all goes well, we should soon be able to find out if anything in your past is causing this problem. And, of course, that something will most likely concern a dog.
That wasn't one of Hank's longest passes, but it was a bullet right at Joe Flax, deep in enemy territory.
George?
3 minutes left in the half.
You home already?
Whether or not the Ravens will try to go all the way.
Well, what happened? How'd it go at Folix?
It was all very strange.
Oh, come on, let's hear it. Did he get you hypnotized or didn't he?
Look, I just want to hang my coat up.
Look, I'm missing a big game just because I want to hear.
You might as well turn it on again, George, because all that Dr. Froelich did was what he called the first stages.
What does that mean?
I mean, well, he put me under all right. There wasn't any problem about that.
Yeah, I figured that. Tell me what he said about the dog.
He didn't say anything, George.
Oh, what do you mean?
Just that. He didn't start talking about my problem. That's going to have to wait until I'm more receptive.
What's he trying to do? Keep stringing you along until he bleeds me dry? Those visits cost $50 each, you know that?
I know it's expensive, but you're the one who insisted that I go.
$50 a week plus kennel charges. A couple of months of that, and I'll be hocking half of my trucks. Look, you tell that guy to get down to business.
It's only my second visit, George.
Well, we better start seeing some results on number 3, understand? I'm not waiting any longer.
There doesn't have to be a number 3. As far as I'm concerned, we can stop right now.
What are you talking about?
George, I don't want to do this thing. I hate being put under. I hate anybody poking around in my subconscious for something that isn't even important to me.
You mean you want to be sick?
I think I'll lie down for a while.
Don't you walk out on me.
I'm sure you'd rather watch a football game.
Oh, tell me what to do. I know. You think I'm Mr. Lowbrow. But let me tell you something, kid. You're no fairy princess anymore. Maybe that's what you used to think you were back in the old days. But the only fairy around this house is that piano student of yours.
I don't like to talk to you when you're like this.
That's what you always say when I'm drinking. Well, I'm not drinking now. And you better listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, please, George, don't touch me.
Yeah, I knew that was coming next. Don't touch. That's your favorite phrase, night and day. Don't touch, George.
You're hurting me.
That's the only thing you understand. The only touch that means a thing to you.
Let go of me. Stop being such an animal.
I'll show you what animals do.
No, George, please, don't. Don't.
I'll show you what kind of an animal I am. I'll show you.
Don't, George, please don't. Please.
Well, I guess that wasn't much better, was it?
What?
You didn't think much of the performance. I mean, it wasn't exactly Horowitz, was it?
No, it was perfectly all right, Ronnie, really.
But you're not all right, are you?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You look awful. No, I didn't mean that. You never look awful. But you're acting so funny today.
I'm sorry. I guess I have something on my mind.
Can I take a guess?
No. What you can take is the next page of this lesson.
Listen, Mrs. Smoke. Look. Can I call you Julia?
Oh, really, Ronnie?
I know. You're going to give me all that stuff about teacher-student relationship. Only I'm sick of calling you Mrs. Smollett. I hate it. I hate it because it's his name.
Ronnie.
No. You're the most important thing in my whole life.
Please, Ronnie. I don't want you to say things like that. They're not true, and they're just making it impossible for me to teach you.
You know how I feel about you. I'm sure you do. You're just too smart not to have seen it.
I know that you're 20 years old.
Is that why you don't want me to talk about it? Because I'm younger than you are?
It's flattering that you feel that way, Ronnie, but I know it's just a little crush you have. Boys go through that sort of thing all the time.
Boys? Crush? Look, you're treating me like a kid. If you ask me, that's why you keep me on those damn scale exercises all the time, so you won't have to think that I'm any more of a man than those 10-year-old kids that you teach all the time.
No, Ronnie. I know you're a man. Of course I do.
Well, and if you think that, treat me like one. Just once. Please. Please. Let me kiss you, Julia. Just once.
Ronnie.
Please, Julia. What is it? What's the matter?
It's nothing. I just bruised my neck a little, and when you touched it...
Your neck?
Yes, it's nothing.
Is that why you're wearing the scarf today? Let me see.
No, Ronnie, don't.
Oh, my God.
It was just an accident. Nothing but an accident.
You're all bruised. Your whole neck. Look at it. I can see more bruises. Down the shoulder. What did he do to you?
Please don't talk about it. I can't bear to talk about it.
You don't have to. Julia, you don't have to. But he's going to talk about it. With me.
Sit down, will you? Doesn't that bring back memories? Hey, Julia.
What?
That song. We used to dance to it, remember? In the girl room, first year we were married. Hey, you want a drink?
No, thanks. You're drinking enough for both of us.
Makes me feel good.
Yes, I know.
I should think about wives. They ought to do what their husbands do. A man needs a pal, not just a wife.
I'm sorry that I'm not a pal, George.
That's why I need a dog, you understand? A man's got to have a friend. Somebody who understands him, you see?
You really think that dog, what's his name, would understand you?
His name's Attila. Attila.
That's an awful name for a dog. A frightening name.
Everything scares you, even names. Oh, who the heck is that?
I don't know.
Hello, Mr. Smollett.
Hey, what is this? Since when do you give piano lessons at night, Julia?
Ronnie, what are you doing here?
I didn't come for a lesson. I came to talk to Mr. Smollett.
You want to talk to me? About what?
May I please come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Sonny.
Ronnie, you shouldn't have come here.
I won't stay long. I just want to say something. To your husband.
Sure, kid. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I know what you're doing to Julia. I know how you've been hurting her. And I won't let you get away with it.
What was that?
Oh, Ronnie, no.
Look, even if she doesn't want to say anything about it, I will. You touch her again, I'll go to the police. I mean that. See, there are laws in this country.
I think maybe I'm hearing things.
I swear, Mr. Smollett, you ever hit her once more, you're going to go to jail.
So I'm going to jail her, and you're going to put me there.
Ronnie, I begged you not to do this.
No. It's okay, Julie. I like hearing this. I mean, I want to know what the younger generation is thinking. You don't want me to hit my wife anymore, is that it?
That's it.
You sure you know the difference between hitting and just giving little love taps?
Please, Ronnie, go. Go right now.
I mean, maybe you made a mistake, kid. For instance, This is a love tap.
George!
Now, that's a love tap, Ronnie, baby. This is...
Oh, George, stop it! Don't!
You see the difference, kid? You better be sure you know the difference before you talk to the cops.
George! George, don't!
Yes, it's sad to realize that all men who love dogs aren't necessarily lovable themselves. But obviously, George Smollett is a man who believes that brute force trains people as well as animals. He may be right in some respects, but perhaps he should be aware of the old saying that every dog has his day. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. An important day has arrived in the life of Julia Smollett and her husband George, because Julia is on her way to the offices of Dr. Froelich, who has promised that this is the day which may bring her back to the forgotten days of her past, perhaps to the very day when she equated the word terror with the friendly eyes and wagging tail of man's best friend.
This better be the payoff. That's all I've got to say.
I hope you're not disappointed, George.
Well, at least you're talking to me. That's the first word you've said to me in 2 days.
I haven't had much to say.
Look, the kid Ronnie's all right. I didn't mark him up. He's still as pretty as ever.
That worries you, doesn't it?
Nobody's got a right to walk into my own house and say those things to me.
You have nothing to worry about, George.
Yeah, that's what you say. $50 a visit is something to worry me, and $40 a week for the dog, and a lot of other things.
We've also lost a piano pupil. I suppose you realize that.
Who cares about that?
Ronnie paid $20 a week for his lessons, George.
I won't miss it. Not as much as you'll miss your little Prince Charming. Well, what about it?
About what?
You're going to miss him, right? You're not going to have any shoulder to cry on, are you?
I think I'd better explain exactly what I plan, Mrs. Smollett. We're going to try something called age regression.
Age regression? It sounds as if you're going to make me younger.
That's almost exactly what we'll try to do.
Well, if you can, Doctor, you'll have every woman in America on your doorstep.
All I'm going to do is attempt to take your mind back into your own past. I'm going to see if you can relive some of your earlier years.
You mean that I might actually remember things from my early childhood?
I'm hoping that you'll recall one particular thing. The thing which you've been concealing from your adult self for a very long time.
It's rather frightening, isn't it?
No, you mustn't fear knowledge, especially self-knowledge. Now, we'll just draw the window shade and we'll get started. Mr. Smollett, would you like to come inside?
Me? You mean you're all through so fast?
No, we're not through, but your wife is in a deep trance, and I thought you might want to be here when we begin the age regression attempt.
Well, sure, if you want me in there. Hey, she looks like she's asleep.
But she isn't. Hypnosis only resembles the sleep state, but it's not. Mrs. Smollett is very much awake.
Yeah?
Mrs. Smollett. Julia, you may open your eyes now. Ah, that's fine. Now, tell me, do you know what day it is today?
Yes. Wednesday.
No, you're wrong. It's Friday, Julia. Is that right?
Yes, Friday.
No, Julia, it isn't Friday either. Do you know what day it is now?
No. I don't know what day it is.
In fact, right now you don't know the day or the month or even the year, Julia, do you?
No.
You see, Mr. Smollett, I'm purposely doing this to dislocate your wife in time.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Julia, you're going to be a child all over again. You're going to see and hear and feel everything you did since you were a baby. And you're going to tell me everything I want to know about what you see, hear, and feel. You're going to answer all my questions starting right now. You understand?
Yes.
Julia, you are 1 year old. Do you hear me? You're an infant, only 1 year old. Tell me what you know, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs.
Oh, my God.
You sound like a happy baby to me, Julia. I don't think you had any fear of animals when you were a little baby. Did you? Now you're 2 years old, Julia. You can probably say a few words now. Are you afraid of dogs?
No.
And now you're 3, Julia. You're growing up very quickly. Now you're a big 3-year-old girl. And are you afraid of dogs now, Julia?
No. I'm not afraid of Bow Wow.
You're 4 years old now, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs now. It's all right to shake your head as long as you tell me, Julia. Now you're 5. 5 years old. What? Still not afraid of dogs?
No. I'm not afraid.
Now you're 6, Julia. 6.
This can go on forever.
Please, Mr. Smollett. Not afraid at 6, Julia? Then let's be 7 years old. You're 7 years old. Still not afraid, are you? Now, what about 8? You're an 8-year-old girl now.
Topper.
What was that?
Topper. Poor Topper.
What's she saying?
Julia, who is Topper? Is Topper a dog?
Topper's my dog.
Where is Topper now, Julia?
Topper's dead. They put Topper away. Then they killed him, and it's all my fault.
What's your fault? What did you do, Julia?
No. It's his fault. It's Bobby's fault.
Who's he, Julia? Is Bobby a friend of yours?
I hate him. He teases me all the time. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad. Only don't kill Topper, please. Please don't kill my dog.
Does all this mean something?
Yes, it means a great deal, Mr. Smollett. Julia, now please listen. I want you to tell me all about Bobby and Topper.
Bobby lives next door. He's 10. He teases me. He pulls my hair. He tore my dress. He put mud in my shoes, and he hit Topper with a rock. Mommy!
What happened, Julia? Why are you calling your mother? What's happened to Bobby?
He's killed him. He killed him.
Who?
I warned him. I told him what I would do. I told him.
Was it Bobby you warned?
Sick him, Topper. Kill him.
Oh, my God. Quiet. Hey, Julia, listen to me. I want you to explain everything to me very clearly. Did you tell your dog to hurt Bobby?
Yes.
Did he hurt Bobby? Did Topper kill him?
No, he hurt Bobby. He didn't kill him. He hurt Bobby in the neck, but they killed Topper. They killed my dog. And it's my fault. It's my fault.
Well, I think we found the lost dog. So, now you know, Mrs. Smollett. Now you may be able to understand. It was this one incident in your childhood, this one tragedy of your past innocence, which is responsible for your phobia. More than anything, you have a strong feeling of guilt. You blame yourself for what happened to little Bobby, when in all likelihood you were not in any way at fault.
No, Dr. Froelich. You're wrong about that part. It was my fault. I remember it all now.
You probably just wished that Topper would turn on the little boy, and you saw your wish become a reality. So you accused yourself of a crime.
I didn't wish it. I told Topper what to do. I hated Bobby so much I wanted him to sink his teeth in that little boy's throat.
Well, at least you've brought it all into the light, Mrs. Smollett. And something tells me that it won't be long before you'll willingly accept the love and friendship of a dog again.
I'm okay, I guess.
That looks like a brand new car you're driving.
Oh, yeah, it is. My parents gave it to me for my birthday, but, well, it took a couple of months to get it here from the factory. Well, you see, I wanted a couple of special things done to it.
It's very handsome, Ronnie. I'm sure you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great. I guess you've been shopping, huh?
Yes, I have been. Ronnie, maybe you'd like to come inside for a few minutes for some tea or something?
I'm afraid I can't right now. I'm supposed to pick up Lisa at her house.
Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa Bryant. We, sort of going steady now.
Yes, of course. Well, it was very nice running into you, Ronnie.
Yes, it was. Hey, by the way, you're looking, you seem real fine these days, Mrs. Smollett.
Yes, Ronnie. I'm really very fine. Now I've got to go inside. It's time to feed Attila.
Who?
Goodbye, Ronnie. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Here, boy. Oh, where's that animal? Oh, well, I suppose he's playing in the yard or something. Oh, or maybe he's in the bedroom. Attila? No, not in there. Oh, I see George's jacket's back from the cleaners. I hope they haven't taken all the smell out of it. No, they couldn't do that. Nothing will ever take the smell of George out of anything. Now to find that animal. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Are you here? Oh, there you are. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you still tied up, you poor thing? Well, don't worry. I'll have you out of that in a minute. We can't have you tied up, can we, boy? We can't play our little game if you're tied up. Yes, that's a good dog. Good boy, Attila. Now, let's play our little game. See the jacket, Attila? See? Smell the jacket, boy. Go on, smell it. That's a good boy. Now, stick him, Attila. That's it. Stick him, Attila. Stick him.
Who said a dog has to be man's best friend? Why not woman's best friend? Especially a woman like Julia, who is just learning how really helpful a dog can be. Or rather, she's remembering how helpful. And one day soon, George Smollett will come home to a very surprising greeting from his own pet. I'll be back shortly. We hope we haven't given you the impression that we don't love dogs. We love them very much, especially since dogs are descended from wolves. And the wolf is not only a fascinating creature, he also does something wonderful for all lovers of mystery stories. He makes this chilling sound. Our cast included Kim Hunter, George Matthews, Robert Dryden, Gil Mack, and Mandy Patinkin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by... Let that famous chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, may I recite a little poem? Last Thursday was St. Valentine's Day, the day when love is in bloom. It's also Jack Benny's birthday.
Nobody leave this room.
Hello, folks.
Thank you. And, Don, let me tell you something. I'm very proud of the fact that I was born in February, the same month as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. The first big three. George, Abe, and Jack. And you know, Don, it was just a stroke of luck that I arrived in February. I was supposed to be born in March.
In March? Well, then how come you were born in February?
Well, the stork was flying south for the winter, and he didn't want to come back just for me. It's a long trip, you know.
Well, anyway, Jack, congratulations on passing another milestone.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, how old are you now?
37. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
37? Why, Jack, you said you were 37 last year.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
And the year before.
And now, ladies
and the year before that, you said you were 37.
Don, when you're happy with something, why leave it? Anyway, a lot you care. You didn't even come to my birthday party.
Well, I'm very sorry, Jack. I got your invitation, but I had to go back to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And, Jack, there was one thing about the invitation I didn't quite understand.
What was that, Don?
Well, it said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday, 15/34/11. What do those numbers mean?
They're the sizes of my shirts, underwear, and socks. I knew you'd want to bring something. I used to put RSVP, and what did I get? Nothing. So from now on, I'm not taking
Hello,
any...
Jack. Hiya, Don.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello. Say, Mary, Don and I were just talking about my birthday party. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, you should have been there, Don. We played charades and post office and spin the bottle.
Yeah.
And then we played blind man's buff. And you should have seen Jack when he was it.
Oh, what'd he do, Mary? Tie a handkerchief around his eyes?
No, he just turned out the lights. He figured he'd have fun and save money at the same time.
Same time. Your sister Babe would have fit in blind man's buff there.
Then about 11 o'clock, we all got hungry, so Rochester brought in Jack's birthday cake.
Oh, birthday cake, huh? How'd it taste?
I don't know. By the time we took all the candles off it, I wasn't hungry anymore.
Mary, just be glad that I sent you an invitation to my party, that's all.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you about that invitation. It said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. SOS. What did SOS mean?
Short on socks. I always have to remind you. I always have to remind... Oh, for heaven's sake, that's the cue for Phil Harris. He's not even here yet.
Well, maybe he's at the Lone Palm getting potted.
I don't care. I don't care where he is. We've got to get on with the show. Mary, you take his lines.
Oh, Jack, I can't read Phil's lines.
Mary, we can't hold up the show. Now go ahead and read Phil's part. I'll give you the cue again. Short on socks.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me. Appreciate me.
Phil, I wish you'd stop coming in here with those corny entrances. And another thing...
Hey, Jackson, I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil.
Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Phil. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You may be plastered, but I'll stick to you anyway. Oh, Harris, you're like a strong theater seat. You never let the audience down. Love it, love it, love it.
Now, Phil, the next time...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, the part of Phil Harris is being played by Mary Livingston.
Well, it's no use, Mary. Even you can't say those kind of jokes. Let's have a song from Larry Stevens while we're waiting for Phil. Oh, Larry.
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Say, Mr. Benny, I want to thank you for inviting me to your party. I sure had a good time.
At my party? Larry, I didn't see you there. When'd you come in?
When you were playing Blind Man's Buff.
Oh, did I say hello to you?
No, but you kissed me twice.
Oh. Well, kid, when you get a little older and grow a beard, I won't make that mistake. Now, let's have a song, Larry.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Benny, there was one thing I didn't understand about that invitation you sent me.
What was that, kid?
Well, it said you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. GTD-TKWIN. What does that mean?
Go to Desmond's. They know what I need. Sing, kid. And thanks for the bicycle clip. It was just my size, by the way. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Betty wishes he were me. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
That was Larry Stevens singing Let It Snow. The title is really Let It Snow, Let It Snow. You're supposed to say it twice. But we have a very long show, and if we take up too much time, the tobacco auctioneer at the end of the program will have to hurry, and you won't be able to understand a thing he says. So in view of the fact that we're trying to save time, I had to change the title of Larry's song from Let It Snow, to just Let It Snow. And now, folks...
That line was originally ladies and gentlemen, but the genius cut it down to folks.
Yes, we save wherever we can. That's why I changed the title of Larry's song.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me, you lovely suntan dude.
Yes, Phil, we couldn't wait for you any longer, so Mary did your routine. Now go sit down.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil, Mary did that joke.
I don't care who did it. Go on, ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
All right, Phil, we'll do it again. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You might be a little cracked, but I got designs on you. Oh, Harris, they ought to put a slot in your head because your brains are like money in the bank. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. What kind of language is that? How do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, aren't you glad you're you?
Phil, you're supposed to do what we rehearse and not bring in any new stuff. I got designs on you. Where'd you get that joke?
Well, I hired myself a writer, Jackson. I found him right here in Palm Springs.
A writer?
Yeah, he lives right over here on the Indian reservation.
Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on... No, I can't ask him. Mary, you do it.
Okay, Faith. Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on an Indian reservation?
Because he's an Indian.
I knew it. Phil, I don't know where you find him, but I never heard of an Indian writer.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jack. Some Indians are very good writers.
Sure, Jackson, this guy I've got not only writes jokes, but he writes commercials.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Read him the one my writer gave you.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Me like 'em, Lucky Strike. Me send 'em smoke signals. LS MFT yum. LS MFT yum.
T-yum?
Yes, sir. How? You betch'em. Lucky Strike heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Me heap big, Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. Ugh. What's that?
Shh. Signal come from reservation. It say, with Sioux Indian who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Sioux to one.
Oh, is that Sioux? Well.
Now, my good friend L.A. Speed, rein in face.
Hiya, water, Minnetonka, tippy, cucamonga, tomahawk, wiggy, whammy, pet for pussy, so to Iroquois.
Don, that was very good. Very good. Now, what are those horses' hoofs?
Commercial finished. Take 'em plugged back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em on. And now, folks...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of you Indians who tuned in late, my face is red, too.
This is the craziest program we've done yet. What are we aiming at?
4:30. 7:30 in the east.
Hey, Jackson, we better start getting sharp or we'll hear about it at 5:30. You know that when Fred Allen comes on.
Phil, when you mention Fred Allen on this program, you must be closer to retirement than I think you are. I heard his program last week. While he was telling a joke, a long word got stuck in his nose sideways, and he held up the show for 5 minutes. Don't tell me about Alan.
Oh, Jack, you're just mad because his picture is better than yours.
Mary, that's no comparison. Everybody's picture is better than mine. Now, let's forget about that ill wind from Alan's Alan. It's time for a band number. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, boys, filibuster.
That was Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris, and his sweetest music this side of Roger Stable's orchestra. And that's a...
For the benefit of those horses who tuned in late, Roger's Stable is a stable owned by Rogers.
Roger. Thank you. Now, come on, kids. Let's keep the show moving.
Well, what's the hurry, Jackson?
Well, I'm having some important people over for dinner tonight, and I don't want to be late. See, Rochester's calling for me. By the way, Mary, remind me to pick up some salami on the way home, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you about Rochester. Is it true that he was lost for 2 days out on the ocean?
Yes. He was out in a boat near Catalina.
Yeah, I read about it, Jackson. I heard it on the radio, too.
Yeah. Funny thing, I didn't know anything about it until it was all over.
You didn't?
No. When I found out about it last Wednesday, I was home taking my violin lesson. You know, I still have my music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Anyway, here's what happened.
No, Monsieur Benny. Once more, you have made the same mistake.
I'm sorry, Professor LeBlanc. Shall I do it again?
Yes. And this time, please, take off your gloves.
Well, the strings are cold. All right.
Now come in. No. Mon Dieu, cochon, sacre bleu. Monsieur Benny, please tell me something. How long have you been playing the violin?
Well, ever since I can remember, I was a child prodigy.
I do not believe it.
That I was a prodigy?
No, that you were a child. Now, take it again, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Play it bright and not so dull, sir. This what gave me my ulcer. This time soft just like a pillow. What have I done to Petrillo?
How was that?
Very good. Here.
Oh, boy, another gold star. You know, Professor, someday I may be a great violinist.
You should live so long, and you already did.
Now, listen.
Child prodigy.
Well, I was. My father made me start playing the violin when I was 7.
Oh, so your father made you take up the violin?
Yes.
And where is your father now?
In Florida.
The coward. And now, Monsieur Benny, I guess the hour is up.
No, it isn't, Professor. When we started the lesson, I set the alarm clock. It'll ring when the hour is up.
All right. For this I left Lockheed. Now, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
Well, how do you like that? He didn't even wait for me to pay him. Oh, well. I wonder if I should keep practicing. No, I can't stand it anymore. Oh, gee, I wish I hadn't told Rochester he could have a couple of days off. He does everything for me. So tired of sleeping with my clothes on. Well, I guess I'll turn on the radio.
I'm the Whistler. I walk by night.
Gee, that Whistler scares me. And I've got such a nice painting of his mother. I'll try and get something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you nearsighted? When you're having breakfast, do you get too close to your hot cakes? Do you get molasses on your glasses? Do you suffer from middle-age spread? Do your hips try to hurdle your girdle? If you suffer from these or any other ailments, why not try sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamus. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yatapamus, 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 drives your blues
He must have a new quartet there.
And now, folks, here is our Utapamus News reporter with a special item.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Van Jones, who has been adrift in the Pacific Ocean for the last 2 days, has been found by the Coast Guard and towed into port.
What?
Rochester is the butler of that famous comedian, Jack Bentley.
That's Benny.
Our quartet will now sing their version of that new song hit, Yes, We Have No Bananas, Butter, or Sugar.
I don't want to hear that. Oh, my goodness, Rochester adrift in the Pacific. I didn't even know he was on a boat. Well, thank heaven he's safe. When he gets home, I'm going to... Maybe that's him. Hello?
Long distance call for Jack Bentley.
That's Benny. I'll take it.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Rochester?
You were expecting maybe ship work, Kelly?
Rochester, I just heard about you being in the ocean for 2 days. How are you?
Salty.
I know, but tell me what happened.
Well, boss, me and my friend Sam were about 20 miles off Catalina when we developed motor trouble. And you know I can't swim.
Uh-huh.
Then suddenly a big wave swept me overboard and I landed right next to a vicious-looking shark. So I got back to the boat fast.
Wait a minute. You just said you couldn't swim.
I didn't think I could run on water either, but I did.
Well, what happened then?
Well, when we weren't rescued after the first day, we realized we were in a tough spot. So we started sending out messages in bottles.
What did the messages say?
Send more bottles.
Rochester, I hope you weren't drinking out there.
Oh, no, boss. No, sir. But after the second day, we sure got hungry. And fortunately, a bird landed on back of the boat.
A bird? Good.
So I picked up my rifle, took aim, and I...
Rifle? Rochester, you wouldn't shoot a poor little bird.
No, I just wanted to frighten her enough to lay an egg.
Did you frighten her?
Did I? She laid 2 eggs, 3 strips of bacon.
Rochester, don't be ridiculous. A bird can't lay bacon.
Boss, when you got a gun in your face, you find out you got talent you never knew you had.
never mind that. Now tell me, how did you get back to shore?
Well, the Coast Guard finally found us and towed us into the harbor.
Well, I'm glad it came out all right. It certainly was an unusual experience.
It sure was.
Rochester, what are you laughing at?
It's the first time I ever lost a weekend on water.
Well, I thought. Anyway, Rochester, I'm glad you're safe, and hurry out here to Palm Springs.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well done. There you are. That's how I found out about Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, this is American Brotherhood Week. Brotherhood. There's much more to it than the word itself implies. Many of us feel that we are practicing it if we have consideration and respect for our immediate circle of friends. Well, that's not enough. We should have it for all people everywhere. The color of a man's skin and the church he goes to is a mighty poor yardstick to use in measuring his character. And to have a contempt for an entire race because of color or creed is unthinkable. If you want to know how it feels, think back to when the Germans and the Japanese thought themselves superior races and said that all Americans were decadent, criminal, and stupid. Our anger and indignation flared at the thought of Americans being called decadent, criminal, and stupid. And yet, if we tolerate racial and religious discrimination, we are. I think I saw brotherhood at its best when I was overseas during the war. When men are fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows, racial and religious issues are relegated to their proper place of unimportance. I never heard a wounded man complain about being carried back to a field hospital by a Negro, or ask whether the blood plasma he was getting was Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. You know, a bullet is a very democratic thing. So let's remember and perpetuate these battlefield lessons and carry them through our lives to make a better world. There is a verse in the song America the Beautiful that should mean a lot to all of us. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. That is our heritage. Let's live up to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
A man goes by what he knows. Here's what Mr. William Lee Branch, independent tobacco auctioneer of Winterville, North Carolina, said.
Sure, I smoke Luckies. Been smoking them for 18 years. Any tobacco man will tell you that the quality of a cigarette depends on the quality of the tobacco that goes into it. And I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco.
Quote, I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
I'm
Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Jack, another program's over.
Yep, another program and another birthday. Just think, Mary, next year at this time, I'll be 39.
39? Jack, you said this year you were 37.
Oh, yes, I'll be 38. I gotta watch that. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
To the cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49, American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tireton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tireton is back, and there's something about them you like. Herbert Tireton is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tireton is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tireton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tireton is back, and remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tireton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to last night and out to Jack Benny's house, where the whole gang has gathered for rehearsal.
Rochester, has everybody arrived for rehearsal?
Yes, sir. They're all in the library.
Good. Well, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jack Benny, everybody rise. The first rehearsal of the 26th program of the Lucky Strike series is now in session.
Good evening, Miss Livingston.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Gee, what's happened since I went away?
Another outburst like that, and I'll have the room cleared. Now, raise your right hands and repeat after me. Mr. Harris, it's your other hand. Now, repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
That I will not divulge or repeat.
that I will not divulge or repeat
Any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
You may all be seated. Rehearsal is now in session. And now, to facilitate the reading of the script, will everybody please remove their paper clips? Good. Rochester, collect them, count them, and straighten the bent ones.
Yes, sir.
We will now commence the rehearsal with the opening introduction by Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, if you please.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Benny.
Just a moment, Mr. Wilson. What is it, Mr. Harris?
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment to joke 4 on page 6.
Why?
Because it stinks.
I see. Mr. Harris has expressed an opinion that joke 4 on page 6 has an aromatic quality which is not pleasant. We will take a vote. Miss Livingston?
I agree.
Mr. Wilson?
I agree.
Mr. Day?
I can't tell. I have a cold.
Motion passed. And now we will proceed
Oh,
with...
Jack, for heaven's sake, this is silly.
What?
Why do we have to go through this every time we have a rehearsal? Why can't we rehearse like we used to?
Because everybody took advantage of it. You come in late, you wouldn't pay attention, you sat around reading newspapers instead of scripts. That's why.
But, Jack, you can't rehearse this way. You've got to loosen up. After all, this is a comedy program.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis.
Well, Livy's right, Jackson. We can't be funny when we're so formal and stiff.
Phil, you're the only one that comes in stiff. That's why we're rehearsing this way. Remember, I'm the star.
I'm a star. I'm a star.
Quiet, Polly.
Quiet, Polly. Quiet, Polly.
Polly, if you don't keep quiet, I'm going to... You know what?
Oh, Jack, not again.
What does he do, Livy?
Every time the Polly talks back to him, he takes her out of the cage, opens the front door, and hands her a road map to Capistrano.
Mary.
That's the only parrot registered with the Automobile Club.
Never mind. Let's get started with the rehearsal. Now, here's the way the show will run. We'll do our usual opening spot, a band number, and then Dennis's songs.
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Get your sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola here.
Oh, yes.
I'll have a roast beef.
Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Hard-boiled eggs, cooked fresh this morning, roast beef sandwiches.
I'll have a hard-boiled egg.
Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
May I have a paper napkin, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Will you have a sandwich, Mr. Day?
Yes, please.
Here you are.
I'll have to re-educate this kid. He got his food free in the Navy. And now we'll go...
Last call for sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Eggs and Coca-Cola! Eggs and Coca-Cola!
All right, kid, we'll start the rehearsal with the introduction. No, we better...
Oh, Jack, let's start somewhere so we can get through. We're all going to the movies.
Yeah, Jackson, we're going down to see that new picture, The Road to Utopia.
Oh, yeah. Say, maybe I'll go with you. I'd like to see what Crosby looks like with his collar open. Anyway, kids, we can't go till after rehearsal. I don't know what you want to go to the movies for anyway. There hasn't been a good picture since The Horn Blows at Midnight. Quiet, Polly. You didn't even see it.
Maybe Walter Pigeon told her.
Yeah, Walter Pigeon. He flies by here every day. Now, listen, kid, let's get one thing straight. My rehearsals are more important than going to the movies. I'm sick of the movies anyway.
Oh, Jack, you always hate the movies this time of the year because you never win the Academy Award.
Mary, that has nothing to do with it. Comedy pictures get very little consideration. I found out one thing. To win an Academy Award, you got to do a picture with absolutely no laughs.
Well, your darn one last near made it.
I think you got the idea. I don't mind when you ball up a lousy gag, but that was such a good one. Anyway, my next picture will...
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Alabama pennants.
Alabama pennants?
Yeah, we have them left over from the Rose Bowl game.
Rochester, save those. Alabama may be out here again.
Okay.
Boy, did I take a beating on those. Tried everything. I even had Rochester sitting on a bale of cotton. Now, come on, kids. Let's get going with this rehearsal. Don, take it from
Say, Jack, I've been looking all through the script, and I don't see any place where I do a commercial.
Oh, that. Well, Don, I got a big surprise for you, and it'll be terrific on our show.
What is it, Jack?
Well, get this, kid. Now, Polly, what has Daddy been teaching you all week? No, Polly. No. That you picked up yourself. Now, listen. LSMFT.
LS.
MFT.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. Take it again, Polly. LS.
LS.
MFT.
MFT.
Now put them all together, and what have you got?
Mother.
Polly, how can you be so dumb? Every week you listen to the radio, you hear the commercials. Now, what do you hear?
Poor Miriam, poor Miriam.
Not bad. Now, listen, Polly, listen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Come on. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
LS, MFT.
We're past that.
Hard-boiled eggs.
Polly. Now, look, Polly, listen. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
So round.
So firm.
So firm.
So fully packed.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. I got a good notion to yank you out of that cage and
Round,
teach...
so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It works every time. Well, kids, that takes care of the commercial.
If he teaches that bird how to sing, I'm back in the Navy.
Well, as a warning to all of you, she's learning fast. Now, kids, let's rehearse the scene right after...
Oh, Jack, why can't we rehearse tomorrow morning? It's getting late. We want to go to the movies.
Well, all right. But, Dennis, before you go, run over your song. I'm going up to bed. So long, kids. I'll see you in the morning.
So long, Jackson.
So long.
Thanks. Rochester, please untie my shoes, will you?
Your shoes?
Yeah. I do it myself, but Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, did you hear that? Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, Rochester, do you think I should use that joke on my program tomorrow?
No.
Well, that's all I need you for, Rochester. Good night.
Good night, boy.
Look what time it is. 8:30. That's funny. I'm not even sleepy. I think I'll sit up for a while and read a book. Let's see. Here's one. Clara Klingenpeel, Girl Bricklayer. Oh, I read that. Here's another one. I married a smudge pot. Gee, that was a hot one. I remember that one. Here's another one. Your darn one last near made it. I thought I read that just a couple of minutes ago. I wonder if... Say, wait a minute. Here's a book I haven't read. I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. Gee, that's an exciting title. I think I'll read this book. Chapter 1. I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife. We have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Rover. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Fickle finger of fate. Gee, this guy's a classy writer. Most stories start at the beginning, but my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent. Do you hear? Innocent. In a few minutes, they're going to execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. Then I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. Oh, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you.
It's, on the house, you know.
Oh, manicure, please. Wait a minute. Let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
Warden, if you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life except for the fickle finger of fate. The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I was walking down the street. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking along when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadow. He was a small man with a round face. He reminded me somewhat of Peter Lorre. And when he spoke, his voice, too, reminded me of Peter Lorre. He tapped me on the shoulder and said...
Pardon me, sir, but may I trouble you for a match?
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you, come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right. Here's your lighter.
I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Oh, yeah? Then why were you running toward the railroad station?
My home is in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Yes. I married a smudge pot.
Smudge pot? Now, wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter.
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Thank you, sir. Well, here's the money.
A $20,000 bill. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Oh, just a moment. I also admire that necktie you're wearing.
My necktie? I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt, my shoes, and my suit. And I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger. Handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the little man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes, and again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than a mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Anaheim, Azusa, and Cuca. The little man had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us now.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat every bit of it.
But, Dowdy, I'm tired of this silly old caviar. Why can't we have oatmeal like we used to?
Because we're rich, that's why. Now, hurry up or you'll be late for school. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard making mud pies out of butter.
For heaven's sake, doesn't he know he's going to ruin his mink overalls? Anyway, he's been out there long enough. Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something weird about him.
You know, I've been feeling the same.
Quiet, here he comes now.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out on a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
Well, you know I envy you, too. Oh, a beautiful home and lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No, I married a smudge pot.
Oh, then you have no children.
No, but we are lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, no, I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
Oh, with meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay for it.
Glad? Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money. My wife left me. And so did my 3 lovely children. Atchison, Topeka, and Irving. They ran off with the Harvey girl. And I didn't care I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Now cut that out! Hello, my friend. I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry. The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly, doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I lost my wife and my 3 lovely children, Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. I thought I was rich. But I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flint.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I could get the same thing at Ciro's for $400?
Zero!
Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And for all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeit.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money, and you can get rid of it for me.
Never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Get your hands up. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You've had the pants short. And the coat taken in. You even cut off the belt from the back.
Stop choking me. Why must I always die at the end?
There, I killed you. Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
"It's 5:30. Shall we go?"
Yes. And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children. Fickle, Finger, and Fate. I stand condemned. Gee, what a swell book. That guy's a great writer. Fickle Finger of Fate. I got to remember that.
Jack will be back in just a moment. First, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Yes, it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see just who buys what tobacco. They can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy fine, light, naturally mild tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT,
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday we'll be with you again, broadcasting from the Permanent Army Air Base at March Field. Well, Peter Lorre, I want to thank you very much for appearing on my program tonight.
It was a pleasure to be here, Jack.
I may not see you later, so I want to pay you for your performance right now. Here you are, $3,000.
Oh, thank you very much.
Be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Story ever told. Presented by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Tonight we present The Lost Coin, a drama of forgiveness and aid to those who need forgiveness, based on a teaching from the greatest life ever lived.
What woman, having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose one piece, doth not light a candle and sweep the house and seek diligently till she find it?
Thus he spoke almost 2,000 years ago. Yet even as he spoke of coins, those who listened knew he spoke of souls, how they become lost and how they are found. And they remembered perhaps a woman and her son, whose story began in this way. At night, on the edge of a vineyard in Galilee.
Come on, David. No one can see us. You think it's all right? All the other boys raid this vineyard. Why shouldn't we? Well, then let's hurry. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Take your time. You know, this is the best time of year for grapes, too. So we can start right here. How do you like them? Large and juicy, too, I'll bet, huh? Come on, taste some.
We ought to get out of here as soon as we can. If my mother ever
Your
found out...
mother? So that's it. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have asked you to come along. Not to get so jumpy, let's take a few bunches and run. Come on.
Who's out there? What are you doing in my vineyard this time of night? Who is it?
That's Caleb. Now we'd better run for it. Come on, David.
Abner! Abner, wait for me! Help me!
Wait? And get caught, maybe? Not me. You'll have to take care of yourself. Sorry.
Abner! Abner! Oh, my foot hurts. But I'll get away.
Now, you wait, you young scoundrel. I'll see that you get what's coming to you. Oh, so it's you, David. Well, I never expected...
I'm sorry, sir. Caleb, it was only a joke. Please don't do anything to me.
What joke is it? My best grapes, spoiled before they can ripen. Torn from their vines. That's no joke, David, not to me. And this has got to stop.
Oh, please, sir. I didn't even touch one grape.
I'm sorry, young man, but someone has got to be made an example. And I caught you in the very act of trespassing on my property. You'll come along with me.
Oh, please, sir. My mother. What will she say if she finds out?
I can't worry about that. Come along.
No, I won't. You let go of me.
The only time I let go of you is when I turn you over to one of the town guards. This time I'll teach you all.
No, let go of me. There. I told you I'd get away. Abner, something terrible has happened.
But I see you got away, David. Well, now you're beginning to catch on.
Oh, please, Abner, what can I do?
You're free, aren't you?
But Caleb recognized me. And besides, I hit him before he'd let go. I may have hurt him pretty badly. They'll be after me.
Well, if he recognized you, they will be after you. And you know old Enoch, the judge, he's pretty hard in cases like this. Oh. Tell me, David, Did Caleb recognize me?
He didn't say anything. He never would have caught up with me if I hadn't tripped. I don't think he saw you.
Well, I think the best thing is for you to run away. Leave here.
Where will I go?
Go anywhere. You can reach the caravan route by morning if you keep going all night. There, apprentice yourself as a water boy for the camels. You can be making money and traveling at the same time.
Yes, but my mother, what will she say? How will she feel?
Would she feel any better if you were dragged out of the house tomorrow morning and hauled off to the judge?
Oh, no. The disgrace would hurt her badly.
Of course it would. And besides, this way you can go away, you can make money, and one day when it's all forgotten, you can come back and you can give your mother anything she wants.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For her sake, I ought to go. Save her disgrace. But you won't tell anyone.
Me? Why, of course not. And, by the way, David, if you should be caught, well, you won't say that I was with you in Caleb's vineyard.
Oh, no.
No, good. Then it's a bargain. Goodbye, David.
Goodbye, Abner. Maybe someday I'll see you again.
Yes, sure. Maybe.
Daylight already, Simon. David's not the kind of boy to get into mischief. What could have happened? Did you ask?
Mother, I searched all over the town. There was no sign of it. I even spoke to that boy, Abner, he's been friendly with. Abner said he hadn't seen him all night.
Something terrible's happened, Simon.
Well, you're worrying yourself sick won't help. You just have to wait and see.
That must be him. David!
Where is he? I finally was able to rouse the guard. We've come for him.
Oh, Caleb, what are you talking about? Who have you come for?
Where is he? Where's David?
David? What do you want him for?
Stealing grapes from my vineyard, and then assaulting me in his effort to escape. I never expected your son would turn out to be a thief.
He is not a thief. Simon, go and look for him. He's probably hiding. He's so ashamed of himself.
And he should be. Look at my face. See that mark? He struck me. It's lucky I wasn't killed, I tell you. Now you give him up. He's here hiding. I'm sure of it.
But I'm trying to tell you he hasn't come home yet. He must be hiding somewhere in town.
We've searched all over. No sign of him.
I hope he hasn't done something desperate. I'll go. I'll find him myself.
Mother, come back here. You can't go, not now.
Well, I hope she finds him. He's got plenty coming to him, and I'll see that he gets it.
Please, Mother, weeping doesn't help.
I only knew where he was.
I'll try to find out. I'll ask everyone if they've seen him, where he went, what happened.
Please, Simon. You may have better luck than I did. Go and find out. Bring me some word of my son. Please, Simon.
All right, Mother.
Simon, well?
Mother, I didn't find out anything definite.
What does that mean, son?
Nobody's sure.
Simon, you don't usually try to hide your meaning in words. What happened? What did you hear?
Someone said that David was last seen leaving town and heading in the direction of the caravan train.
The caravan train? But why? No. No, don't tell me, Simon. I think I know.
You really think he would, Mother?
He was a proud boy. Sensitive. He wouldn't have wanted to disgrace us. Yes. He must have run away.
Well, a little rough experience may be what he needs. He'll be back.
He'll be back? I'll bring him back.
But, Mother, that's impossible.
Simon, your brother's young. He's never been away from home before. I can't trust the chance that he'll be all right. I must know. I could never rest until I knew.
Mother, I won't let you do it.
You can't stop me, Simon. No one can. We must find him and show him the way back.
Is that it, Ishmael? Is that Alexandria?
That's it, David. And a great city. The greatest city a country boy like you will ever see.
Oh, it is great. Such palaces and towers. And all the people. Oh, it's a great city. Ishmael, could I find work there?
You mean you won't be going back with us on the return journey? Why, lad? What's the matter?
Oh. Ishmael, I can tell you, you've been my only friend on this journey.
You got some secret, boy? What is it?
I can't go back. I did something wrong back home.
Huh?
They're looking for me.
You? No, you're fooling. You're not the kind of boy who gets into trouble.
But I did. I may have killed a man.
That's a serious thing, David.
You won't tell anybody.
Me? How could I? I don't even know. You know, boy, if that's the way things are, I think I can help you.
You can?
I think so. I have a friend in Alexandria who could do you some good. We'll go see him when we arrive and unload the camel. What do you say?
Oh, I'd appreciate it very much. Very much indeed.
Good. Then it's settled.
Well, Mother, now that we've come all the way to the caravan route, how much better off are we? You've only worn yourself out. You know nothing more now than you did before.
That's not so, son.
Just because the man said that he'd seen a boy who looked like David.
It wasn't that he looked like him. It was the way the man talked about him. How he said that the boy seemed shy, afraid. Remember how the man said his eyes shone so brightly? I knew it was David then. I knew it.
And if it was?
Then we'll have to follow the same route as that caravan he joined.
That could take us all the way to Alexandria.
It could. And I'll go. Because it may take me to my son.
You know I won't let you go alone.
I have to go, Simon.
I should know by this time. If it's David who's involved, you'll go. You won't turn back.
And if it were you, do you think I would? He's not David or Simon or Nathaniel. He's my son who's in trouble.
I'll go along, Mother. You'll need some to protect you from your own zeal. We'll go together.
Thank you, son.
I hope your friend likes me, Ishmael. I need the job.
Don't worry, he will. We'll find out soon enough. It's this little house here.
Oh.
Now, don't be disappointed. He may seem to live poorly, but you can earn a great deal with him. Come.
Who is it?
It's me, Orson. Your friend Ishmael.
I'll let you in. Well, Ishmael, it's good to see you again. Did you bring any more?
I want you to meet a friend of mine first. Orson, here is a strong, bright lad named David. He's looking for employment.
Yes, huh? Well, possibly I can help you, young man. Come in, come in. May I have a word with you privately, Ishmael?
I'm sure David doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Then come this way, Ishmael. Well?
The boy's running away. Thinks he killed a man.
Good. With that over his head, I'll be able to hold him. You think he's good material?
Smart enough to do anything and frightened enough to try anything. I'm sure of this one.
Fine. I'll make it worth your while. Now, any other business?
I couldn't get my hands on any gold. We carried grain this time. But next time...
Well, this boy may be worth his weight in gold. I'll give you your payment this time as usual. And if the boy works out as you think, well, there'll be more in it for you, Ishmael. Come here, boy. I want to talk to you.
Yes, all right. Did you decide about the job? Ishmael said before he left that you seemed favorable about it.
I am. You think I like to see a young lad like yourself alone, so far from home, without a place to sleep or anything to eat? The job's yours, but it will require some training.
Training? I learned quickly, sir.
So Ishmael told me. Well, we're going to find out.
Yes, sir. What do I have to do?
First, we have to have a little talk about it. You see, this is a different kind of business than you may have had in mind, but it's more profitable.
Oh, that's good, sir. Because I must make a great deal of money. There's so much I have to make up for to my mother.
That's a good boy. Now then, you see this leather coin pouch hanging from my belt?
Yes, sir.
How would you go about taking it if you didn't want me to know?
But why should I?
Go on, try it. Take it.
All right, sir. There.
Not good at all. Too sudden, too much of a pull. You have to do it easily, you see? Like this. Otherwise, you'll be caught the very first time.
Caught? What do you mean?
Your job will be to go into the marketplace, to go where the crowd of merchants is thickest.
You want me to steal?
You will.
I will not.
Then I shall have to go to the authorities and tell them I'm housing a boy wanted for murder.
You told you?
Yes, he told me. And now, boy, if you want to live, you'd better do as I say. And I say steal.
But at the last station, no one had seen him, Mother.
And if no one had, David must have been more afraid. He must have been hiding. Don't you see, the further he runs, the more help he needs to return. He thinks we don't want him. I've got to prove to him that we do.
Mother, you've gone too far already. Your health doesn't permit you to go on.
And my love for my son doesn't permit me to stop. We must find him.
Mother, before we get into the desert, I ask you to reconsider. Suppose he's not in Alexandria. Suppose he's deserted the caravan. Suppose... Well, so many things could have happened.
If he were dead, I'd know.
I didn't want to say.
Your brother is alive, Simon, and he needs my help. I know that, too.
Not many women make this desert crossing. Too grueling. Too dangerous.
We'll make it.
Mother, I can't let you go through this storm. We must turn back.
I will not turn back, Simon. Ahead where the storm ends, he may be there, sick, alone, needing my help. We won't turn back.
But they've already lost 3 camels and 1 driver. If the men can't make it, how do you expect to?
I've got something they don't have. The need to see my son again. We'll keep going, Simon.
Now, David, we'll try it again. After so many weeks, you should be doing better. Now, this time, try.
Yes, sir.
All right. The pouch is fastened to my belt here. I'm looking at the shops in the bazaar. You come along. Well, go on.
Yes, sir.
Wrong.
Maybe I can do it, Ard. Maybe you'd better find someone else.
Oh, no, you don't get off so easily. You can learn. You will learn. You'd better begin making progress soon, otherwise I'll turn you in. You'll hang.
But already.
Watch me see how I do it. We'll do it once more.
Is that better?
Yes. At last you're beginning to develop a touch for it. Now we'll try it once more. Go on.
Oh, no, you can't do it. I can't.
You can. You've already shown that you can. Now try it once more. Better. The last few days you've been doing it beautifully.
But out there, I'll be afraid. I won't be able to do it, Orib. I know.
Oh, yes, you will.
I'm not a thief, Orib.
Only a murderer.
But I don't even know if I killed him. I only hit him once.
You've been over that plenty in the last few weeks. If you're so sure you didn't kill him, why don't you go back? Why don't you give yourself up to the authorities in your land? Well, why don't you?
Please, Orib, All right. What do I do now?
You're ready for the marketplace, my young friend. I haven't been training and feeding you for weeks for nothing. You've got to start sometime, and tomorrow is the day.
But if they catch me...
Now, there's a little guarantee I have that you won't give up too easily. If they catch you, a foreigner here, there'll be questions. And you know you're too poor a liar to hold out very long. You see, if you get caught, it can mean your life. So you'll go into the marketplace tomorrow, you'll do as I taught you, you'll do it well. Because if you don't, it's your life, not mine.
Won't even give me a chance.
You're getting a chance, boy, a chance to make a lot of money without working too hard for it. Tomorrow, boy, you're going to find out what it's like to live off the pool. Yes, boy, tomorrow. Did they chase you? Did they answer me?
Yes. They chased me.
You think anyone saw you come in here?
No, I don't think so.
Well, at least you're smart enough for that. Now tell me what happened.
Went into the marketplace, just as you said. I mingled with the crowd. There were many merchants there. I picked out one whose purse didn't seem too securely tied to his belt. I edged up to him, had my fingers on the cord. I pulled it. The purse came loose.
And then he discovered you?
No.
Well, what happened?
I can't tell you all this.
Oh, yes.
Please. You're hurting me.
I'll do worse than hurt you. Now, what happened?
I couldn't do it. I dropped it at his feet and began running.
You? What?
I couldn't do it. I began running. That must have made him know what I tried to do. Then I heard voices calling to stop me. I just ran.
Oh, you did.
All right.
You ran. I'll teach you to run. I'll teach you. They're after you. I'll turn you over to them. I'll tell them everything.
No, please, Olive. I'll do anything. Anything.
In that case, just be quiet. I'll see who it is. What do you want?
A boy, my son. We saw him go running down the street, but the crowd lost him, but I'm sure he came this way. Is he here?
Your son? No, I don't know him. Never saw him.
You see, Mother, I told you. You were mistaken.
No, it was the street. He must be here somewhere, Simon. Are you sure, sir?
Of course I'm sure.
But I heard a voice. It sounded like
Go on, woman. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no one here but me.
Mother, please.
As he used to cry. That's the way it sounded. He's here somewhere. David! David!
You see?
Mother, please.
Dave.
Mother. My. And I didn't really injure him? Oh, it's so hard to believe.
I know, David. It was your fear that took you so far from me. Once someone does something wrong, The guilt he feels drives him further and further on the road to evil. That's why I had to find you, David, to let you know that we want you back.
I must ask Caleb's forgiveness. Must make it up to him for the injury I've done him.
Of course.
Don't worry, David. I'll help you settle matters with Caleb.
Will you, Simon? And all the trouble I've caused you, Mother. And shame.
Trouble? Shame? These are not important, David. When a coin is lost, someone has to search for it. And that's even more true of a son. None of the trouble and none of the shame can compare with the joy that I feel now that my son is back again. And think of what would have happened if we hadn't found him.
You'd have had to do what Orson said.
Yes. So, should I be ashamed now that I have you back before you were lost to me forever? Ah, no, David. I feel joy and pride, and so will all my friends and neighbors now that I've found my son and brought him back to good ways and a clean life.
What woman, having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose one piece, doth not light a candle, and sweep the house, and seek diligently till she find it? And when she hath found it, she calleth her friends and her neighbors together, saying, Rejoice with me, for I have found the piece which I lost. Likewise, I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth.
This program was brought to you by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Next week on this same network at this time, we'll present Call Not Any Man a Fool, another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper,
fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American armed forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of this earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can. Why, right at this moment, there are American fighting men on the new front, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or even a dime every other day. And remember that every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So, start right now, won't you, to do your share to help win this war. And remember this slogan. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In our last episode, you remember how Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet telephoned Clark Kent and told him to come right down to the office. As Kent hung up the phone, we heard him say something about a forgotten world and prehistoric creatures. Well, to find out what it's all about, let's join Kent now as he reaches the office of Editor White. Listen.
Hi, Chief. Hello, Kent. Kent, I'm afraid I've gone and done it again. It's taken him years, but he's convinced me at last. He's a crackpot, an eccentric, an idiot in some ways, but he's convinced me.
Who's convinced you of what?
And you've heard of Dr. Leander Cameron, haven't you?
Yes. What about him?
And you've heard about his theories of the lost continent of Atlantis, that he believes still exists somewhere at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
Chief, you haven't.
Yes, Kent, I have.
Oh, no, Chief.
Now, Kent,
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lois. Good to see you again.
That's right. You have been a stranger. Good work on that scoop clock.
Thanks.
Who helped you?
No one. I did it all with my little typewriter.
Will you two stop fencing with each other? We've got serious things to think of.
Serious? Lois, our good friend, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet, has gone and done it again.
What do you mean?
You tell her, Chief. I can't.
Well, Lois, Dr. Leander Cameron, the celebrated ichthyologist and deep-sea diver.
Celebrated crackpot, you mean?
Now, Lois, I resent that.
All right. What about Dr. Cameron?
Well, you know, he's been after me for years to finance an undersea expedition to find the lost continent of Atlantis.
Yes?
Well,
Mr. White, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh, no.
Now, don't you start. His arguments are perfectly logical.
Can I come in?
May I come in?
Yeah, may I come in?
Come in, Jim. All right.
Something wrong, Mr. White?
What do you mean?
Well, that look on your face. You look kind of...
Yes, out with it.
Well, you look kind of silly.
What did you say?
He feels kind of silly, Jim. You see, he's just decided to finance another expedition.
Gee, that sounds swell.
An expedition to find the lost continent of Atlantis.
Well, gee...
An expedition to be headed by Dr. Leander Cameron.
Oh, no.
What? Well, what have you got to say about it, you office boy?
Sir, I'm a reporter now.
What?
He is, Chief, he is. In a sense, at any rate. You remember I tried to trick the Jap saboteurs into believing they had the wrong formula? Well, Jim was the one who phoned in that story, and he did a swell job on it, too.
Well, thanks, Mr. Kent.
Yes, he did do a good job. Matter of fact, I'm going to try him out on a story today.
You are?
You are?
Yes, Jim, and a very important job, too. If you succeed at it, Well, there's no telling what heights you may reach as a reporter.
Oh, gosh. Well, what's the story?
Well, the Tiny Tots Kindergarten are forming a club to be called the Don't Kick Grandmother When She's Down Club. You can cover it.
Well, gee, say, is this a gag?
Yes, it's a gag. And it's meant to give you a rough idea of what I think of you as a reporter.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. Wait a minute. After the job Jimmy's done, I don't think...
You're not paid to think about anything but your job. Yes, what is it? Huh? What? Oh, send him in. Well, he's here.
Who's here?
Dr. Capra. Now, get this straight. Get this straight, all of you. I've promised to finance this expedition of his, and I'm not such a fool as I look.
Well...
What?
Oh, well...
You all think it's silly. Well, so will everyone else. And they'll follow the story in the Daily Planet just for laughs, if nothing more.
Yeah, you got something there.
Well, thanks. And if Dr. Cameron turns out to be correct...
He won't.
Don't be too sure.
Dr. Leander Cameron, sir.
Leander, come in.
My dear friend. I think I must have fallen.
I think you must have collapsed.
No, I fell. My butterfly net caught on the knob of the door.
Wow. Just look at that pile of junk.
Well, Leander, I really don't know why you carry all that paraphernalia with you. What in the world do you need with a fire extinguisher?
Here, let me help you pick this stuff up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Laugh if you will, Perry, but my motto, like that of the Boy Scouts of America, is be prepared. Should there occur an unexpected fire, I'm ready for it. In this knapsack hanging over my left shoulder, I carry a kit of tools, wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, etc. You never know when something may need fixing in a hurry. In this knapsack over my right shoulder, I carry medicines, aspirin, ipecac, quinine, etc. Who knows but that some loved one may fall sick.
Yes, but why the pots and pans and cooking utensils?
Those I carry to keep myself fit for the trail. My work, as you must know, has led me into many strange parts of the world, places where stamina, the strength to carry on under great loads, is vital. Be prepared. That's my motto. There's nothing you could ask for that I do not carry on the person.
How about an ice cream soda, Doctor?
Jimmy.
Why not? I believe I have a small bottle of carbonated water somewhere, and I'm certainly capable of whipping together some ice cream with the chemicals I carry. What flavor?
Are you kidding? Gosh, I didn't think it could be done.
It can and shall be done. And while I'm concocting a delicious effervescent drink for the young man, perhaps, Perry, we can get down to the business at hand.
Huh? What? Oh, yes. Why not?
Mr. Kent and Miss Lane are to go along on the expedition?
They are.
Excellent. No doubt they've already informed you it is this silly venture.
Yes, they have.
Well, now, really, Dr. Cameron, the idea of a lost continent existing at the bottom of the Atlantic, a world filled with mammoth fish, sea serpents, and what have you, well, it is just fantastic.
To the untutored, unscientific mind such as your own, yes, but not to mine. Shall we make it a vanilla soda, Jimmy? I find to have some vanilla beans in the pack.
Yeah, sure.
What did I do with that folding cup? Oh, yes, here it is. Mr. Kent, Miss Lane, what do you know of the lost continent of Atlantis?
Very little, Doctor, except that it's a huge continent that once existed but is now at the bottom of the sea.
Then let me explain it to you. Atlantis is a so-called legendary island that was situated in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis had been a powerful kingdom 9,000 years before the birth of Solon. It is believed, or was believed, I should say, that due to sudden and catastrophic natural causes, the island one day sank into the sea, disappearing from view for the rest of time, until the present day.
Gee, that's interesting.
I will not enter into the various scientific undersea explorations that have led me to believe that the continent of Atlantis actually exists, for you would never understand them. But it does. Of that I'm sure. And I want a chance to prove it. Not, mind you, for any gains that may accrue to myself, but for the sake of a wondrous idea that I have conceived that will change our modern conception of undersea warfare.
Sea warfare? What do you mean?
Mr. Kent, think what it would mean to have a base at the bottom of the ocean for submarines.
What?
The plan may sound fantastic at first, but I've planned everything very carefully. Hundreds of submarines could be based there, serviced and refueled, and kept in perfect operating condition. Let me see. Oh, yes, vanilla flavoring. Yes. Now then, let me see. Yes. I propose then, with the aid of Perry's money, to find this sunken continent.
Yes, all right. Now, just a minute, Doctor. Just a minute. How will you do it? After all, we are at war now, you know. Yes. The Atlantic is a sort of, shall we say, no man's land.
No man's.
Yes, no man's land. Now, will we be permitted to take an expedition out into it? And suppose we do. This lost continent of Atlantis must lie at such a terrific depth that you'd never be able to reach it.
I will answer your questions one at a time. First, it is exactly because we are at war, exactly because the submarine base of which I speak would be so helpful, that we shall have no difficulty in securing permission to take an expedition into the Atlantic. In fact, I have already secured the necessary permission. As to the depth to which this lost continent lies, that too I've taken care of. So let me see. Where is that carbonated water? Oh, here it is.
Gosh, looks just like a vanilla ice cream soda.
Looks like a vanilla ice cream soda? It is a vanilla soda. I have, of course, used dry ice for freezing the ice cream. Oh, here, my boy. See if it's to your taste.
Oh, thanks. Say, it's swell. Well, will wonders never cease?
Tell me, Dr. Cameron, how do you expect to overcome the obstacle of depth? How will you manage to get down that deep into the Atlantic?
A simple matter. Dr. Leander Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere will take care of that.
Your what?
My multi-depth submarine and bathysphere. It's anchored in the harbor now. Would you care to see it? We can get down there in 15 minutes for taxi.
Well, what do you say? Shall we go down and see it?
Oh, sure, you bet.
All right, then I'll get my coat.
Well, what about it, Kent? Shall we go with Dr. Cameron on his undersea expedition, huh?
What? You have the nerve to go, Clark. I guess I have. Too exciting to miss.
Oh.
Dr. Cameron may be right, and to think of seeing with my own eyes a continent that existed over 9,000 years ago. Why, it's just wonderful. An undersea expedition. It's thrilling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. And, I'm game to try it.
All right.
Then I take it, Perry, we can consider the matter closed.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, you can.
We shall all leave in a day or two in my multi-depth submarine and bathysphere in search of the lost continent of Atlantis.
Well, this does sound exciting, doesn't it? Think of going in search of a lost continent that lies at the bottom of the ocean. And think of going on such a trip with such a strange character as Dr. Leander Cameron. Looks like there are plenty of thrills in store for us, so be sure to tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? Simply by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do, what part can I take in the national war effort? The writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces, too young to join any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters. And I'll bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one, and here it is. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help to win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime, or 20, or 40, or 50 cents help to win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win the war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10-cent or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet in the Solomon Islands. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they'd lend to the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important. That buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to help win the war. So why not pledge today to buy war-saving stamps regularly? And keep in mind this slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A great adventure is in store for all our friends. In our last episode, we heard how editor Perry White had decided to finance an expedition in search of the lost continent of Atlantis, believed to be lying below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. As we take up our story today, the time is several days later. The place, a private stretch of beach some short distance outside Metropolis. The cold, heavy mist of early dawn hangs low over the water, and through it we can just make out the long gray lines of a submarine lying offshore. Standing on the beach, dimly seen through the gray smoke of dawn, stand 4 people. Clark Kent, Lois Lane, editor Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen. Listen.
Hey, look out. That surf is running pretty high up onto the beach. Yes, I just escaped getting my feet wet that time.
Well, let's move up the beach a bit. Tide's coming in fast.
Golly, it's cold, too. When are we going aboard the submarine?
We're going to be inside that submarine for a long time once we get started. Besides, we've got to wait till Dr. Cameron arrives.
Well, I can stand it if the rest of you can. It's amazing. Simply amazing.
What's amazing, Lois?
Well, I keep thinking it was only a few days ago that we were discussing this fantastic expedition in your office, trying to decide if we'd even go along. And now, here we are. There's Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere, or whatever you call it, waiting for us offshore, filled with food and supplies for months, all sorts of scientific paraphernalia, everything.
That's Leander Cameron for you. He may look like a crackpot and act like one, but by golly, he lives up to that motto of his, be prepared.
The minute you said we'd go, he told us he'd arranged for everything.
Yes.
Would have everything aboard in less than 24 hours. All he needed was the money to pay for it.
I only hope it's worth the money. Even if we don't find the lost continent of Atlantis...
What do you mean, even? You don't really expect to find it, do you?
Well, I say even if we don't find it, people will read the stories in the Daily Planet just for laughs. And I don't care why they buy the paper, just so they buy it.
Gosh, I wish we hadn't let that taxi go.
Why?
Well, we could have sat in that till the doctor got here.
If you really want to learn to be a reporter, Jim, you'll have to learn to take it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, understand, young man, we don't want any trouble from you. The only reason your school principal permitted you to come along was because of the expedition's great educational value. Any monkey shines out of you, though... Wait a minute. What's that?
Something is coming. Judging from the racket, it's Dr. Cameron. I've never heard a man make so much noise in my life.
Wait, that's not Leander. It's something approaching on a motorcycle.
It doesn't look human. Looks like some strange creature out of a nightmare. Clark, what is it?
Well, it must be Dr. Cameron.
I can't. Well, it just can't be. I tell you, the thing riding on that motorcycle isn't human.
Oh, it's human, all right, only it's wearing a diving outfit. Suit, helmet, the works.
What?
Do you mean to say that's Dr. Leander Cameron arriving on a motorcycle in a diving suit?
Well, now, how did you expect him to arrive? In a taxi in civilian clothes? Oh, that'd be much too normal and ordinary for Dr. Cameron.
Holy mackerel, look. He's weaving all over the beach on that thing.
We better get to a safe place before we'll run down.
You're right. He's coming straight for us.
No, wait. He's veering off. Oh, boy, that was close.
Close? Nothing. Look at me. I'm covered with wet sand from head to foot.
Me, too. He's swinging around, heading this way. Here he comes again. Look out.
Daddy, stop that thing.
Stop it. Why, he can't even steer it. Doctor, isn't it?
Look out. He's going to fall.
Oh, great Scott, he's been killed. I know he's been killed.
Oh, dear.
Here, we got to get that helmet off him.
I'll help.
Easy, Jim, easy.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
okay. Oh, the poor man.
Yeah, hold on to your top, Lois.
All right, now, Jim, lift the helmet off.
Okay.
Good morning.
What? Oh, good morning. You made it, I see.
Oh, yes, always do. Never say die, be prepared. That's my motto. Somebody help me collect my gear and scientific paraphernalia.
Leander, now, for the love of Pete, will you tell me why you're wearing a diving suit and helmet?
Oh, for convenience sake, convenience sake.
Convenience?
Yes, you see, just as I was leaving my house to come here, I remembered I had not packed my diving outfit. One can't go on a diving expedition without a diving suit, can one? We shall need it before we're through.
Yes, but if you'd only tell
I
us
was
why...
forced to bring it along, and since I was carrying my usual accoutrements, there was only one way to carry the suit. I wore it.
Boy, you've got a reason for everything. Here we've been freezing to death waiting for you.
Ah, yes, it is a cold morning, isn't it? Always colder near the water, too. A cup of coffee, anyone?
What? Don't tell me you've got a thermos of coffee with you.
No, but what is there to prevent our making some?
Well, you made an ice cream soda for Jimmy the other day, but now don't tell me you're going to whip together some coffee for us now.
With rationing upon us?
What is rationing to a scientist? A few chemicals tossed lightly together and presto, coffee, a cream or sugar.
There'll be no coffee, Leander, till we go aboard and get started. The boat's waiting at the edge of the beach to take us out to the sub. Come on now, let's go.
The crew already aboard?
Yeah, what there is of them. 3 men. They're on the submarine. How do you expect to do it?
The Cameron multi-deck submarine in bathysphere is mine own, Perry. Leave the running of it to me.
All right, you run it.
Oh, golly, let's go.
Wait a minute. Dr. Cameron, what are you going to do with that motorcycle?
Take it aboard with me, of course.
What? The submarine is so full now, I'm wondering if we'll be able to come to the surface once we submerge. No room for the motorcycle.
No room?
No.
No room? Of course there's room. I've arranged for everything. A place for everything and everything in its place, I always say.
Yes, and I always agree. But how are you going to get that motorcycle stowed aboard the sub?
I will show you. You see, I myself constructed this motorcycle. It is very light, made of plastic, you know, and it's collapsible.
It's what?
The frame, collapsible, the frame folds together so. Then the wheels themselves telescope so, becoming an 8 on the side. There. Ever see a small package in your life?
Oh, Doctor, you amaze me. You're simply astounding.
I often think so myself, Miss Lane. Well, if we're ready to go aboard, you're Xing away, says I. Stand away.
Boy, I'll sure be glad to get out of this cold. Let's go.
Well, come on, everyone. Let's get down to that dinghy and row out to the sub. Before we get started.
Right you are, Perry. We must lose no time in reaching the lost continent of Atlantis.
Doctor, we've been in this multi-jet submarine of yours for 8 hours, and we haven't submerged yet. We keep running on the surface. Golly, I was all excited about going beneath the surface in a submarine.
Rather distressing if you went below the surface without a submarine. A joke.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
Jimmy just meant that he's been looking forward to diving in a real submarine, Doctor, and so far the thrill hasn't materialized.
Well, why don't we submerge, Leander? It seems to me we're using a good deal of oil for the diesel.
We have sufficient for our running schedule. I do not need to say, Perry, that I shouldn't needlessly use oil in these perilous times. Oil is ammunition. However, we must save our batteries and electric motors for underwater use as much as we can.
I see what you mean, Doctor. You're referring to the time when we'll be doing a good deal of diving to reach the lost continent of Atlantis.
Exactly. Now, it seems to me that... Yes, Nicodemus?
Excuse me, folks. Doc.
I've already said yes, Nicodemus. However, I will repeat it. Yes, Nicodemus.
You needn't be sarcastic about it.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I merely said...
Sometimes the way you talk, you think I wasn't wanted around here.
Nicodemus, you're too sensitive. All I said
I know what you said. Well, let it pass. I hear the report the batteries are fully charged. I think we ought to submerge for maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Everything in working order?
Would I be submerging if it wasn't?
All right. Don't fly off the handle. Go ahead and submerge.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
He go around with a chip on his shoulder all the time?
Oh, wonderful man, Nicodemus. Wonderful. Best man possible on the submarine. Just one little trouble with him. He's sensitive.
Are we going to submerge?
Yes, my boy. Last you're going to have your great thrill. Here you can watch through this porthole over here as we go below the surface.
Golly.
There's the signal now to stop the diesels and turn on the electric motors.
Golly. Look, everybody. The water's coming up over the window. We're submerging. We're submerging.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Well, I've done it before, but it never fails to thrill me.
Now, we won't go far below the surface since there's no need for it. We merely want to change from diesel power to electric, that's all.
Well, even so, just going below the surface is thrilling enough.
We're under. Look. Everything's green. A sort of light green that's getting darker.
Yes, the deeper we go, the darker it'll get, of course.
Well, how long can we stay under, Leander?
Well, Perry, the ordinary submarine running at from 1 to 1.5 knots can remain below the surface for 30 hours. We can remain below in the Cameron multi-depth submarine in bathysphere for 37 hours.
Seems to me the government could be interested in a submarine like this.
Oh, they are, Miss Lane. They've already made certain tests. What's that?
I don't know. I can't imagine it.
Well, it would appear there's trouble afoot, or should I say underwater?
Never mind how you say it. Come on.
Golly. What could have happened?
I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
Nicodemus! What has happened?
I don't know, Doc. Something's gone wrong with the main ballast tanks. I can't close them.
You can't close
Wait,
them?
heavens, man. Doesn't that mean...
It means we're going down fast. There ain't a thing I can do about
If
it.
there's something wrong with the motor, surely you can fix them.
No, it's not the motor, Smith. Something's jammed inside the main ballast tank, which means we can't control the intake or the outlet of water.
Golly.
But you've got to do something, man.
There's nothing I can do. Nothing nobody can do.
Oh, golly. If only Superman were here now.
What could he do?
Well, he could take us back to the surface. He could... Holy mackerel. No, he couldn't. He'd be inside here with us. And to lift the submarine to the surface, he'd have to be on the outside. And how could he get out without letting the water in here?
Exactly what I've been thinking myself.
Helpless, Superman in his guise of Clark Kent stands by with his friends while the submarine drops lower and lower through the ocean depths. Seemingly, there is nothing he can do, and yet, well, perhaps we can leave it to Superman to figure a way out. So be sure to be with us Monday and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meanwhile, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war savings stamps. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part. You can help win this war by buying war savings stamps. So let's make a pledge right now to buy war savings stamps regularly. Talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day or even every other day for war savings stamps. And then buy some extra ones out of your regular weekly allowance. And see if you can get your friends to buy stamps regularly, too. Or why not organize a war savings stamp club right in your neighborhood? And make this your club slogan. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war savings stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army or Navy doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. There is one big important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines, because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam says that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to keep them well supplied and to see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win the war. And that's where you come in, you and I, for we're all members of this civilian army. And the best way we can help our boys at the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds and buy them regularly. How does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance the war. It helps to buy the guns and the tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Japs and the Nazis. For instance, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you've got a dime. Now see if you can't get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day or every other day with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask your mother and your dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all that you possibly can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. And that is what you can do to help win this war.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman and his companions in adventure are now in the midst of the most exciting adventure of their career, for they are on an expedition led by the eccentric old explorer, Dr. Leander Cameron, to find the lost continent of Atlantis, believed to be located at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. As our last episode came to a close, our friends were in grave danger. Traveling in Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere, they had started to submerge when suddenly... but wait. Listen.
There's the signal for us to submerge. Listen, you'll hear the diesel motor stop and the electric motor start.
We're starting to submerge. Look here through this porthole. We're going down. Golly, just look.
By heaven, I've submerged in a submarine I don't know how often, but I always get a kick out of it.
Well, this is exciting. Not nervous, are you, Clark?
Oh, just a little. I try not to be, Lois, but somehow I can't help being just a little afraid.
It's your nature, I guess. There's nothing you'll ever be able to do about it.
I'm afraid not.
Look, the water's starting to rise above the porthole. Everything looks green and getting darker all the time. We're under. We've submerged.
Watch carefully, my boy, and you'll begin to see the fishes of the ocean.
Fish swimming around in their natural surroundings. Gosh.
Yes, there's certainly nothing like it. Wait, what's that?
Sounds like something's gone wrong.
Don't get excited now, Clark, whatever it is.
Come on, something's happened. The electric motors have stopped. Through here, quickly. Nicodemus! Nicodemus!
Hey, what do you want, Doc?
What's happened? What's wrong? Why have we stopped?
We haven't stopped. The motors have stopped. We're still sinking, though.
What do you mean?
Something's gotten jammed in the main ballast tank. I can't close it.
Well, what does that mean?
It means the ballast tanks are filling with water, and the more they fill, the lower we'll sink. Not only that, but I won't be able to blow the tanks to come up.
Oh, great heavens, we can't just stand here doing nothing about it.
Maybe you got some ideas, lady. You have? Let me have them.
Holy mackerel, we are in a spot.
We must not lose courage. Leave everything to me. I, Dr. Leander, Euthanasia Cameron, will need you all to safety.
How, Leander? How? If we can't bring this up to the surface, what can possibly save us?
Well, first, let me ascertain how desperate our plight may be. Nicodemus, just what is jammed in the main ballast tank?
How do I know? Can I get inside the tank with it full of water?
Nicodemus, I do not like your attitude. We're all in trouble, grave trouble.
Well, why blame me for it?
No one's blaming you. I'm merely trying to find out what can be done to save it.
Nothing. There's nothing nothing nobody can do. We're finished. We're through.
Sleeping mackerel.
Georgie, did Washington give up at Valley Forge? Did Stanley give up in Africa? Did Lincoln give up?
I ain't no Washington, and I ain't no Stanley, and I ain't no Lincoln. I ain't nobody but me, Nicodemus Company. And when I say we're sunk, we're sunk.
And when I say that I, Dr. Leander, euthanasia Cameron, shall lead us all to safety, I mean that, too.
Ah, you're crazy.
Now, look here, you two. We're in
How dare you, Nicodemus? How dare you look at me in that tone of voice?
But I'm trying to explain to you, Doctor, that
What's about the escape chamber, eh? What about that?
The escape chamber. By heaven, it never occurred to me. But of course, you must have such a device on this submarine.
What's an escape chamber, Mr. Kent?
An escape chamber, Jim, is a waterproof room in a submarine that can be closed off from the rest of the sub to permit escape when submerged without flooding the sub.
That's right, Jim. You enter the chamber, as I understand it, seal it off from the rest of the submarine, and then you let it fill with water.
Let it fill with water?
Yes.
Well, holy mackerel, what happens to you then?
Well, before the chamber fills with water, you put on what is known as a mumps and lung, a mechanism that permits you to breathe as you reach the surface.
Jumping Jiminy. You mean we'll have to leave the submarine underwater and go up to the surface with just one of them mumps and lung things?
Well, they're quite safe. Well, it looks as if we've nothing to worry about now.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Now, what, Nicodemus?
Don't you think I'd have thought of the escape chamber before this if it could be used?
What do you mean?
Oh, hang it all, Doctor. You know as well as I do the metal door sealing off that chamber is controlled by our motors.
Well, what of it?
The motors have gone dead, mister. Didn't you hear them stop? We can't possibly operate the chamber. We can't even get inside it.
You mean we're trapped?
Yes.
Oh, holy mackerel.
What are we going to do?
Like I said before, there's nothing we can do. Unless the great Dr. Leander Cameron still thinks he can lead us to safety.
No, I've reached my Waterloo. Should I say Waterloo? No, this is no time for joking. I will not say it.
Great heavens, Nicodemus, isn't there any way of repairing the mechanism? We're sinking lower all the time.
We certainly are. The gauge shows we're down a quarter of a mile.
Quarter of a mile below the surface and sinking lower all the time.
And there's no way of repairing the mechanism?
Don't you think I'd repair it if I could? The trouble's in the main ballast tank. I can't get at it. And I can't fix it if I can't get at it.
Well, but we can't die in here. We'll suffocate after a while. Die of strangulation.
Unless we sink so deep the pressure of the water crushes the submarine.
Oh, no.
I can't stand it. I've got to get out of here. I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't.
Now, Ken, in the name of heaven, hold on to yourself.
My nerves can't take it. I want to scream.
And I told you to hold on to yourself.
I can't hold on to myself. I can't, you hear? I can't.
You asked for this.
Oh, holy mackerel, Mr. White, you knocked him out.
Yes, and I think I've broken my hand. He's got a jaw of iron.
Oh, golly, if only Superman were here. Not inside here, but outside. He'd help us. He'd get us out of this mess.
Well, for once, Superman isn't here when we need him, Jim. I guess we can't expect him to save our lives all the time.
But you can expect Superman to save your lives, Lois and Jimmy. For little do you realize that the man you think is the cowardly Clark Kent, the man now lying on the floor of the submarine pretending to have been knocked senseless by an ordinary mortal, is actually Superman himself. And little do you suspect that as he lies there, his hand is slowly moving toward a heavily insulated electric cable that stretches along the length of the submarine near the floor. His hand reaches the cable, and quietly holding it in his powerful grip, he tightens his hand, crushing the cable to powder. And at the very moment when his hand is crushing the electric wires together, there is a sudden flash, and the lights of the submarine go out.
The lights have gone out. Nicodemus, what was the flash?
I don't know. Looked like a short circuit.
This situation seems to be getting worse. What'll happen next?
This is what is happening next, Perry White. In the darkness, Clark Kent has become Superman, and even now has reached the door of the escape chamber. The door is a metal sliding panel controlled by the motors of the sub. Superman places his palms against the metal, for there is no place he can get a grip, and slowly forces the panel to slide back.
What was that? Did you hear anything?
I heard something.
It sounded to me like the metal panel of the escape chamber sliding back. Nicodemus, do you suppose by some electrical freak that door is open?
Of course not.
Well, let's investigate anyhow. You never can tell. You never can tell.
But even as our friends stumble toward the metal door through the dark, Superman, now inside the chamber, closes the metal door against them.
There. That part of the submarine is sealed off. They'll be safe till I can get them up. Now, let's see. There's the escape hatch. Have that open in no time at all. There we are. Now, up through the hatch. There. I'm outside the submarine. Now, she's sinking fast. Well, I'll just grab hold of the conning tower. So, and up.
Up to the surface we go.
It'll soon be dark.
Yes. It's lovely up here in the conning tower, looking off across the ocean at twilight. Doctor, how long before Nicodemus can fix that ballast tank?
Well, it's hard to say, Miss Lane, hard to say. Can't get a word out of him. Very sensitive man, Nicodemus. Very.
I still can't get over how we got to the surface.
Well, as Lois says, it must have been Superman.
There can't be any other explanation for it. What other power could have suddenly brought us to the surface?
Beyond me.
Oh, it must have been Superman. Couldn't have been anyone or anything else.
The thing I really don't understand, Clark, is how you got soaking wet.
Yes, I can't understand that myself.
When we finally got the conning tower open and got some light to see by, there you were, stretched out where you'd fallen after I hit you. But you were soaked through. Yet the inside of the sub was dry as a bone.
I don't know.
Very strange, I must say. Very strange. Well, there are many things one cannot explain.
Well, there's one thing I can explain. I've got a hollow feeling in my stomach. Explanation? I'm hungry.
Yes, it's almost dark and certainly close to dinner time. Well, let's go blow and... Wait a minute. What's that?
Something rearing up out of the sea just off our beam.
It's hard to see. It's getting so dark, though.
It's another submarine.
Another submarine?
Yes. A German U-boat.
What? No, Kent, how in the world can you see that?
I always could see pretty well at night. This is only twilight. There's a swastika on the conning tower of that sub.
I see it. I see it now.
This looks like trouble. If only we could submerge.
Yes, but we can't submerge until Nicodemus fixes those motors.
Wait a minute. The conning tower on that U-boat is opening. Now, men are coming out of the sub onto the deck.
Yes, I see them myself now. Oh, what do you think they're going to do?
They're moving over toward the cannon on deck. Something tells me... Yes, by heaven, they're training that gun at us.
What do you mean? You don't mean they're going to shoot us out of the water?
Oh, they wouldn't do that.
Oh, the Nazis might do anything. Kent, does it look as if they were going to fire on us?
There's your answer, Chief.
Well, what sort of trouble have our friends got themselves into now? Why is the Nazi U-boat firing on them? Does the enemy intend to sink Dr. Cameron's submarine? Well, there are tremendous adventures in store for our friends in our next episode, so be sure to listen. And listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Japs and the Nazis? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up an awful lot of bullets. And that's just where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. So get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. Can you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets? 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from the Japs or the Nazis. So, get going with this slogan. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, somewhere in the Solomon Islands, there are a lot of big, tough, fighting Marines. And they're carrying guns that you may have helped to buy for them. That is, if you've been buying your share of war-saving stamps for victory. You see, every single dime you exchange for a war-saving stamp helps to buy the guns and bullets, the planes and bombs, the ships and the shells that are going to lick the Nazis and the Japs. Now, we know that all red-blooded Americans can't actually wear Uncle Sam's uniform. Because some of us are too young or too old to join the Army or Navy. But there is one big important way we can help. We can buy war-saving stamps and bonds. We can lend our money to Uncle Sam and put weapons into the hands of American fighting men. Why, do you know that your dime spent for a war stamp is the same dime used to buy 5.45 caliber bullets? I guess you know, too, and the Japs and the Nazis certainly do, what a soldier or sailor or Marine can do with 5 bullets. And speaking of sailors, you might be interested to learn that every time you buy 5 war stamps, that same 50 cents buys enough fuel oil to carry an American destroyer a full mile closer to its objective. Now, that makes buying war stamps pretty exciting, doesn't it? So look, let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps every week, regularly. And you can help even more than that. You can get your friends and your mother and father and all the people you know to buy war stamps and bonds regularly. And they'll want to help, too, when you explain to them how important it is for all of us to do our share to help our brothers and our friends in uniform. Our boys are going to win this war, and we've simply got to help them. So remember this slogan. Repeat it often to your family and friends. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, and all our friends are now on an expedition to find the mysterious lost continent of Atlantis, a legendary land believed to lie at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. They are making the hazardous trip in the multi-depth submarine and bathysphere of Dr. Leander Cameron, a strange and eccentric explorer. In our last episode, we heard how Superman saved our friends from death when their crippled submarine submerged out of control. Brought to the surface by Superman, they were standing in the conning tower at twilight, waiting for Dr. Cameron's sub to be repaired, when suddenly Perry White spied something coming up out of the water. Listen.
But look off there. Something's just come up out of the water.
Golly, what can that be?
It's another submarine. A German U-boat.
Clark, how can you tell it's a German U-boat? It's getting so dark, I can just about see the sub myself.
Well, it could see well at night. Now look hard. See there?
Yeah?
Swastika on the conning tower of that sub.
I see it. I see it now.
This looks like trouble. If we could only submerge, Leander.
But you know we can't submerge until Nicodemus fixes those motors.
Look. The conning tower on that U-boat is opening. Men are coming out of the sub onto the deck.
Yeah, I see them myself now. Well, what do you think they're going to do?
Well, they're moving over to the cannon on deck. Something tells me that... Yes, by heaven, they're training that gun at us.
Golly.
You don't mean they're going to shoot us out of the water?
Well, there's your answer, Chief.
Why the filthy rat?
Those were just warning shots. Just in case we had any ideas about trying to escape. Uh-oh, they're going to board us.
They are.
Golly, what do you think will happen to us now?
Hard to say, Jim. But we're in for trouble. That I can tell you.
Oh, it never fails. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
That reminds me. Didn't you say you were hungry, Jimmy?
Are you kidding?
I'm afraid we've all lost our appetites, Doctor.
Oh, nonsense. We're not going to let a few Nazis ruin our dinner, are we? Perry?
Yes, Leander?
You take care of those Nazis, will you? Find out what they want and send them about their business.
What?
While I go below and prepare dinner. You all like anchovies?
Oh. Yes, we just love anchovies.
Excellent. I shall prepare them.
If you have any artificially colored strychnine, prepare that, too.
I don't think I have any of that, but I'll look.
That man's crazy.
Uh-oh. Here come the Nazis.
Ahoy!
Ahoy yourself!
We are coming aboard.
Nothing much we can do about that, I suppose.
Wouldn't do anything if you could.
Look, they're putting off in a small boat.
3 of them.
It looks like the commander of the sub and 2 of his aides.
Gosh, why didn't we realize something like this might
We
happen?
did, Jim, but we thought if we met up with any of the enemy, we could just submerge and get away from them.
And the trouble is, our motors are out of commission. And there's nothing we can do until Nicodemus fixes them.
Nothing we can do now even after he fixes them.
Look, they're coming alongside. Gosh, that commander looks tough.
Lend me a hand here.
No, go jump in the nearest ocean.
Good for you, Mr. White.
Give me a hand. I need to come aboard. You, take me here.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course.
Clark!
They've got guns with them, and we're unarmed. I'm not taking any chances.
Really, I always thought you
Oh, stop it, Lois.
You do not help us aboard.
No. This is the multi-depth submarine in bathysphere I have heard so much about. And who is this strange-looking monstrosity?
Sir, I'm Dr. Leander Euthanasia Cameron, owner of the multi-depth submarine bathysphere and leader of this expedition.
Oh. Then you are just the man I'm looking for.
You were looking for me, what for?
To tell you this, Herr Doctor. Up to now, your expedition has been sponsored by your own government. Or should I say sponsored by a newspaper with the approval of your government. From now on, however, your expedition will be controlled by the German government.
There is a word I rarely use, Commander, because it is a very strong word, and I need it only to express the greatest distaste. I say that word to you now. I say to you, nothing.
Do not follow your meaning. However, it is no matter. I am taking command here. You will continue with your expedition. And if you succeed in finding the lost continent of Atlantis, you will do so in the name of the Führer.
Not to the Führer.
Jimmy.
Oh, you young Schweinhund. You insulted our Führer. Perhaps your filthy mouth will be silenced by this.
Oh, get it! You despicable loath.
Lois. Jimmy, all right?
Clark, he's unconscious.
He hit his head against that stanchion when he fell, Kent.
See. I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
What's that?
Skull, I'm afraid.
Oh, no. Jimmy.
Kent, what is it?
It's like a fractured skull to me.
That is too bad. But he should not have insulted the Führer.
Why, you dirty, low-down, filthy Nazi swine. I've a good mind.
Yes. I will listen to no more insults from you. Another such word from your mouth and you die. This pistol is no toy. And now you.
Me?
Yes, you. Think I do not know what you did to me when I came aboard? Look at me. I'm soaking wet. Why? Because you deliberately let me fall into the water.
Oh, it was an accident.
It was no accident. And I will repay you for it soon. Get up onto the deck. All of you.
What for?
Don't ask questions. Do as you're told, mal schnell.
Okay.
Now, look here. I'm sick and tired of this. I refuse to be
You
ordered.
do as you are told, or I will shoot you down like a dog.
What about Jimmy?
Yes, the boy, Commander. What about him?
It is unfortunate, but I cannot waste time in pits. Now move.
You filthy swine.
I have heard enough from you.
Mr. White! Mr. White! They shot Clark. Look, he's fallen overboard.
I threw himself in front of you to save you.
Good heavens. I can't see him. We've got to save him.
There you are. That's his own fault. You are not more careful, the same will happen to all of you.
Oh, poor Kent. He did it for me.
You beast.
Clark is gone. Now what about Jimmy lying down there? His skull's probably fractured. What about him?
I cannot concern myself with his welfare. Nor have I time to get him medical aid.
You can't let him die.
Yes, that's what it is.
Even as Lois and Editor White plead with the Nazi commander, Superman is at work under the water. Quickly changing from Clark Kent to Superman, he swims underwater to the Nazi sub. And as Lois and White argue with the commander on the deck of Dr. Cameron's submarine...
Leave that boy here, I tell you.
Perhaps you can suggest some way of saving his life?
Your submarine is in working condition. You could take him aboard and sail him to the nearest port.
Yes, I told you before, I cannot
Wait a minute. Great heavens, look. The Nazi submarine is rising clear of the water.
No, cannot be.
It is incredible.
Oh, look, underneath the submarine. They're holding it in his hand. Superman!
Superman again? Well, I must say...
Yes, it's Superman. Oh, thank heaven.
I do not understand this. It's amazing. This flying sword is carrying my submarine in his hand. I'm going mad. We are all mad.
No, we're not mad, but...
He's coming down with the submarine. Look, Mr. White, he's going to land right alongside of us.
Yes. Why, we've stopped the sun back into the water.
There. That's just to take you boys inside to fill up a little bit. Now then.
Jimmy, I cannot believe.
All right, Commander. Just give me that gun. Come on, you two, Hunt. Come on.
Superman. Thank heavens you've come. Jimmy.
Yes, I know. Mr. White, Dr. Cameron, bring Jimmy up on deck.
Yes, of course, right away. Come on, Leon.
Yes, coming, Terry.
While they're getting Jimmy, I'll take care of the commander and his aide. First, the commander. Come here, you. Come on.
Now, you two stooges.
Let me down! Let me down!
Up! I'm going to drop you down through your own conning tower, Commander, one at a time. You land inside your sub, I'd advise you not to show your nose outside of it again until we reach the American naval base I have in mind.
American naval base? No, you can't.
Oh, can't I? We'll see. Here you go, right down through the conning tower. Now, you, Hunt. Now, it's your turn, hello. Happy landing. There's White and Dr. Cameron bringing Jimmy up. Back to the deck of Dr. Cameron's sub.
Better take it easy with the boy, Superman. He's in a bad way.
I can see that. I'll handle him gently. I'm going to drop that Nazi U-boat off at an American naval base about 600 miles from here. There must be a surgeon there who can take care of Jimmy, if I'm in time. How's this pulse?
Oh, very low, I'm afraid.
I mustn't waste time, then. I'll just place Jimmy easy.
Before you go,
Quickly. There isn't time for talk.
Clark Kent, the commander shot him and he fell into the ocean.
Well?
He's below us somewhere. Is there anything you can do about him?
No, I'm afraid not. I haven't time now. Jimmy needs a doctor at once. You'll have to look for him. Now I must go. Up! Now down onto the deck of the U-boat. There we are. Now to get a good grip on this conning tower with one hand. There. So. And the U-boat in my grasp, I'll be in time to save Jimmy's life. I must be. I must. Up, and away! With the quickly ebbing life of Jimmy Olsen, well, we'll know in tomorrow's episode. And what about our friends on Dr. Cameron's submarine? What further adventures will befall them? Well, there'll be plenty, we can tell you that. So be sure to tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow for another thrilling Superman episode. And don't forget what else you're going to do. You're going to buy war stamps as often as you can get Mother or Dad to give you a dime. Now, you know when you see that big capital S on a three-cornered shield, you recognize it as the emblem of Superman, and you know at once what it stands for. Likewise, when you see the capital letters U.S. on a war-saving stamp or bond, you recognize them as the emblem of Uncle Sam. And it represents a pledge from Uncle Sam to you. His pledge to use every dime you lend him for more bullets and guns and planes, and all the other things the American armed forces need to win a smashing victory from the Nazis and the Japs. So don't put off buying war stamps. Buy one every time you've got a dime. Remember, Uncle Sam is depending on you.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have. And I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir. Every time you bought a war-saving stamp, your money helped buy the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So, next time you hear some boy or girl on your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference does it make if I buy one stamp or not? What difference can one dime make?" You tell them that it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. Tell them, for instance, that 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective, or that 1 dime will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets. Tell them that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just 1 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes, with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that this is one way that all you fellows and girls can help to win this war. Now, after all, everybody can't join Uncle Sam's armed forces, but all of us can buy war-saving stamps. So talk it over with Mother and Dad tonight. Tell them you want to help Uncle Sam win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly, every single day if possible. And I'm sure they'll be glad to cooperate.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman and his companions in adventure, Jimmy Olsen, Lois Lane, and Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet, are now on an expedition headed by the eccentric Dr. Leander Cameron to find the lost continent of Atlantis, believed to be lying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In our last episode, we heard how Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine in bathysphere was attacked by a Nazi U-boat, and how Jimmy Olsen was critically injured. Superman saved our friends from harm, and carefully holding the injured Jimmy under one arm, grasped the Nazi sub with his free hand and flew with them to a Navy base 600 miles away. We resume our story today at the home of a Navy doctor at a certain American naval base. Our scene, the living room of the doctor's home. The doctor is seated in a chair reading a book as the telephone rings urgently. Yes? Yes, it's Dr. Crane. Lieutenant Forbes calling from the basin. I'll put him through. Hello. Yes, Lieutenant. What's that? A man dressed in a red cape and a blue... brought an enemy submarine in and left it. Flying. Carrying the submarine in his hands. Now, Lieutenant, have you been... He's on his way here. But that's impossible. No man can fly without a plane. Now, wait a minute. There's someone at the door now. I'll call you later. All right, I'm coming. Yes, what is it you... Great Scott. A man in a red cape and a blue suit?
No time for descriptions, Commander. This boy is critically injured. You've got to do something.
But where? How?
Please, Commander, I'll explain later. Right now, this boy is critically injured.
Yes, of course. Come in. Now then. Bring the boy into my operating room. In through here.
Yes, Commander. Yes.
How did all this happen?
Never mind that. The boy is suffering from a severe blow on the head. Following it, he bled from the nose and ears.
Sounds like a fractured skull. Put him on the table.
Yes. Oh, there, Jim. Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, let me get his pulse. Yeah. Who are you, sir? I told you flew in carrying a submarine in one hand and this boy in the other.
I'm called Superman.
Superman? Of course. I've heard of you, but I seriously doubted that you could exist. And to see you with my own eyes, Oh. Boy's pulse is very low. I'd better give him a stimulant. How did the accident occur?
Does that matter?
No, I suppose not. I'm just interested in knowing. Seem a little upset yourself.
I am. I'm worried. If this boy dies...
Yeah, we'll do our best to save him. Roll back his sleeve, please. I'll have this hypodermic ready in a second or two.
All right.
All right. There. That ought to help him a bit. I'll have to take an x-ray of his head. I've got to be absolutely sure of his condition before anything is done.
How long will that take?
Only a few moments. Wheel that table over here near the x-ray machine, will you? I'll get things ready while you're doing that.
Anything you say. About here?
No, that's just right. Now, let me move the camera over above his head.
All right.
There we are. Now I'll have the picture in no time at all. There. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll develop these in that dark room there at once.
Right. I couldn't see any broken bones in Jimmy's head, but then I may be wrong. No, I hope I haven't come too late. If I have, if anything happens to Jimmy, I'll... Jim, boy, can you hear me? Jim, you've got to pull through, you hear? The doctor's going to do everything he can for you, but you've got to help him. Can you hear me, Jim? Can you? I don't know whether he can hear me or not. Pulse is getting a little stronger, though. Stimulant's beginning to work. Only... Doctor?
I think the boy's going to be all right.
What? You mean?
The X-ray shows a near fracture, but it's not as serious as we thought.
Oh.
A week or so ought to see him out of the hospital.
Thank heaven for that.
Now, look here, man. What about yourself? You must be exhausted.
Me? Oh, no. I've got to get back to...
Yes?
Oh, never mind. Doctor, I'm leaving this boy in your care. I'm sure I can depend on you to see him through this until his friends come to take him home.
I'm a Navy man, sir. You can depend on any Navy man.
Good. And I won't spend any more time here. I have other work to do.
Yes, but just a
Take
moment,
good care of that boy. Up, and away!
Meanwhile, aboard Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine in bathysphere...
But can't we wait until, well, maybe just until morning?
No, I'm sorry, Miss Lane, we can't. I've got to reach the spot where I believe Atlantis is located on schedule. I can't risk changing weather conditions and all that sort of thing.
But why, Leander?
We have a supply problem, you know, enough food for just such and such a length of time, oil for so many running hours, and so on. Minutes are precious to the success of our expedition, and we must not waste them.
I was hoping Nicodemus would take another day to fix those electric motors.
Fortunately, he located the trouble a lot quicker than we expected. Wonderful man, Nicodemus. Sensitive, but wonderful.
Well, I suppose you're right. But somehow I hate to leave this spot.
So do I. It was here at this spot that Clark was shot and fell overboard.
Yes, he threw his life away to save mine.
Somehow it's like tearing yourself away from the grave of a close friend.
I didn't realize that Kent meant so much to you, Lois.
I didn't either. He's gone now, and I miss him. You miss him, don't you?
Yes, very much. He was a real man, Lois. I regret the many times that I misjudged him.
Oh, another thing. I wonder if Superman reached a doctor before it was too late for Jimmy.
Don't worry, Lois. He didn't fail. He never does.
No, not with something he can control, but Jimmy might have died seconds after Superman left.
Well, all we can do now is hope for the best. How far are we, Leander, from the spot in the Atlantic where you believe we'll find the lost continent?
Well, as I figured, Perry, we should reach there in another 20 hours. Then, of course, our real work, I should say the real exciting part of our work, will begin.
I see. And how far down below the surface do you figure that Atlantis lies?
Well, I don't know exactly. The Atlantic Ocean in spots is over 6 miles deep.
What?
Well, you certainly don't expect to go down 6 miles into the ocean.
Oh, dear me, how silly women can be at times.
I resent that.
Now, Lois.
I didn't mean to insult you, but really, Mr. Lane, such a remark. Of course I don't expect to go down 6 miles below the surface. That would be impossible.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't think there was anything you couldn't do, Doctor. In fact, I've begun to think of you as a sort of scientific Superman.
Have you really? Well, I suppose I might be called that. My work is certainly superior to all others, and if I succeed in finding the lost continent of Atlantis...
Never mind all that chatter now, Leander. Now, get back to the subject. How far below the surface do you think we'll find the lost continent?
According to my reckoning, based on many years of scientific research, I would say we shall find Atlantis about 2 or 3 miles below the surface.
Now, wait a minute, Leander. Wait a minute. That's impossible. 2 or 3 miles below the surface? Why, we'd never be able to withstand the pressure.
No, of course not. Not if we were in an ordinary submarine, but in the Cameron multi-depth submarine in bathysphere, that will withstand water pressure to 3 miles, and perhaps more.
What about us? Will we be able to stand it?
With ease, as long as we remain in the compression tank.
Well, how does that work, Leander?
Very simple, Perry. Elementary, in fact. When the time comes to submerge to that tremendous depth, we shall all get into the compression tank. There we shall be perfectly comfortable and at our ease, so long as the pressure is maintained inside the tank that the human body can stand. You've probably noticed that one wall of the tank is the submarine itself, and that in it is set a large pressure-proof window made of specially designed glass through which we shall be able to see all that lies about us 2 or 3 miles below the surface.
Well, I'll say one thing, Leander. You convinced me you were right when we were in Metropolis, but there's a great difference in listening to you expound your theories in the safety of my office from listening to you inside this submarine of yours. Are you sure this tub will withstand the pressure of 3 miles below the surface?
If my tests mean anything, it will. And, sir, I resent your calling the Cameron multi-depth submarine in bathysphere a tub.
All right. I apologize. But do your tests mean anything?
A test is simply a test, Perry. One can't be really sure of anything new until the actual conditions are met and overcome.
I only hope that we overcome the conditions. I don't want the conditions to overcome us.
Joke. Excellent. I think the time has come for us to submerge again. The batteries must be charged by this time. Nicodemus!
Yes?
We'd better submerge now.
Who's running this submarine, you or me?
Well, really, Nicodemus.
I'll submerge when I'm good and ready.
And when will you be ready?
Ready now. We'll submerge.
That's just what I said. Submerge. A sensitive man, Nicodemus. Very sensitive.
Meanwhile, as the multi-depth submarine prepares to submerge, Superman arrives and hovers over it, suddenly realizing that he has a seemingly insoluble problem on his hands.
Now, what in the world am I going to do about this? How can I return aboard the submarine as Clark Kent without somehow explaining that I'm not dead? They all saw the German U-boat commander shoot me, and they saw me fall into the ocean, sink from view. Well, I am in a spot. Probably the worst spot in my entire career. I wonder how in the world I can get myself out of this.
Yes, how is Superman going to get himself out of this one? How can he possibly arrive aboard the submarine as Clark Kent when the others saw Kent topple from the deck and sink beneath the waves, apparently shot dead? Well, let's leave it to Superman to figure out, and let's be with him tomorrow to see how he does it. And be sure to listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important because all our dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and tanks and planes and ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And here's an idea. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. In that way, you'll be doing your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do, what part can I take in the national war effort? Now, the writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces, too young to join any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters, and I bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one, and here it is. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime or 20 or 40 or 50 cents help to win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, would buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win this war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10-cent or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet in the Solomon Islands. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they'd lend to the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important, that buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to help win the war. So why not pledge today to buy war-saving stamps regularly? And keep in mind this slogan: every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you know, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet is financing an expedition to locate the lost continent of Atlantis, believed to be lying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Following a series of mishaps during which Jimmy was so seriously injured that Superman had to fly him to a naval hospital, our friends reached the spot in the Atlantic below which Dr. Leander Cameron, eccentric explorer and leader of the expedition, believes the lost continent will be found. As our last episode ended, Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere began the dive that will end, he believes, in the sighting of the lost continent of Atlantis 3 miles below the surface of the ocean. We join our friends now 1 mile below the surface, a depth no human being has ever descended to before. Listen.
A mile below the surface? Do you really mean that we're actually a mile below the surface?
Yes, Miss Lane, we're submerging rapidly.
Can't see a thing through this window. Everything's pitch black.
That's right. I thought you said, Leander, that we'd see all sorts of strange things.
We will, Perry, we will. I haven't switched on the searchlights yet.
Searchlights? Well, now, don't tell me this submarine is equipped with searchlights.
I might say, Miss Lane, that there's nothing with which this submarine is not equipped. Be prepared, that is my motto, along with the Boy Scouts of America.
Wish we had a few Boy Scouts here now. I'd feel safer, perhaps.
I'm not going to switch on the lights until we're 1.5 miles below the surface. In a little while, we should begin to see...
Wait, there's something now.
Where?
Yes, look, see it?
Gracious, what is it?
A fish.
A fish? Well, I don't see anything but 2 big white eyes and rows of long teeth gleaming in the dark.
That, if I'm right, is the Gunstoma pelican.
Really? And what might that be?
A pickerel.
A pickerel? Now, look here, Leander. I am a freshwater fisherman. I've caught many pickerel in my time, and they don't look like that.
The Gunstoma pelicos is the saltwater cousin of the freshwater pickerel. It lives a mile below the surface of the ocean. This fellow is 40 times bigger than any pickerel you've ever caught, Perry, and his teeth are also 40 times bigger. Notice how they shine in the dark?
You mean they're luminescent?
That's right, Mr. Kent. From here on, we shall see nothing but luminescent fish. Fish that shine in the dark.
Well, I should think that would be quite necessary in this inky blackness.
Look, isn't that pretty?
Oh, yes, Lois. That's a beauty.
My heavens, look at the colors in that fish. Red, green, yellow, blue, and all lit up. Why, it looks like a swimming Christmas tree.
Wonderful, isn't it? Let me get to the phone. I want to tell Nicodemus about it. Nicodemus.
Yeah?
Nicodemus, did you see the Anthropomorphus nocastalsis?
What? You're crazy.
What do you mean?
That was a Mictophan punctatum.
You are out of your mind. That was no Mictophan punctatum. That was definitely an Anthropomorphus nocastalsis.
The zoophictite fins were much too long, and any fool could see the Lamarian scales are much too close together.
You're just stubborn.
Didn't he agree?
He says it was a Mictophan punctatum. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous.
No, Doctor, it really doesn't matter.
Well, whatever it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Just like a Christmas tree glowing in a dark room.
This is wonderful. I've never experienced anything like it.
How far down are we now, Doctor?
Well, now, let me see. Yes, 1.5 miles. Time to turn on the searchlight. We don't want to hit a projecting ledge or coral reef.
Or an Atlantean mountain peak.
Nicodemus. Turn on the searchlights, Nicodemus.
Okay.
I still say that was an Anthropomorphus nocastalsis. I suppose you didn't see the anceliodactylometer depending from the Aurelia?
You can't even pronounce it. It was a Mictophan punctatum. There's no doubt of it in my mind.
No doubt of it in his mind. He hasn't got a mind.
Uh-oh, there go the searchlights. Great heavens, look.
Oh, Clark, isn't it amazing? simply amazing.
Leander, I really don't care now whether we find Atlantis or not. I've seen everything there is to be seen.
I feel the same way, Mr.
Oh,
White.
I knew it would thrill you. It thrills me, too. Remember, I've never seen this before, either.
Well, if you've never seen all this before, how can you be sure you're right and Nicodemus is wrong?
What do you mean?
Well, he says that fish we saw was a Myctophum pictotum.
What was that again, Chief?
Nicodemus said that fish was a Myctophum pictotum. And Leander here says it was an Anthromolycus australis.
Now, why don't you just forget it, Chiefy? Those Latin names are a bit too much for you.
Now, look at here, Kent. I want to... What? Well, maybe I'd better. Better have that upper plate fixed.
Look, what's that? Clark. Great heavens, look.
That is a mammoth shark, Miss Lane, a veritable sea monster.
A mammoth shark?
Looks the size of a whale.
It is.
You mean to say that there are sharks as big as whales?
Of course, they have to be that big to withstand the pressure of a mile and a half below the surface.
Oh, which reminds me, how are we withstanding the pressure?
Well, we appear to be doing very well. Very well indeed. Yes. Yes, in a short time we ourselves will look upon the ancient and now submerged land of Atlantis. A land where 9,000 years ago men and women lived as we live today. We shall see houses, roads, streets, buildings of all sorts. We shall see... What's that?
What?
I saw it only for a moment. Caught in the beam of the searchlight.
That thing there? It looks like an eel.
Certainly, that's all it is, an eel. Pretty big eel. But as you say, Leander, what's the matter? You're turning pale.
Give me that phone.
Leander, what is it?
Nicodemus.
Never mind, Doc. I've seen it, too.
Surface at once.
I'm servicing, Doc.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Look at that eel. Look at it now.
What? It can't be an eel. It looks like a lot of tangled giant eels.
It's a devilfish, an octopus, a giant octopus. Yes, by heavens, and it's seen us.
A giant octopus?
Oh, 40 to 60 times larger than the ordinary octopus. Parrot, we must get away from it. We must.
Are we starting toward the surface?
Yes.
Hadn't we better turn off our searchlight?
No, the octopus can see in the dark. We can't escape him that way. Pray to heavens he doesn't come after us, that he really doesn't see us.
Beginning to move up toward us from the depths.
I'm sure it's moving toward us.
Those tentacles. Look at them. They're as big as fire hoses.
He's seen us. We're in a bad spot, I'm afraid. A very bad spot. The phone. Nicodemus.
Yeah?
Nicodemus, what do you think?
Well, I think he's going to come for us, Doc.
We must do something.
Is there anything we can do, Nicodemus?
Nothing except trying to keep away from him.
Then why don't you? We're not rising very fast.
What's the matter with you? You know I can't rise any faster than the compression tanks will take it. You want a case of the bends?
Rather a case of the bends, Nicodemus, and no body left with which to have them. That thing will crush us like an eggshell if it gets a hold of it.
It's coming up fast. Tell you what I'll do, Doc. I'll level out and try to get away from it that way. Can't do it by trying to reach the surface.
No, don't do that. Keep rising. We may be able to reach a depth where the giant octopus can't go.
I never thought of that.
Keep surfacing, then. We'll see what happens.
What did you mean, Doctor, when you said we'd reach a depth where the octopus can't go?
Well, you see, Kent, these fish live at great depths because they're accustomed to them. They build up an internal pressure that reacts against the external pressure. In brief, they can only live at tremendous depths.
Oh.
Once they reach a normal pressure, the internal pressure blows them apart because there's nothing to hold it in.
I see.
How far do we have to go yet before we reach that point?
Just a moment, I'll check the gauge.
Oh, it's horrible. Look at that thing swimming up toward us. It's like a huge head with tremendous arms attached to it. It's gruesome.
Yes, isn't it? Look at those big suction cups on its arms.
We're moving away from the thing, but it's coming on fast. The question is, will it overtake us before we get too high for it to follow?
Oh, we just got to wait and see.
Oh, if only Superman were here.
I doubt if there's anything he could do.
Oh, of course you doubt it. If Superman were here, he'd get out through the escape chamber and kill that thing.
I've been wondering about that. He could get out through the escape chamber, of course, but how would he get out of this compression chamber?
What do you mean, Ken?
Well, it seems to me if the door of the compression chamber was open, we'd all die. There's a tremendous pressure outside there. A pressure you wouldn't be able to withstand for more than a second or two. What do you think this compression chamber is for, anyway?
You're right. I never thought of that. What the devil are we discussing Superman for, anyway? He's not here, and he can't help us.
Yes, I'm afraid you're half right, anyway.
The suspense is awful. Look, that horrible octopus is gaining on us. That tremendous head, those long, horrible tentacles.
Hold on to yourself, Lois.
What's the point of holding on to myself when we haven't a chance? We're going to be crushed by that huge and disgusting thing.
Easy, Lois, easy. Nothing's happened yet. We may get away from it.
Leander, can't we rise any faster than this?
Well, Nicodemus is doing the best he can, Perry.
Well, then his best isn't good enough. That thing is going to catch us sure as shooting.
Well, the gauge is reading a mile below the surface. We can rise to 3/4 of a mile before the devilfish reaches us. I think we may be safe.
What do you mean you think we may be safe?
It's impossible, Mr. Kent, to gauge the pressure accurately. I don't know just how much or how little pressure that octopus can stand.
Lois, what?
Look, against the window.
A suction cup. A suction cup from one of those tentacles. Leander, it's reached us. We're caught in its tentacles.
Not yet. No, not too quickly.
Look for yourself against the glass. It's as big as a platter.
Yes, I see it. There's nothing I can do now. Nothing anyone can do unless there's one last chance. Nicodemus.
Yes?
We rise no faster than this.
No, Doc. We're rising just as fast as we can. It's impossible to go any faster.
But we've got to go up faster. The octopus has one arm around us already.
There are more now.
We've got to reach a pressure he can't stand.
Wait a minute. What's that?
It's the motor. The octopus has wrapped his arms around us. He's pulling us down, and the motors can't pull against him.
The gauge. Look at the gauge. We're going down again. We're sinking.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now. Nothing at all.
Is there really nothing that can be done to stop the monster of the deep, the mammoth octopus whose many powerful tentacles are wrapped around the submarine, dragging it and our friends down into the bottommost depths of the Atlantic? Superman, it seems, is helpless, for he cannot leave the compression chamber without killing the others in it. What can Superman do now? How will he resolve this situation? Well, be sure to listen Monday and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meanwhile, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war savings stamps. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part. You can help win this war by buying war savings stamps. So let's make a pledge right now to buy war savings stamps regularly. Talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day or even every other day for war savings stamps. And then buy some extra ones out of your regular weekly allowance. And see if you can't get your friends to buy stamps regularly, too. Or better yet, why not organize a war savings stamp club right in your neighborhood? And make this your club slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war savings stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, as you know, a new war front has been opened by our fighting forces. Welcome newspaper headlines every day shout the thrilling news made by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. American troops are now in the picture with every ounce of their combined strength. They're in there punching for all they're worth, fighting, slashing straight through to victory. And back here at home, we're cheering them on, giving them moral support. But cheers and congratulations are not enough. We've got to see that the government has the money with which to finance these victories. How? Simply by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. By doing without things we would ordinarily want to buy so that the money we'd spend may be used for war-saving stamps. And don't ever think that each and every dime isn't important. Remember that 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets for our fighting men. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to carry one of our destroyers a full mile in chase of Jap or Nazi subs. And just think, if every fella and girl in the United States were to buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, the total amount would soon buy enough bombers and fast fighter planes to blacken the skies over Germany and Japan. And here's another thing we can all do. As you probably know, the Treasury has asked us to put back in circulation all the pennies and nickels we've been saving, because the metals used in making these coins is vital to the war effort. And if the mint were to make more pennies and nickels, it would result in the manufacture of less guns and tanks and planes. So tonight, ask Mother and Dad for permission to break open your penny and nickel bank. Then take all these coins and turn them in for war-saving stamps. So remember this. Every time that you've got a dime, 2 nickels, or 10 pennies, remember that a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Our friends are now in the midst of one of the most exciting adventures of their career, on a search for the lost continent of Atlantis, an ancient civilization believed to lie at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In our last episode, we heard how they began the descent in Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine, which they hoped would end in locating the lost continent. But terrible dangers were in store for them. As they reached the depth of 1.5 miles beneath the surface of the Atlantic, a mammoth octopus, 40 times larger than an ordinary octopus, attacked the submarine. Our friends were helpless, because for once it seemed Superman could do nothing. Listen.
Oh, it's horrible. Look at that hideous thing swimming toward us. It's like a huge head with tremendous arms attached to it. Arms as big as fire hoses. Oh, Mr. White, if only Superman were here.
What could Superman do?
If Superman were here, he'd get out through the escape chamber and kill that horrible and disgusting thing.
I've been wondering about that. Superman could get out of the escape chamber, but how would he get out of this compression tank? You're right, Kent. If the door of this compression tank was open, we'd all die. There's a tremendous pressure outside there. A pressure none of us would be able to withstand.
That's exactly right, Perry. If the door of this compression tank was open, we'd die almost instantly.
Lois, what?
Up against the window.
A suction cup. A suction cup from one of those tentacles. The Ander has reached us. We're caught in its tentacle.
What's that?
It's the motors. The octopus is dragging us down into the depths. He's wrapped his arms around us and is pulling us down. The motors can't pull against it.
The gate. Look at the gate. We're going down again.
There's nothing we can do now. Nothing at all.
Great heavens, we've got to do something. If we're dragged down beyond the 3-mile point, the submarine will begin to crack up.
Crack up is hardly the phrase, Miss Lane. If we go down beyond 3 miles, the reaction on this submarine will be similar to a sledgehammer hitting an egg crate. The pressure will smash us into a pulp.
What are we going to do?
Yes, Doctor, isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing but await our end quietly and with fortitude.
No, there must be something. You're a scientist. You ought to have made some preparations for an emergency like this.
Please, Mr. Kent, we mustn't lose control.
Yes, for heaven's sake, control? Who can control himself at a time like this? I gotta get out of here. I can't stand being enclosed in a small space, that frightful thing dragging us down into the depths.
Get away from that door, Mr. Kent.
You just try and make...
You fall open that door, Kent, and we'll all last about 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
You heard me, 10 seconds.
Cleverly, Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, leads Dr. Cameron into telling him just how long that door can be opened before Lois, White, and Cameron, ordinary mortals, feel the effects of the pressure. Instantly, as Superman, he makes his decision. And as Clark Kent begins to act the part of the coward.
I'm frightened. I'm scared, I tell you, scared. Kent, for the love of heaven, stop it. We're all scared. But we're doing our darndest not to show it. I'm not built that way. I'm frightened, I'm frightened, and that's all there is to it. Oh, look! Look!
What is it?
That octopus. Wrapping more and more tentacles around the sub. See there. The suction cups against the window. Oh, it's horrible. It's revolting.
Oh, Clark, please.
I can't die like this without a chance to save myself. I can't just stand here waiting. And for heaven's sake. I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it another minute.
Catch him, he's fainting.
Oh.
The lights have gone out.
Yes, Clark's hand must have caught on the light switch as he fell.
Well, I know where the switch is. I'll snap the lights on again.
Yes, Perry, and hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. Here Leander.
Perry, what is it?
Why, the switch has been ripped out of the wall. I can't turn the lights on.
Oh, fudge. Kent must have held on to it as he fell, and the weight of his body ripped it out. Well, since we're going to die, I suppose it don't matter much.
Oh, dear, if only Superman were here.
He couldn't do a thing, Lois, and you know
Oh,
it.
yes, he could. I don't know how, but Superman could find a way.
Superman has found a way, Lois. You and the others think that Clark Kent is lying at your feet in the dark. But actually, Clark Kent has become his real self, Superman. Slowly, carefully, stealthily in the dark, His hand reaches toward the handle of the door that seals our friends in the compression chamber. He turns the handle. What was that noise?
Sounded like the handle of the door, but it couldn't be that.
No, of course not.
But it is, Lois. And now Superman's job lies before him. He has got to open and close the door of the compression tank in less than 10 seconds. He has got to open it against the tremendous pressure that exists outside. Can he do it? He must do it. And he does. And even though the entire operation has taken only 2 seconds, Lois, Editor White, and Dr. Cameron gasp for air and feel their heads growing dizzy from the effects of the pressure.
What happened?
You know, I feel dizzy. My head is swimming.
Pressure. Feels to me like pressure. And I thought I heard the door open. I thought, no, impossible. Couldn't be.
My head's clearing now a little. My eyes are beginning to focus. Mr. White, are you all right?
I think so. I got a pain in my head like a throbbing headache, but otherwise, great heavens.
What is it, Mr. White?
Why, it's impossible. No, it couldn't be.
I see what you mean, Perry. My head's beginning to clear, too. The arms of that octopus are sliding along the wind as if something were dragging him away from it.
You're right. The suction cups are straining to hold onto the glass, but look, they're sliding off.
What was that?
What?
Didn't you see it, that flash of red and blue out there?
Red and blue? No, it can't be. That would be too much to ask.
It is, Mr. White, it is. Look through the glass. It's Superman.
Superman?
Yes, I see. He's pulled that monster octopus away from the sub. And now they're both getting ready to do battle.
Oh, I can't watch. It's horrible.
Well, I'm going to watch it, but I can tell you that. There's never been a battle like this in the world before.
Oh, you're right, Perry. Absolutely right. Look there. The octopus coiling its many arms, getting ready to attack.
Oh, no.
Superman is treading water, waiting for it. There it goes for it. If Ken could only see this.
Oh, poor Clark. Isn't there something we can do for
No,
him?
Lois, no. He's better off as he is. He'll come around all right.
The octopus, it's wrapped every one of those powerful arms around him. It's going to try to crush him.
Those tentacles are like fire hoses. What strength there must be in them. Oh, no, Superman or not, he can't withstand anything like that.
But he is, Perry, he is. Look, great Jupiter, look. He's starting to tie those arms in knots.
Why, you're right. He's having a tough time doing it. In fact, I'm not sure that he can.
He must.
Leander, what's that black stuff filling the water? It looks as if somebody poured a huge bottle of black ink into the water.
It's a black liquid the octopus throws off the smoke screen, Perry. It's a horrible choking sort of substance.
Great heavens. Superman's having a tough enough time as it is. He no longer gets one arm from around him, then the octopus wraps another's around him. Why, this is terrible.
The water's getting inkier. It's almost impossible to see, but I believe...
Lois!
Mr. White!
Lois!
They're sinking down out of sight, Superman and the octopus, fighting each other and sinking further into the depths.
They're not sinking down. The octopus is dragging Superman down, dragging him down into his den.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid that's what's happening, Perry. It looks as if your friend Superman has met more than his match at last in a monster of the ocean depths.
I can't believe it. He was still fighting. I could see that. Fighting courageously. Perhaps he'll win through after all.
What was that?
Nicodemus calling us by phone from the other compression chamber. Yes, Nicodemus?
Trouble.
What?
We've got trouble.
Don't I know it? We've been watching that fight going on out there between Superman and the giant octopus.
I don't mean that. We've sprung a leak.
With what?
According to the gauges here, we've sprung a leak.
What is it, Leander?
Wait a minute, Perry. Nicodemus, what you say is impossible. The motor-depth submarine in bathysphere will withstand pressure to 3 miles below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean or any ocean.
It isn't the pressure alone, Doc. It's that octopus. The crushing power of those tentacles must have weakened one of our plates. Water is pouring into the sub outside these compression chambers, and, well, take a look at your gauge.
The gauge? The gauge? Oh, yes, Nicodemus. We can't see the gauge in here. The lights are out.
Well, my gauge reading is almost 2 miles below the surface, and we're sinking all the time.
Leander, what is it? In the name of heaven, man.
Oh, we're in a bad way, Perry, Miss Lane.
Doctor, what is it?
You might as well know the truth. We're finished. The submarine has sprung a leak, and we're descending fast.
Sprung a leak? Why, that means...
Well, it means a number of things. We may sink below to the 3-mile limit and be crushed like an eggshell by the pressure, or we may never reach that 3-mile limit, and the sub's been weakened, and the pressure may crush us in any moment.
What was that?
The motor stopped. Oh. Nicodemus.
The water's got to the batteries, Doc. The motors have gone dead. You know what that means, don't you?
No, not exactly.
The compressor sending air into these compression tanks work off separate batteries, but they're going to go any minute.
Great Jupiter!
What is it now? We can't have any more trouble than we've got.
Oh, can't we? Nicodemus tells me that the batteries controlling the compressors will be the next to stop working.
Well, what are the compressors?
The compressors are the machines that shoot compressed air into these tanks. Once they stop working, we'll all die of strangulation in less than 5 minutes.
If we're not crushed to death before that happens.
Yeah.
Isn't there anything we can do? Must we just sit here in the dark, just waiting, doing nothing? Oh, if only Superman knew what has happened now.
Well, he's got his hands full out there with that octopus.
Yes, that's right.
Nicodemus.
Yes?
Gauge reading.
Gauge reading. 2 miles, 12 fathoms. Sinking fast.
What did he say?
We are now 2 miles and 12 fathoms below the surface of the ocean and sinking fast. There's no doubt whatever in my mind that there's nothing we can do now. This is the end.
Never before have our friends been in such a dangerous and futile position. There is literally nothing they can do. And what of Superman? Dragged down into the ocean depths by the fearful mammoth octopus, will Superman overcome the monster, or has even he at last met his match? Be sure to be with us tomorrow for one of the most exciting episodes you've ever heard. Listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Don't forget, fellows and girls, as you read the thrilling stories of American victories on land, at sea, and in the air, just cheering our fighting forces isn't enough. We've got to give them more support. We must show them we're behind them by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. We've got to sacrifice some of the things we'd like to have so that the money we'd spend can be loaned to the government through purchases of more and more war-saving stamps and bonds. So let's show the boys on our fighting front that here, back home, we're doing our share to win this war by buying a war-saving stamp every time we've got a dime, and by telling our family and friends that this Christmas we'd rather have war-saving stamps and bonds as Christmas gifts than things we can do without. Keep in mind that a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.